both federal, state, and local, that have jurisdiction to enhance security around individuals when the threat environment changes. So at this time, we should understand that there are likely efforts underway to identify whose security may be most at risk in this instance, and law enforcement stepping up its posture in that regard.
You're looking at the screen right now and seeing a statement from J.D. Vance.
Okay, so why are you pouring gas on the fire? Stop this.
And that the premise of the Biden campaign is that Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. So he is directly, as I think Bob pointed out earlier, he is drawing a line between the rhetoric used on the campaign trail by the Biden campaign to the incident that happened today, perhaps implying there that it was inspiration. Others have tried to draw a more direct line. I also want to look at what our reporter, Nicole Skenga, who covers these agencies, is sending to us. She is reporting that the suspect shot at the former president and other individuals with an AR-style rifle from 200 to 300 feet away. Our earlier reporting had just been rifle. This is just a bit more detail, and it has the distance of 200 to 300 feet away, presumably from Donald Trump. But we do know it was outside the security perimeter, which is why we had this catastrophic failure of ability to protect. I'm hearing from our control room that our CBS Mornings co-host and colleague, Tony DeCopel, is also joining us now from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Tony, you know, these Republican national conventions, they are often just like the Democratic national conventions, almost like a week-long commercial. There's pomp, there is circumstance. The tenor and the tone of everything is about to change. What are you seeing out there, Tony? I'm sure people are on edge.
Yeah, well, Margaret, I can tell you that the tenor and the tone has changed, and it changed quickly. What I have for you this evening is a small portrait of our changed America in the form of the reaction from Trump delegates and Republicans landing at Milwaukee International Airport, and right there in front of me, turning their phones on, getting calls from friends, receiving text messages, and learning the news that their candidate had an attempt on his life. And then you see the cycles and the stages of their reaction. You see anger. You see frustration, you see sadness and worry for the state of the country. And then above it and beyond all of those feelings, you have resolve, determination. They say this is not going to change what happens here in Wisconsin. And if anything, it's going to make them work harder and fight harder to see their candidate over the finishing line. What really ties what I've witnessed at the airport in the arrivals hall to your conversation with Sam Vinograd and with Ed O'Keefe and with others is that Democrats were also there in the hall. And in contrast to this morning, where the mood was light, celebratory, people were in conversation of a variety of political parties, this afternoon, this evening, as I talked to Republicans, Democrats were cutting in. They were making comments. On one occasion, we saw a woman say that this entire incident in Pennsylvania was staged. She then got into an argument with a Trump supporter who was accusing her of living in a different reality. The temperature is up. We've gone from joy, a moment of political celebration this morning, to a helter-skelter, knife-edge moment that you feel from the moment you step foot here in Milwaukee.
Tony DeCopel, we have for our viewers at this hour some eyewitness sound that we want to play for them. This eyewitness was very close to the stage and former President Trump when the shooting began. Let's listen.
I was about 5 feet away from him. Like, I was within, like, sight distance. Like, I was so close. And all of a sudden, I just hear these 4 shots. And everybody's screaming, drop. And you can see the blood, like, splatter on his face. And the Secret Service just barricades him. And, you know, it was just, like, so scary.
Okay, that was one of the eyewitnesses. The control room is telling me that one of our contributors here at CBS is joining us, I think by phone, at CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith. A.T., I know you've been following the latest reporting here as well. Our Nicole Skenga says that the shooter was about 200 to 300 feet away using an AR-style rifle. Does that sound right to you in terms of the kind of the firing of the bullets? Didn't sound very rapid. You had one eyewitness tell us, no, it sounded like a 22. What does this description of the weapon allegedly used here indicate to you?
200 to 300 feet away, it's going to sound real different than if you the one
probably it was 200 to 300 yards instead of feet.
Yards.
Yeah, it sounds like that, this individual was at least that far away, and an AR style rifle and obviously hit a target or make that sort of a shot from that distance. Usually from that distance, there would be optics involved, like a scope, and, usually a more accurate shot would be something like a high-powered rifle, like you think in terms of a deer rifle or something like a 30-06 or a 223. But it's still obviously too early to make those sorts of calls, but clearly an AR type rifle from that distance, as long as he had, the visual, has the ability to strike a target. Now, obviously, it's still undetermined how many rounds were fired, but the answer to your question on that one is yes, it could actually do that.
So the audio, when you hear that tape playback, and that's what we're going by, it didn't sound like a high-powered rifle, but you are saying at a distance of 200 to 300 yards, you would be able to take a shot like that and do so undetected by Secret Service?
Well, that is the part that, will obviously have to become clear in the investigation. And, my understanding is this individual was killed by the counter sniper team or the counter sniper agents there. The unknown is exactly what happened there. Did they not see him, or, was there some visual obstruction? All of that will have to be looked at. But the reason that, you have a counter sniper team in place is for this type of a situation where you have a long-range gunman. And if, in fact, that was the case, they obviously did take him out. But again, it certainly wasn't soon enough.
Well, if I'm looking at the log here of events that our producers did, just playing back the tape, it looks like at 6:11, the first Secret Service officer rushed in. And then at 6:12, we hear people yelling, "Shooters down." So what would that indicate to you about just how obvious a position this individual was in? And how is it that if they could act that quickly, that they didn't know ahead of time that there was that kind of vulnerability?
Right.
I can't really answer that. That's, again, something that will have to come out. But that's part of their responsibility, is to be, panning the area, if you will. I mean, they have long-range binoculars, long-range rifles themselves. Yeah. And, maybe the individual was just camouflaged in such a way that he wasn't able to be seen until he started firing. So there is a number of questions that need to be answered, I guess, before we can say that. But by the same token, you did see that the Secret Service agents reacted in the way that they're trained every way to do, in terms of, covering the protectee. They clearly checked him medically. That's why they didn't leave the stage any quicker than they did, to make sure that, there was not other injuries that they would exacerbate by pulling him off stage. And you clearly saw the counter assault team, which is a different team, get into place, and they're covering those agents while they're taking care of the former president, and then ultimately got him to the armored limousine.
Okay.
And in a situation like this, what is the security protocol for other high-value, potential high-value targets, frankly, other high-ranking former or current officials? What's happening around the country right now, both to members of the elected leaders' families, but also lawmakers themselves?
Well, all of the security around anyone with protection is going to be enhanced, I think, over the next few hours, simply because of this, because you want to find out if there's more, than a lone gunman situation here, if you have, multiple individuals. So a lot of that will have to be assessed over a period of hours or days with the intelligence. But I can assure you that all of the protection around protectees, whether it's Secret Service protectees, Capitol Hill with, members of Congress, that is all being increased as we speak. And I think, obviously, it's already become pretty obvious from the other reporting, Major Garrett and so forth, about Milwaukee and how heightened that has become in the last few hours. So everything will be increased. There's no doubt in the coming hours and, for the coming week, particularly with the convention.
Just based on these initial details and the forensics so far, is it your assessment that this was a skilled shooter, someone who had gone through training?
It's hard to say what sort of training he may have had, but certainly, someone didn't just go out and buy a rifle of this type this afternoon. My guess would be, and it's simply a guess, that it is someone who had, developed some sort of a skill set, had probably practiced, gone to a range, and, all of that will be figured out later on. But to have this kind of an incident, to take this kind of a shot from this kind of distance would indicate to me that it's somebody that's very familiar with the firearm.
Mm-hmm. And we know that the ATF is trying to run forensics on all those details of the weapon with an urgent trace at this hour. Thank you for your analysis. It is because it's coming up on 9:30 right now. We want to just remind you of what we do know at this hour. It is 9:30 on the East Coast, 6:30 on the West. And we are in continuous breaking news because of the significance of the events of the past few hours. You are seeing here Donald Trump, who injured in a shooting as his campaign rally was underway in the key swing state of Pennsylvania, battleground state. The former president said tonight in a statement on social media that he is okay, but that he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. Sources tell CBS News that this is being investigated by the Secret Service. The Secret Service has confirmed that they are working with the FBI and treating this as an attempted assassination of a candidate. The shooter who carried out this attack was shot and killed by the Secret Service. And we know that sources are telling CBS News that the gunman was on a shed using an AR-style rifle when these multiple shots were fired. And as you can see there, Donald Trump standing up, defiantly raising his arm. He mouthed what looked like the word fight as he was able to walk off the stage with the help of all those agents who are surrounding him and helping him get carried off. But you can see there that trickle of red behind his right ear. And that is where the injury we just described to you apparently took place. We want to go now to CBS News political campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who was also at that rally, and she recorded this video of the shooting.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yes, don't.
We're okay.
Are you ready?
I think you can hear that voice there on the tape. You can't see her, but I believe that is Olivia taking cover herself with Scott McFarland and rest of the CBS team as those shots were fired in Pennsylvania today. And she joins us now live from Butler, Pennsylvania. Olivia, can you tell us what that moment was like? What was happening? Was there a sense in the moment of the gravity of what was underway?
Yeah, Margaret, that was my voice on that video. I think you can hear how terrified it was being there during that moment. And we were towards the front of the stage, you know, expecting Trump to make a different sort of announcement tonight. I was anticipating perhaps a vice presidential announcement. When all of a sudden he was talking about immigration, we just heard shot, shot, shot. I don't remember who. It was one of my colleagues dragged me down, brought me down to the floor, and I just started filming. And I noticed other people down on the ground. I tried to pop up a few times. They pulled me back down, said, stay down here. And you could just hear the screams and the panic of people, and it was extremely terrifying. I got back up when you could see Trump at the end, you know, raising his fist and really invigorating the crowd. You kind of see what you were saying earlier, where he kind of mouthed fight as he was being pulled off the stage. And in the moments after that, it was just pure pandemonium. People were
like he didn't want to go.
Stay as the motorcade was leaving, which is normal when a principal is leaving an event site. Usually everyone has to stay in place while Secret Service handles that. But then it was just kind of chaos. Secret Service was telling people to leave, and I looked over at the bleachers to the left of Donald Trump, and there you could see blood on the bleachers, and you could also see water bottles and t-shirts strewn about, but there was a lot of blood over there, and I could see police unfolding yellow crime scene tape as that was happening. So a lot of terrible imagery today that is surely going to stick with a lot of people who were at this rally, Margaret.
Right.
No doubt, Olivia, and we are just so glad that you are safe and able to recount for us what you witnessed. We know from the Secret Service that there were 2 people who were critically injured in addition to the single death of an attendee. Olivia, you said you saw a lot of blood there on the bleachers. Did you see who those individuals were who were injured?
Yes, we could see one individual, one man who, after the melee and the pandemonium, appeared to be, taken by several individuals, carried off of that area on the bleachers. My colleague, Jake Rosen, even spoke to an ER doctor who was there next to him on those bleachers and was helping out. And he said that this man suffered a head injury and that there was brain matter on the ground. And this man tried to administer CPR and subsequently, ultimately, he passed away sadly this evening. And you can still hear besides me a lot of helicopters around this area as more police have been searching the area, canvassing, just making sure that there's nothing still going on here. But very terrible day. We did see people running away, some people with blood on their bodies, just a lot of imagery coming out of this, Margaret.
Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for being there. And a reminder that you can be just doing your job. You can be just out there supporting the candidate you like, and this kind of violence, this kind of gun violence is possible, Bob.
And we've been talking a lot about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because that's the site, Margaret, of where the Republican National Convention will open on Monday.
Let me ask you something. You hear? You're on mute.
To deal with constant political violence in the way people in the past have with presidential campaigns. But if you look back at history, it was October 14th, 1912. Then candidate Teddy Roosevelt campaigning for the presidency in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. An infamous assassination attempt struck in his chest.
Okay. All right, guys.
Of his speech.
We're hearing about, the
journalism has found the
lack of preparation, the lack of security. Do you guys feel like, are you of the opinion that because of
Garfield, McKinley, and John F. Kennedy, of course, were killed in assassination attempts?
And thank you.
I guess we'll call it league that Trump, had in this, presidential election, that maybe they felt like, he is more beloved, and that, they wouldn't need to take, the extra step to, I guess,
this kind of event can
check out and, secure the elevated spaces around this particular venue that they were having for the rally.
To us that this Secret Service detail extends.
Like, do you think anybody on his team really felt like his popularity was assassination attempt proof, so to speak?
Has no home, and try to mitigate any follow-on retaliatory action. But there's also a signal being sent to the world right now.
I mean, we have to realize before recent times, like if we go back to the 60s, killing your political rival was wrong.
Was not adequately protected.
Look how many political entities got taken out in the 60s. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evans, JFK. I mean, there was others, that was just common.
We're learning that operators...
Things happen in cycles. So we're not seeing nothing new. We're just seeing something that used to be common coming back around again.
Okay. So we should not be, because I've heard people say, even the president, this is sick. America's better than this. This is not what we were founded on. When, in actuality, this is exactly what the hell we was founded on.
This is our history. This is who the fuck we are.
Right.
And except for recent history, if you go back throughout our history, going to the 60s and backwards, people got killed. Hell, they would have duels outside of the doggone Capitol building.
Yeah, didn't they call it demand and satisfaction?
I don't know what they called it, but
like back in the day, yeah.
You have a disagreement, oh, you got to step outside. We gonna fist fight. We gonna take 12 steps and turn and shoot. We gonna, all of that was common throughout our history. Now let's talk about this rifle. Okay. I immediately thought when I first heard 22, I said that was a HKSP 500. Okay. And that's an AR style. It really looks just like an AR. The only difference is 22 caliber. And you don't have to have a license to buy that gun. You could go right in. You or I could go right on Wilkinson to the gun store and buy this gun. Really? For less than about $300.
Hold on, we got another eyewitness. Hold on, let me turn this volume on.
50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
A
We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, the guy on the roof with the rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain
this is the second damn dude said the police was telling them, and they was like, y'all need to go see about this, and they wasn't doing that.
That was an eyewitness there on the ground, his account being shared with our partners at the BBC, that being amplified, that exact message being amplified around the world, that at the very high-profile political event in Pennsylvania today, an event that Donald Trump himself tried to draw attention to, saying he had big news to announce, that an individual there saw a man with a rifle go into position. He told the BBC he tried to bring that to the attention of law enforcement on the ground. He referred to them as police, not exactly sure whether he meant local police or Secret Service, but he said there was a failure to act as he saw a clear threat, at least in his view. I just want to update our viewers that Donald Trump has left the hospital that he had initially been taken to, Butler Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania. And our CBS reporters are saying that it's not clear where he is headed next. Okay. I'm sure they don't want to detail a lot of his movements at this hour for understandable security reasons, but that he had been planning to go back to his home in New Jersey and then on to Milwaukee for this massive political event that will be gripping all of us throughout the week, the Republican National Convention.
Yes, we will be broadcasting here.
Reporter Nicole Skenga is on the phone. Nicole, I know you, along with so many of our colleagues, are just trying to get hold of anyone with insight into what is happening with the investigation at this hour. Have you learned anything?
Yes, Margaret, the suspect was using an AR-15 style rifle, shooting from about 200 to 300 feet away, according to multiple federal law enforcement officials. Multiple rounds were fired. We're still working to confirm an exact number, but that weapon explains the sporadic nature of the bullet spray. AR-15 style weapons are not known for their accuracy. We know the suspect was on a shed, an elevated platform outside of the Secret Service perimeter. Secret Service also confirming that. Right now, law enforcement still trying to determine whether or not it was debris from the teleprompter, from the protective glass surrounding the former president. But there is, of course, evidence he was cut in the face, lacerations to his ear. Not much known about the suspect at this time. Investigators working to confirm that he was working alone, working to confirm his biographic information. As Sam mentioned earlier, a male suspect they're still gathering more. You mentioned the former president has left the hospital. Right now, Secret Service has already added more manpower to his detail, bolstering the security footprint to him and all other U.S. Secret Service protectees. That means not just the former president, but his family, the president, the vice president, White House officials, as a standard operating procedure. Right now, Secret Service also leading efforts to expand the perimeter of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. They're already doing that, moving guardrails around the convention space, creating a larger buffer zone around the events of next week.
And we know, Nicole, that the Trump campaign has issued a statement saying they will go on and proceed with the Republican convention. No change, not dissuading the 45th president from going to seek and to go to that rally, or excuse me, to the convention that gets underway in Milwaukee. Nicole, what do you know about what happens now to analyze the bullets and the weapons and to trace them to whomever the shooter is? Do we have any indication at this hour, anything about the intent of the shooter or the motivations of the shooter?
Investigators are working right now, Margaret, to try to get a better sense of whether or not the suspect had any prior criminal history, whether or not there was any known motivation, if he was working with other individuals or working alone. At this time, they are still working through that information, trying to collect all evidence. Quite frankly, rare that we have not received that information yet, but officials trying to make sure they get this right. You mentioned the Republican National Convention. We should point out that it is already it has the highest security designation of any event with federal law enforcement coordination, tier 1, but you can expect just the manpower unlike any convention before. At least 24 states and the District of Columbia are sending officers to the RC. More officers could be coming, I'm told, as a result of today's events. And of course, the Secret Service, the leading coordinating agency for that event, and working right now with the FBI, leading the investigation into the suspect.
Hey, pause that for a minute.
Okay. Nicole, AT, I believe you are on the phone. You are former Secret.
So I just sent you a text message with a link to the gun.
Yeah, I just got it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can share that with everybody.
I'm getting ready to see if I can do that now. Hold on.
Okay. I'll wait and then we'll talk about it.
All right, hold on.
Okay. I don't know everything, but I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit. Okay.
Okay. And then do that. We still here, y'all. This right here. Hold on. There we go. This is the. Can y'all see that? Okay. So this one over here in the corner.
Yeah, click on it so it'll blow up.
Hold on.
They're all the same gun. It's just different variations of it.
Yeah, clicking on it is gonna start this video, so that ain't gonna work.
Oh, okay, my bad. So
okay. So this one over here in the corner, y'all, on the rock.
Like the reason I highlighted that one because it has the suppression already on it. You can buy it like that, like I was saying earlier. Definitely under $500 new. At most gun stores, it's a rifle. It's a 22. But a 22 will kill you. If you get shot in your head with this, you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as we know, unfortunately, somebody
with it, from the distance the shooter was trying to shoot from, the bullets are light. They're not heavy bullets, so you got wind resistance and all kind of other calculations that you can't really train for with that kind of rifle. Usually a sniper has a much heavier, a 223, a 9mm, something bigger, heavier bullets. That cuts down on the wind resistance the further you get away.
Okay.
50
so
caliber.
let me ask. So you're saying the heavier the bullet, the more control you got is the way you aiming?
Yes, and the louder it's gonna be.
Okay.
And they track those weapons. They're not you. Of course, you gotta have license to get some of these weapons. So with 22, you go to Walmart and get one. You go to most gun stores and just get one. You don't have to have a gun permit to buy a rifle or a shotgun. You must not have been in that conversation me and Amberly had that day when she wanted me to go with her to get her an assault shotgun.
Okay. Yeah.
And me and her was I think it was just me and her here talking. We talked for about an hour about that shit. She had some concerns about being home alone, and I always recommend women get a shotgun. If you're gonna be home alone, a pistol is cool, but I'm more concerned about a woman's life. So I don't want you to have to try to aim and square up with nobody. I want you to be able to pull the trigger and blow whatever's away in front of you.
Okay.
And we'll sort the rest out later.
Okay. All right, y'all. Well, we're getting a little security knowledge from BB in Israel.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't realize it's something I did, and I hate this. Oh, you hate women. Well, one thing I did when I was in college, I taught self-defense for women.
Okay.
We taught them self-defense, and I always recommended that all women carry a blow pop in a pocketbook or whatever. Because you could take a blow pop and put it in the palm of your hand
and stab somebody in their eye.
Yep. And you could go anywhere with a blow pop. You can get on a plane, a train, anywhere, So me and a guy, my boy Val Daniels, I hadn't seen him in forever. He was a martial artist, so we did a lot of hand-to-hand training and just everyday self-defense. Use your keys, you use this, you use that to protect yourself, and how to disable somebody. Poke them in the throat, poke them in the nose, poke them in the eye, go for the soft spots. Because typically women are going to be smaller than men, and you're not going to be as strong, so you want to disable them.
Okay.
So I did a lot of that early on. That was something that was always important to me. I've been, like I said, I'm the people's champ, y'all. I've been looking out for y'all ladies a long time.
All right.
I want you to be. I don't want you to beat somebody up. I want them dead. I want to get there and the police get there and be like, what happened? He over there laying down. I had to fight for my life. What was that movie that J-Lo did?
Enough, yeah.
Right? What happened at the end of the movie? She was sitting outside waiting on them. Wasn't no questions asked. Ma'am, you're one of the lucky ones, the guy said.
For real.
You're one of the lucky ones. It ain't about beating somebody up. Like a lot of people ain't never been in a fight in their life. They don't know what it's like, what your adrenaline is like, what it feels like to get hit. So remember, she went through all of that training, and that was the guy teaching her to be prepared for he's going to hit you, and I swear before God, he's going to try to kick you. Remember the black guy told her that?
Yep.
He is gonna try to kick you. That was the shit Puffy was doing, remember? In the video, he was kicking her because those kind of men, that's how they think. That's how they think. Wasn't J-Lo messing with Puffy at one point?
She was.
I guess she got away when she did that movie.
I think she broke up with him a little bit before she did that movie.
Right.
Okay, Toto. Yeah, he just explained what the blow pop is for.
Who was that?
somebody in the chat. You might want to run through that again with the blow pop.
Who's in the chat? Shout out to y'all people in the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, and hit that bell. We're trying to get over 1,000, get monetized. So it's very important. Please take a couple of seconds to make sure y'all do that for us here. We gave y'all good content tonight. We gave y'all good content earlier covering our boy, the Teflon Don, getting shot, but he's still with us. I don't think they realized that this man just got elected. Like, it's over. The race is over.
It pretty much is, unless Jesus gonna come and run against him, and then it still might be some. Listen, this is your next president. Y'all might as well go ahead and do whatever you need to do to come to terms. And this, I mean, this is basically what it is.
It's funny, man. You know.
But yeah, we're gonna pop back real quick, and we're gonna play our current president's response to this.
Oh, okay. I hadn't seen that yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that real quick. We're gonna let that do what it do.
Does he know what state he's in?
Yeah, I think he realized I think he recognized he was in Delaware.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he in Delaware right now.
Hell, he was mighty close. He might as well have drove to the hospital.
Well, he was at Mass. So he's trying to get some salvation, child.
Yeah, okay.
Some prayer. He's trying to get a little prayer going on. Hold on.
There is no forgiveness for willful sin.
Listen.
So he could try to buy, he's Catholic, so he could try to buy and say as many Hail Marys as he wants.
Here we go. Hold on, that's him walking off, y'all. Because when I say he said he had to say he hit the bricks. He hit the bricks. So see if he had to say and he was out. It was not a long statement, but interesting nonetheless.
Thanks for coming, folks. I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies of the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. Everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried for president safety?
Was the security failing, Mr. President?
Listen. Okay, y'all, that was our president, our commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, speaking on what a shooting at the Pennsylvania rally for Donald Trump this evening. So what you think, V-Ben?
Standard speech. I mean, of course it's lies. I mean, like I told you earlier, this whole, oh, this is unprecedented and this is in America. This is America. It has been American history for political rivals to get shot and assassinated. For him to say, oh, I don't have enough information, they were aiming for the man's head. Of course it was an assassination attempt. So I want somebody to be honest and come out and just say what it is. Hey, I wasn't with this, but they did try to shoot the man, and we're going to throw all our resources behind this investigation to find out who did this. That gun had to be sold somewhere. I mean, even though we don't track the sales like we do regular firearms, it was manufactured somewhere. It was sold somewhere.
Right.
You know, we need to look into that. We need to, I mean, I'm sure they will. But it's a purpose. It was a reason they chose that gun. And that's why I had you pull up the picture, because they keep saying AR style. A lot of people don't know what that means. So I wanted y'all to see the weapon, what it looks like. This ain't no punk ass rifle you shoot bunnies with. So even though it was a 22, and some of them have extended clips where you can have a barrel on it, where it got 500 rounds. Again, if you get shot with 100 rounds of 22s, you are dead. So a lot of people, oh, a 22 ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, yes, it will. It's just not meant to be shot from that distance of 200 yards. The girl said feet, but she should have said yards. Think about a football field. It ain't meant for that distance. But had he been closer, maybe 50 yards, you know, it'd be that weapon is more effective. But you got, especially.
Well, I mean, it actually did kill somebody, just not the intended person.
Right, because if the wind, that's what I was saying about the bullet weight. If the wind blows or he twitches just a little bit, you can't compensate for that. Okay. And so that's why I would explain why. And I think they usually have some kind of protective glass around the podium. So, and they got to go through the glass. So this person obviously wasn't no sniper, but they could have practiced for months with this gun. There are plenty of videos on YouTube where you see people shooting with this weapon. And it ain't no brand new weapon. It's been around for decades. So you got people who are familiar with it. 22s are the most common bullet type. And next would be 9mm. So the bullet is going to be virtually untraceable. It's going to be virtually untraceable, but that's usually a doomsday rifle. A lot of preppers, that's why I'm familiar with it. A lot of preppers choose that gun because you can always find ammunition for it.
Okay.
And it's flexible. Like I said, you could fold it up and store it under a car seat. I mean, it's a lot of configurations for this weapon. So it ain't no big sniper rifle where you got a big suitcase carrying a giant ass telephoto lens. That would be, you would obviously see somebody, you know, it's hard to sneak that in. Right. But a little suitcase where you could probably throw it in a book bag.
Well, y'all see the shooter sprawled out on the roof.
Yeah, the shed.
Yeah.
It was a shed.
All right. Let's see what else to talk about.
So he might have, the shooter could have hid that shit in the shed in advance.
True.
We don't know yet, you know, but it's
right.
Small.
See, that's what I was saying. That I think, you know what I'm saying, the security was, you know what I'm saying, too comfortable in the fact that, you know what I'm saying, Trump was so far ahead that, you know what I'm saying, they felt like nothing, you know what I'm saying, would really happen to him. And didn't do all what they need to do. Because again, when's the last time you've heard of an assassination where the shooter was not at an elevated level?
I mean, he was slightly elevated, but not. You're right. It wasn't like he was 3 stories up.
Right, but I'm just saying, when the last time you seen somebody be assassinated and they squaring off mano a mano? Not never.
Well, the only shooting I could think of that was from a non-elevated position was Malcolm X.
Right.
Malcolm was up on the stage and they was down below. So they shot up to get Malcolm, which was strange at that time, you know.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, normally, even Lincoln, they shot down to get Lincoln. They're usually shooting downward from an elevated position.
They shot down to get JFK. They shot down to get Lincoln. They shot down for Reagan. Like, ain't nobody just, you know what I'm saying, walking up, pal. Like, come on.
Except Malcolm. Like I said, that's the only one. I'm not sure about Medgar Evers. I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, but they pulled out all the stops, and this is what I've been saying this whole time. Biden stole the election. Bernie and Elizabeth Warren were the front runners. They were the front runners. Kamala and Biden was coming in last place in all of those primaries. And then all of a sudden we get to South Carolina and he wins South Carolina and now he the nominee. That's never happened. You have to win one of the first 3 primaries to become the nominee. Always, until Biden. So I was hearing somebody talk about it. And they said the Democratic elite donors, they chose Biden because he was corporate. And they were scared of Bernie and Elizabeth because they were progressives. So they chose Biden and they forced him through. So they changed the rules for Biden. And then we've been seeing that even during Trump's presidency, they were just fighting this man. Every nick and nanny thing that didn't have nothing to do with running the country. Oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. You know, and everything he said came true. He said, y'all need to be looking at Hunter Biden. Y'all need to look at Hunter Biden's laptop. The Democrats said, oh, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. Now we know all of that shit is true. But ain't nobody asking why Hunter ain't in jail and why he's still taking meetings in the White House. Is that not crazy? But they want to tell us Trump is a felon. Also, when he got this felony conviction, the instructions given to the jury, the judge decided they did not have to be unanimous. Well, that never happened before. In America, the jury has to be unanimous. Trump is the first one I've ever heard of that got convicted without a unanimous.
Right. And another thing, according to the statute that they were prosecuting under, it's on the, you know what I'm saying, the burden is on the prosecution to lay out exactly how the defendant, you know what I'm saying, broke the law, which they didn't do. Which is from what most are saying, that's how this whole thing is gonna get thrown out in the first place. Because they didn't prove step by step how he broke the law. Well, let's see what's being said in case we got some updates.
Well, that's Fox. Let us go back to what the latest statement from former President Donald Trump was made at 8:42 p.m. tonight. Minutes before that, I heard from Donald Trump Jr. He said his father is fine. Then his father posted this: I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I wanted to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That is his statement here. And he also adds, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin Much bleeding took place. So I realized then what was happening. He ends with God bless America. That's the latest statement from former President Donald Trump. CBS News has confirmed he has left the hospital within the past hour or so in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the site of the rally. He has issued that statement. His son, Donald Trump Jr., said he is speaking to people on the phone, that his father is, quote, fine. And at this point, that is the latest from the Trump camp. But there is outrage among so many Republicans tonight about this permeating social media.
Yes, do yourself a favor and don't look at social media.
Well, it's a reflection of where we are, though.
It is.
Days before the convention, we live in a politically charged moment. I can remember, Margaret, just weeks ago, I was covering former President Donald Trump's criminal rally in New York. Someone lit themselves on fire, just steps from the CBS News camera. We live in this incendiary time, literally and figuratively. It's so unfortunate in our politics, but it is the reality of what we're covering. There was an attack, a shooting of the presumptive Republican nominee, a former president of the United States. And we've seen an outpouring of support from former presidents. And President Biden himself called this a sick moment in America.
And we want to play for everyone listening here a statement made a few hours ago by President Biden when he addressed the country from the Rehoboth Police Department after he was given a briefing on the situation regarding his political rival. Let's listen to his statement.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to give, if it's not convenient for you all.
Okay. That was President Biden explaining that he had tried to reach out to Donald.
So, nothing on that. This is my thing. So it's been a whole lot of talk about, Biden stepping down, and the scramble if he does for them to find a replacement. So let's say that this assassination attempt had been successful. You've gotten rid of Trump, but you still have the Republican Party. So you still have a lot of these same principles and ideals and pathologies, for lack of a better term, in place. So it's like you take one out and you plug another one in. So like, what is really the point? Just to get rid of Trump?
Well, Trump is such a polarizing character. Not so much his ideology. That's the problem. It's his character that who he portrays himself, and a lot of people across this country can relate to him. And regardless of demographic, I had a young kid today in the Uber, 30 years old. He was listening to me. Me and him was listening to the news coverage as it was breaking, and he was like, "Yo, Trump is just like a nigga." That's what he broke out and said to me. And I think I was my Coach Greg Adams. And Coach Greg Adams said, "Yeah, he a felon. He got baby mamas. Now he done got shot. Is this our president or is this Tupac?"
Well, he ain't really got. He got ex-wives. He ain't got baby mamas.
I mean, but
I mean,
it was a joke. It was a joke.
I mean, we've been hearing that in certain circles, we've been hearing that since, the conviction. But again, if this is supposed to be America and we're supposed to be the greatest country and we supposed to be, the model for what the rest of the countries want to be, then what the fuck is wrong with our people? You don't have to like Trump. You don't have to respect him, any of that, but to try to kill the man, like, this is ridiculous.
They're so out of touch with reality. These Democrats, they don't realize that Americans love felons. We love the outlaws. We love the bad guys.
Well, yeah,
We
especially
root for the bad guys.
if you watch westerns, because I mean, ain't that what those are?
Back to the westerns, Billy the Kid. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So being that kind of outlaw, I say what I say kind of dude, that's America. So to pretend like it's not, hasn't always been in American culture, and like I said, this guy, after he gets shot, he crawled up to that damn podium and raised his fist up. That picture, and I'm going to send it to you. I'll text it to you. That picture is going to be all over the place for the next year. That is him winning with the blood dripping down his head, and he raising his hand up, and American flag is in the background.
Yep.
That's it. This shit is over.
Yeah. I said that. I mean, it was over before, but like, this is just
this the cherry on top.
Hold on. Okay, welcome, American. Let's see, conviction, 32 felonies for each time his lawyer paid an NDA coming from his lawyer's account. We hire lawyers to make sure we don't break the law. Exactly. Because I didn't know I didn't know that, you know what I'm saying, having an NDA and your friend / lawyer paying for your hooker was against the law. I didn't know that's how that was.
Well, working. What they never proved, as you was alluding to earlier, the prosecution never connected Trump to it. He didn't know any of this shit was going on. So Cohen, his lawyer, was doing all of this behind the scenes. And then he comes to Trump at the end, like, here, sign the paperwork. I took care of it. Trump like, okay, that's what I hired you for. Okay.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? We've seen this kind of thing even with Martha Stewart. They tried to make her look like she was a criminal.
That didn't make any sense either, because again, if this is that showed that this is this is America, because again, she was convicted supposedly of insider trading over $200,000 worth of stock. She was worth over $1 billion when she was convicted and sent to prison, lost it all, came out, and now her ass is worth about $2.5 billion.
And looking sexy as hell.
What was the whole point of that? What was
that's how out of touch they are.
These people seem to be convicted and end up bigger than they were before you know what I'm saying, got offended.
America likes you to have a little dirt on you.
Well, I mean, hell, if going to the federal penitentiary, which is cushy as hell, and sitting up in there and teaching, you know what I'm saying, other privileged women how to cook is gonna net you $2.5 billion, I need to go.
That turned her ass into she was in a weight loss camp. She wasn't in no prison. She was
but I'm saying, she was in there, technically it was prison, but she was in that cushy federal prison. But I got a message for you, VB. Our channel favorite, Through the Fire podcast, said that this situation was way over with Trump before this. He had been, you know what I'm saying, marked as the next president. We have a newcomer.
No doubt. Shout out to Through the Fire podcast. Our brother, PJ is in the middle freaking house.
Absolutely,
make sure y'all subscribe
yes.
to Fire podcast,
channel and personal favorite here, yes.
And make sure you drop a link.
Y'all make sure y'all go ahead and subscribe to the Fire podcast as well. Lots of good information and coverage. Actually, definitely check out his stream from Monday just passed. It was definitely a great education in our political history.
TJ, make sure your channel know to help us push Harmonize to over 1,000. She's almost there. We're trying to get her monetized, brother. We need your help. We need everybody's help. Spread the love.
Absolutely. Spread the love. We have Pang. Hey Pang, how you doing? Pang says, regardless of your politics, this is messed up and crazy. Absolutely. He has a message for you, V. He says, to my dude talking, you wrong as fuck. He was convicted of actual crimes, bro. Stop it. Please let us know what they are, Pang.
Okay,
We also have Stephen Johnson. He said the fist raised will remind people of Nelson Mandela. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what my sister said. He was on his Black Power tip.
Yeah. That fist is iconic, man.
Yeah. You know that's gonna be on the cover of Time,
I just said this last night.
That's gonna be on everything. Watch.
I just said this last night. You know, brothers, y'all got a fucking problem with you always want to try to attack another man to make yourselves look bigger. You really, it ain't accomplishing what you think it's accomplishing. So I wish y'all would grow up and mature from that and stop doing that shit. It ain't cool. It just ain't cool. We can have differences of opinion. Okay, so what? It's just like the OJ case, you know? Nobody could tell you how OJ supposedly did it. But everybody nowadays is convinced that OJ somehow murdered 2 people and ran 7 miles away on foot, and nobody seen his big ass with arthritis doing it. Most of y'all ain't never even watched the trial, not a day of the trial, but y'all all got opinions. You know something was fucked up with this Donald Trump case when the judge changed the rules. In America, you have to have a unanimous verdict against you. Donald Trump did not get that. Why did they change it? If it was so clear and they had all this evidence that he did it.
Yeah, you don't have to do all of that. Yeah. You right, V. So we got American McIntyre said it was a misdemeanor. They enhanced to felonies after the statute of limitations had expired.
Exactly. I mean, we seeing stuff, whether you like the guy or not, you got to be honest and say, we're seeing stuff that we ain't never seen before. They are changing the rules right in front of our faces to push Biden. The only reason Obama chose Biden was because he needed somebody to help him win Pennsylvania. That was it. Biden was a fucking political failure. And most of y'all had never even heard of Biden, didn't realize he had ran for president 3 or 4 times before that. He was a failure. He got chosen because he was a white guy that was no threat to nobody, and he could help him get Pennsylvania. That was why Biden was chosen. We got to start being honest about this shit. Never in history has South Carolina picked the president. But we all, you ain't black if you won't vote for Joe and all that. And James Clyburn pushed that nigga through. That shit ain't never happened. I grew up in South Carolina. I know South Carolina. I graduated high school there and I graduated college there. That shit don't. South Carolina is a third world country. They don't pick presidents.
Okay, so speaking of yeah, Steven said Bernie got screwed. He did.
Bernie got screwed, exactly.
Speaking of South Carolina, V, help us understand what the problem is. If you ride with, you know what I'm saying, one political, you know what I'm saying, party over the other, and you, as the longer you know what I'm saying, side with this particular political party, the worse your situation gets. Why not see what's happening on the other side? Why not cross the street, so to speak?
We've been so programmed so well as black people, Order 66, okay? Order 66. We've been programmed from the beginning. That's where most of us originate from. Our roots can all be traced back to South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. So that's the original root of the shit. And you got a lot of black people that fled during the Great Migration away from South Carolina. Those were the more radical of us. We went into the Northeast and then into the West. But you got to think about who didn't go. The most complacent of us. They stayed behind. And they've been breeding the whole time. So you got a lot of, and I love my people in South Carolina. I got a lot of family down there, but they're complacent. We're just gonna keep along to get along, and we ain't gonna rock the boat, and we're gonna have our catfish nugget fry, and Joe gonna take care of it. You know, that old
That
nigga
sound good right
mentality.
about now, though. I ain't gonna lie. Catfish sound good right about now. Now, I ain't gotta go outside Carolina. I can go right on. Well, wait, no. I got about 20 minutes to get on down to the Harris Teeter and give me some catfish nuggets. Matter of fact, I think I saw them in the freezer. I
Now,
swear I
what's
think
that?
it's some in the freezer. Say what?
Ain't it a place on North Tryon they used to sell that shit?
It's a spot on yes, a spot on Sugar Creek. It's a fish market on Sugar Creek.
What's the name of it?
Nana.
Nah, I thought it was a name like Mr. C's or Mr. J. They used to have.
Oh, it was a Mr. C's down. Yeah, North Tryon and Craighead, but Mr. C's
Yeah,
ain't
because
up
they
there.
also had one on Freedom back in the day, didn't they?
Yep, and then the original one was on Betty's Ford.
Yeah. They still around, right?
Nah, the only Mr. C's left is in Concord.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that. And I know Chicken Box used to sell catfish, but they, that was the one on North Tryon. I don't know about the one on Sugar Creek.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to stop with the bullshit, And a lot of these people don't like Trump and they don't even know why. All I know is before 2014 or 2014 and back, nobody ever called Trump a racist. He decided to run for president where all of a sudden black women hate him and he a racist. But I remember growing up where Trump was hanging out with all the rappers and Mike Tyson and Don King, and every time you turned around, he was hanging out with the black people.
Yep. Yeah, especially when we had the casinos and stuff. Yep.
And every rapper shouted him out, I'm at the Trump International, ask for me. That's your boy Jigga, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when did this switch come? I find that funny. When Biden and Kamala have locked up or responsible for locking up more black people than any two other people in history. Find me two other individuals that have locked up more than them. I'll wait.
Yeah. They've been doing a lot. Let's see what else we got.
That's what Kamala made her
what his motivations were.
Yeah, she made her
we do
career
know
on
from
that,
one of the eyewitnesses on the
back.
ground who spoke to our partners over at the BBC that individuals in the area saw this gunman climb to the roof with a weapon and warned law enforcement minutes before shots were fired. Listen.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him.
Oh,
he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
And that was an eyewitness to events. The video you see there, you can see men perched with guns. Those we believe are the Secret Service snipers who responded to the attacker. As you can see, with the American flags on top of the area where the former president had been perched. And what we know from the Secret Service is that they were able to eliminate the shooter. We want to be clear that we cannot say if the specific sniper you were seeing in that video was the one who took out the shooter, but you can see the effort underway to react in the moment to the attack that had just happened. That video just coming in at this hour. We wanted to play it out for you. We also want to tell our viewers that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has decided to head back from Rehoboth, Delaware, to the White House tonight.
Okay,
underscoring the urgency of the moment we are in. We want to bring back into our conversation CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us on the phone. A.T., I don't know if you were able to see that video of the sniper response. What are your thoughts in terms of their quick reaction?
Well, that is exactly what they're supposed to do. They are positioned for long-range threats, and kind of thing that we're talking about apparently occurred tonight. You know, at the same time, their responsibility is to have 360-degree coverage. In other words, when I talked earlier about concentric rings of security, outer perimeter, a middle perimeter, and an inner perimeter, the counter sniper team is really responsible for beyond that outer perimeter. And, you know, they have long-range binoculars, long-range weapons, scopes, and that sort of thing. And so their responsibility is to be panning 360 degrees around that site, that event, to search for a threat of this type.
A.T., I just want to quickly tell our viewers that a White House official has told CBS News that President Biden was able to speak tonight to former President Donald Trump. He also spoke to the governor of the state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, as well as the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania, Bob Dandoy. And we know President Biden is returning here to Washington to receive an updated briefing tomorrow from Homeland Security and from law enforcement officials. A.T., given the moment we are in, and I just keep making that broader point because of the concern of how these hours are handled. As a former Secret Service officer, what are you thinking in this moment ahead of a convention 4 months out from an election? What kind of security increases can be done at a time when we are already at such a high threat level?
Well, and earlier, as I think Major Garrett pointed out, you know, in Milwaukee, there's already enhancements that they believe will be underway. I mean, certainly they had not cut, you know, any security measures prior to the convention. But when you have an event like this, everything will be reevaluated constantly, and I'm sure that they will increase the manpower. You know, there had been a lot of back and forth and controversy, I think, about the protest zones in Milwaukee. I'm sure that will be reevaluated because, you know, while everyone's entitled to their First Amendment rights, they will just have to take a harder look at that and make sure that, you know, the security around events like that and protests are, you know, adequately prepared for. But having said that, I think until they determine that this was a lone gunman versus a concerted effort, there'll be an increase in most all of the protective details. Again, someone mentioned earlier how many protectees we have, President, Vice President, the former presidents, but there are others out there that are protected by the Secret Service as well, the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And then obviously the Capitol Police have members of Congress and throughout the federal government. So I think all of the security details will take a hard look at where they may be. They'll work hand in hand with the Secret Service to see if any of the threat stream information increased and picked up. And, you know, as you pointed out, and I mentioned earlier, the FBI now becomes the lead agency in this investigation, but they've obviously brought in the ATF, who has the expertise to determine all of the ballistics, the gun-related issues.
Yep. All right, A.T. Smith, thank you for your analysis. It is 10:30, just after 10:30 here on the East Coast, 7:30 on the West Coast, and we want to recap the breaking news that we have been following. As you know, at this hour, there has been a significant event in the battleground state of Pennsylvania at a political rally being held for Donald Trump, and Trump himself was the subject of an assassination attempt at that political rally. We know shots were fired shortly after 6 p.m. Eastern time.
The recap. We got a lot of new people.
Presumed Republican nominee was then rushed off stage by Secret Service to a nearby hospital. The former president is now safe. He is out of the hospital, and he said he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That was in a post on social media. We haven't actually been able to hear directly from Donald Trump yet, but we know that he is recovering. Unfortunately, one individual attending that rally lost his life tonight. And we know that two.
That's messed up. What's up?
One petty thing I've been noticing they've been doing is Joe was calling him Donald.
Yeah.
He never called him Trump. He never called him former President Trump.
Which is what they should be calling him.
Huh?
I said, which is what they should be calling him, former President
right.
Trump.
And I noticed on his news
that's who he is.
They make it a point to say former president constantly. Now, when they say Obama, they say President Obama.
Exactly.
They don't ever say former President Obama. They'd say President Obama, President Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but now all of a sudden he Donald, like that's my boy.
Yeah, disrespect. Disrespect.
Yeah, and it's low key. It's real low key shit, you know. I've been noticing they've been doing that there. The man got shot. He still can't be called president.
You know.
But see, the Democrats made a miscalculation, and they thought by getting him convicted so they could call him a felon. Everybody sees these court cases are fucked up, and they're trumped up. Every last one of them. They falling apart. And the people that's doing the prosecuting and the judging.
It's some of the dirtiest damn folk around.
They corrupt. Which is what Trump said. These people are hypocrites. And they are. And hell, Georgia is the epicenter. That's ground zero right now, but it ain't the only place. Right. Everywhere you see these DEI hires is corruption. Everywhere. But we've been taught to be polite and don't offend people. Whatever happened, the truth will make you free.
No.
Ain't that what I said? Tell your kids the truth. Stop trying to protect your kids from the truth. Tell them the truth. Yeah, it's going to hurt them, but it's going to hurt less now than it will later. It's the same thing. We've been shielded and protected on so many different levels where nobody's telling the truth anymore. It's all this political spin, nice, nasty, and all of that kind of stuff, and that's offensive to me because you're playing by intelligence. You like we're stupid. That's what they think we are. We're stupid and they're smart. And anytime we start examining and pulling back the layers on them, we realize how stupid they are. Jesus. But, to me, what would have been better, Biden should have hopped on a helicopter and went to Pennsylvania to the hospital. Mm-hmm. He had enough time.
Yeah.
He should have went there. Yeah. All right, y'all, we going this ain't about campaigning. I want to make sure this man is okay.
Right. Well, no, got a chat saying that that the Secret Service has been asking them for more people and they've been getting denied. Like, I mean, this, yeah, they need some new folks because I'm sorry, she worrying about stepping on the damn Trump hat and the man done been shot. Like, what the hell? That wasn't important. What's going on, Mid J? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by, hanging out with us. Yeah, this is just not been that just was not the best show. And then, like I said, you remember earlier in May, you had one that got how you Secret Service for the whole president, and you get robbed on your day off.
Right. Right.
Like, come on.
I mean,
Okay.
I was worried about Biden getting assassinated. Honestly, that's what I've been worried about lately. I said, they're going to fuck around and kill this man. That's what I've been thinking. Or he going to get pushed down the steps or something like that's going to happen.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, we don't want
That's
that.
what I thought.
We ain't wishing that on nobody.
Because he's defying them. You know, all of them are calling for him to step down, and he's just adamantly defying what they want. And they trying to put Kamala in place, much way they was trying to put Hillary in place.
I mean, first that would be a disaster beyond disaster. Y'all might want to leave that.
Who will make a lot of money if you keep a corporate Democrat in place. Much like Bush, the Halliburtons made so much money, and the Cheneys made so much money by keeping Bush in place. Bush wasn't running the country. Liz Cheney was running the country.
Yeah.
But a lot of us don't understand politics and the behind the scenes thing, and we think it's so far-fetched. But I pay attention when you see strange things happen and then they get overlooked real quick. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. We gonna act like that man didn't just get shot in the face? We gonna act like that didn't happen? Dick Cheney shot somebody in the damn face. How did that happen? And it was just like, oh well, it was a hunting accident.
What? We getting new photos. Hold on, let's see what's going on with these photos. Okay.
You know, those are serious questions that we're going to be asking. Some of that we may find out quickly. Some of it we will have hearings on. But, you know, next week we've got the convention. A lot of additional effort was put into security at both the Republican and Democrat Party conventions this year, as needs to be the case, unfortunately, these days.
But what exactly are you going to do? Do you have any plans at this point?
I'm going to be in Milwaukee for the entire convention. I just got word from the RNC that, you know, it appears the President Trump is going to be going forward with the schedule as laid out. He'll, I'm sure, talk more about what that is. I mean, we were expecting to hear the VP pick rolled out early next week. That's still going to be up to President Trump how that's done, but I haven't heard of any changes in plans starting Monday in Milwaukee.
Leader, I see Speaker Johnson is already saying he's going to call up the Secret Service director and officials from Homeland Security and FBI for a hearing. That is something that I'm sure the world will watch, but I wonder what your message is. Have you specifically instructed members in the coming hours to rein in some of the rhetoric that I will point out some are using online that is somewhat incendiary in terms of really blaming this somehow on the administration? Have you asked them to refrain from that?
I've already been very vocal within moments of the shooting that political violence is not something anybody should tolerate, but also I went further and said that we need to dial the rhetoric down. And there's been a lot of rhetoric for the last few months. And, you know, and I think some of that, you know, this idea, and Bob Barr even said it, that Donald Trump's some threat to democracy. That kind of language all it takes is one person to hear that and act on it. And I don't know if that's the case today, but those are the kind of things that shouldn't be said. And you know, all of us need to do better and dial the language down. Let's focus on the issues. We have real serious issues that divide us. and real serious problems in this country. Let's let the next 4 months be about how to fix and solve those problems in America, and not have the incendiary language that unfortunately we're seeing right now.
Leader Scalise, would
Can
you
we even
call
agree
for
on
more
what the
security
problems
for
are?
members of Congress? You are someone who has been attacked as a member of Congress, a former president tonight shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Yes or no? Would you support or call for more security for members of the House and Senate?
We've increased security in the House and Senate, and with Secret Service as well. You know, all of those agencies are unfortunately more active than ever at rooting out threats. There's people that still threaten the lives of members of Congress that you know you hate to see, but it's still going on. And you know, you see that in the executive level too. This is something that shouldn't be tolerated. But we also need to see a more aggressive attitude when somebody does commit political violence. You know, today the shooter was killed, but there's other examples of violence where the people were let go, and that's not a good sign. You shouldn't be letting people go that commit political violence, because then they're going to just send a message that it's okay to do it, and it's not okay.
Leader Scalise, I asked you about your members because I see a tweet from the Republican congressman from Georgia, Mike Collins, who said, quote, Joe Biden sent the orders. Is there any information whatsoever to link in any way the U.S. government to what happened today?
No, look, and there are reports that the mainstream media had reported about some comments from Joe Biden. I'm not going to repeat them because I haven't seen the video itself, but I've seen multiple reports of it printed. And again, this is all the kind of thing that needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately. All of these things. And then, you know, you wonder why something bad happens if somebody goes and goes over the extreme. I mean, nobody should take an extreme measure like today, but unfortunately I've seen it myself. And what happened with me was a reaction to things that were being said that shouldn't have been said then.
Joe Biden's statements, I don't know if you saw his on-camera comments, were not incendiary. It was about lowering the temperature. What are you referring to?
This was something from days ago.
Okay. So in this moment, though, in this particular very dangerous moment, that's why I was asking you about your guidance specifically to members. So, but what I understood you saying is that no member should in any way insinuate anything without actually knowing fact first.
Right. And then if the facts are confirmed, whoever's behind that should be called out for doing it and should stop doing it immediately.
Okay. Leader, thank you very much for sharing with us all that you know at this hour and your experience. This has to be difficult to relive, as you mentioned. Sam Vinograd, you've been with us throughout, former Homeland Security official. What are you hearing from the Biden administration at this hour from your law enforcement sources?
Well, in the first instance, I'm hearing that the White House has given direction to all relevant agencies and departments to engage in this investigation to the fullest extent possible. So all available resources are being directed to investigating the perpetrator of this incident, and on the other hand, how this occurred. So we have really two investigations, Margaret. On the first, who perpetuated this assassination attempt? We understand that intelligence and law enforcement officials at the federal, state, and local level are working together to try to get more information on this individual, his weapon, and how he was able to get this close to the president with that weapon. On the latter, which has been referenced by some of our former guests, how this occurred, there will be most likely an independent investigation of whether there were security failures at the perimeter of this incident. Now, we know that those oversight investigations and independent investigations do take time, Margaret. As you recall, the Department of Justice investigated what happened in Uvalde. That was several months. So we should not expect answers on the operational failures that could have led up to this anytime soon. I also know that the White House, as appropriate, is in touch with relevant officials at the FBI, at the Secret Service, at Homeland Security. And having been in mass casualty response mode myself, there's ongoing communication in that respect. And we should expect the FBI and others, the Secret Service, to try to be as transparent as possible about what they learn, particularly as there are already conspiracy theories circulating about what led to this. So it will be very, very important that the administration continue to be as transparent as possible about what they're ascertaining so that conspiracy theories don't lead potentially to more violence.
And they will attempt to elevate truth in that transparency of what they learn here. But as we know, we live in an environment where conspiracy theories are also amplified by our adversaries, as we heard from the Director of National Intelligence just this week. In the briefing from that the president will receive tomorrow, we're told that the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will also participate in it. It'll be the Director of the Secret Service, the Director of Homeland Security, Liz Sherwood Randall, who is the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, Jake Sullivan, who is the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. The FBI Director also participated in a briefing. So this is really top-level officials, all hands on deck.
And nationally, both domestically and internationally. And I think the presence of the National Security Advisor is very notable as well. We have Liz Sherwood Randall and law enforcement intelligence officials working on the situation within our borders, investigating it, and likely briefing the president on operational security enhancements and any other intelligence that's relevant here. At the same time, as you and I spoke about earlier, we have to think about how this is reverberating globally and how various threat actors may seek to exploit this moment.
And when you say that, it makes me think of what Mike Pence, the former vice president, said on the day of violence at the Capitol that he survived on January 6th, where he said, I'm not going to get in the vehicle because I don't want to give our adversaries the fun of seeing us flee the capital of the United States.
It's such an important thing to note, the official response, the security response. There's also a political seismic event that's happening. I've been working the phone for the last hour, talking to Democrats and Republicans. So many top Democrats are telling me tonight that the story of the country for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, the aftermath of that debate in Atlanta, there's no talk now among top Democrats of trying to push President Biden out. Still
very heated phone calls just earlier today.
Just earlier today with President Biden, with different caucuses and different groups within the House of Representatives, so frustrated with him, voicing it to his face, or at least on the phone. Now you have Democrats tonight quiet. This is the story of the country right now, not Democratic frustration with President Biden.
They're not going to tell us that today.
There's a lot of unity beneath all the shock tonight. The convention will be
what did you say? I didn't hear what you
for
said.
a party that is
with some
Milwaukee. People are already talking about like when Ronald Reagan in 1981 went to the university for the commencement address after he was shot. That was that applause.
Well, who is it? I'm like, they're not going to tell us who it is tonight.
Yeah, the suspect has been killed. It's still relatively new for the people who are watching or just tuning in. So the suspect is dead. Now there's reports that the snipers got this suspect. It had also been reports that the suspect shot himself. So we don't know yet. And I thank everybody for tuning in and rocking with us. You're now watching Amana 78 live, and we are simulcasting on the People's Podcast. I am your host, V. Ben Israel. We're here with Amana 78, and we're just trying to keep y'all informed. We appreciate y'all liking, subscribing, and sharing. We appreciate it. Make sure y'all smash them bells on both channels. We're trying to get Amana's over 1,000 subs. And we're just going to keep y'all posted, man. That's why we're not doing too much talking, because we really don't know. We got a lot of little opinions here and there, but nobody knows yet. This is fresh. So we're just trying to allow the news to play, and we chiming in on little things we hear, giving our commentary.
Here and there.
But, here and there, That's what we're doing. Any chats we need to get caught up on?
I think that was it. Yeah. It's a couple people saying that it was staged. Somebody said, innocent patriot was killed behind Trump. And then Bulldog's house was wanting to know when this happened. This happened about 6:15 this evening.
So we talk about it was staged, meaning like Trump set it up to get himself shot.
I would assume.
Why? He was already winning. Landslide.
That's what I'm saying. He was so far ahead that this no, it wasn't no point to that. And then who stages them getting shot and somebody else getting shot too? Other people got shot. This wasn't staged.
To me, it would have made more sense if
Biden, who was signed up to die for something that was gonna happen anyway. Who the hell?
They just made this man. They just solidified him being president. This is the cherry on top.
Right. Well, my thing is, like, would you sign up to get shot for somebody to be elected president who was gonna be elected president anyway? That shit don't even make no sense.
Yeah. But that's I don't know where that thinking comes from.
He's not okay. Hold on. Bulldog. No, he just got wounded. He's not dead. He just got wounded.
And if you're trying to stage something, you don't shoot near the person's head. You shoot at their arm or something.
And you definitely don't pop it off in front of 15,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, like we were talking about earlier, this guy was so low to the ground, like he didn't plan on getting away. There was no plan for him to get away. This is like he was going to take him out, and that was the end of it.
Well, I don't know, because he was up on top of that shed or whatever, and he was, you know what I'm saying? I think he actually worked at that office.
Could be. I mean, we could speculate a lot. I mean, unfortunately, we ain't got no concrete information one way or the other to go on. So I know me personally, I don't gravitate to conspiracy theories. I like them. I like to entertain them, but it's too soon for them. But I mean, hell, 6:30, some of these conspiracy theories was coming out. And he had only been, 15 minutes had only gone by. Like people gravitate automatically to conspiracy theories based on nothing. Based on nothing. So I find it interesting. I find it all interesting. If, like I said, if anybody was going to stage getting shot, it should have been Biden. That would be the person that would have benefited from it. Or am I wrong?
Bulldog's House. Are you watching on V's channel? Yeah, it's definitely gonna dominate the news. Go ahead and be ready for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's on your channel.
The only thing that's gonna kill this news cycle is when Judge Earl gets recused. That'll be the next.
Yes. Yeah.
So we're gonna hear about this shooting until that happens.
Okay. Yeah. And well, I said, well, Brian Steele, he ain't no joke. He just keep hitting him. He keep hitting him.
Him and the other one that's on the other trial. What is it, Sadal?
Mm-hmm.
Both of them dudes is bad, man. They some serious lawyers, man.
Okay. All right, but we gotta take a minute and get Bulldog's House up to speed, because he is just walking into this period. We're gonna start from the very beginning. Okay. So Bulldog's House, Trump was having a campaign rally in was it Butler, Pennsylvania?
Butler, PA, yeah.
Yeah. So started about 6 o'clock. About 6:15, shots rang out. From different reports we're hearing, it's been anywhere from 5 on the low end to 8 on the high end. Shots rang out, as you can see in the video that's running. He grabs his ear and hits the ground. Come to find out, bullet did graze him, but while all of this is going on, there's still shots, being fired. So unfortunately, there were 3 people that we know of that were hit. One person, sadly didn't make it, and then we have at first report the second person was shot in the arm, but now they're saying that there are 2 people that are in critical condition. So Trump has been evaluated and released from the medical facility that he went to. So well, they're saying it wasn't like an official hospital.
Oh, okay.
Clinic. And the original plan as of right now is for him to go back to his house in New Jersey to prepare to leave in the morning for the Republican convention in Milwaukee. So that's where we at. Yeah, that's where we at right now.
Shout out to Jersey, by the way. Shout out to Jersey.
Who is this?
I think Hillary did it. I seen a meme earlier with Hillary.
I saw the blood.
Hillary was the sniper. I saw the meme earlier.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that shit was funny. It was funny though. Now, had it been in Connecticut, I would have believed it, but not PA. Hillary ain't strong in PA.
Okay, Brandon. So, Brandon, you say you live about 30 minutes from where all of this took place. Like, let us know what's happening in what's the scene now? Because in this type of situation, you're saying they started releasing people on like a staggered release. So, like, what's going on? What you say, Bulldog? Say he did. He got up and hit y'all with the fuck you with the Black Power fist. Yeah. He gave y'all the business.
It was a perfect picture.
Okay, people
the
still
sky
about
was perfectly blue. The American flag was there. He got his fist up.
Right. Nate, we didn't see that. Where I'm not gonna put it up for y'all, but I want to see it for myself. Where did you see it?
The picture?
He said it's an up close picture of the sniper dead.
Oh, I ain't seen that. Yeah,
right. That's what I was asking because I'm not gonna. I want to see it for me. I ain't gonna put it up for everybody else. Everybody can't. He gonna want to talk about Trump gonna pretend he got shot. Lord. You saw it on Twitter? Okay. Let's see what else we got going
on. The
White House says every couple
President Biden
replays they
and
seem to
former
have some
President Trump
information.
did speak this evening. In an on-camera comment, Biden said earlier, "There's no place in America for this type of violence." Our coverage of these unfolding events will continue on CBS News 24/7 and your late local news. And tomorrow we will bring you a special expanded coverage of this developing story anchored by our colleague John Dickerson starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Following that, I'll bring you Face the Nation. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Margaret Brennan. For all of us here at CBS.
Thank you, Margaret. We appreciate it.
We pray for democracy.
Exactly. And for the family of that person who died, because I'm real sure in the end, Trump gonna pay for their funeral. They'll probably go there and speak. So be looking for that.
Yeah.
So folks are still talking about this. This is not fake, y'all. People are wounded. Somebody's dead. Somebody's loved one went to this rally, and the next time they go see this person, they're gonna be laying on a damn slab. And somebody who just buried their mama, that shit ain't funny.
And they've been showing cell phone footage from people in the crowds. So I guess that's fake video too.
I guess.
People today, they just so quick. Everything is fake.
Yeah, everything is a skit. Everything is staged. Like, nah, we ain't doing this.
Everything is a skit. Don't believe your eyes. That's fascinating to me. Like, I was watching this rally live. Like, I wasn't, this ain't, This wasn't on no delay. I was watching it live, and 5 minutes into the speech, the bullets rang out. And we was trying to figure out what happened. Was that gunshots? Like, we didn't know right away what happened. We just know Trump ducked down. And then all of a sudden, the Secret Service was tackling him. Like,
right.
It wasn't until he stood up and raised his fists.
The crowd was killed. Others were injured.
The side of his head.
The former president walked on stage just after 6 p.m. Eastern time, and about 6 minutes later, we heard those shots. He's since been released from the hospital.
It is. This is sad.
News campaign reporter Jake Rosen joins us now on the phone. Jake, you were there at the rally.
Let's see what Jake say.
A witness. I want to play that for our viewers.
Former President Trump got up. He had some blood on his face. And I don't know if that was from the Secret Service tackling him, or I don't know what that was from.
Yeah. How are you feeling right now?
Distressed.
Yeah.
Obvious distress among people there. Jake, tell us more about where this person was and what the scene was like.
This person, Lana, and thank you for having me on. This man was standing there looking with tears in his eyes, staring at the scene unfolding before us as press got out of their crouched stance and got back on air. There were, his face was all red of anger, it seemed like. It was a hot day out in the sun, and, he turned to me and I just pulled my phone out and started talking, and he was on the side from where it sounded like the gunshots were coming from. It was not totally clear to me, but he did have a view just by leaning on the side of the press pen right next to where I was when the shots were fired, and saw this. And in my conversations with people on the way to the car, where I am now, safe here with security on the outside of the original security perimeter, people are angry, they're shocked. This is a family environment, Trump rallies. I know it may not seem like that to many people, but before the former president comes on, they're singing, dancing. People seem to reunite at these things. They seem to, celebrate the former president and his accomplishments and want him back in office. This is a committed group of people. And it just seems like that sense of family was certainly disrupted tonight. And that man was just one example that I captured today.
And you certainly can understand the shock. We all felt that shock when we saw that, when we witnessed it in real time here. I have to also mention that we could hear somebody yelling about the news media as you were having that conversation, as you were attempting to have that conversation. There was a lot of anger, it seems like, that was also pointed at members of the press. We also saw, Jake, some folks in the audience who were upset and angry, as you mentioned, and looking for an outlet.
Yeah, and I think, certainly for these people and where they get their news from, they certainly see Democrats and, the mainstream media or liberal media, however they frame it, or see it themselves as part of the problem in this country when things are clung on to and amplified up. We saw it after January 6th on the Democratic side, but I think this was the validation that a lot of people but the validation that proved a lot of people thinking maybe about the state of the country. You can hear the shrieking in the background behind you. There were people flipping us off, people trying to shake their risers. Thankfully, Secret Service and our security protected us and tried to get people out. But people turned to us and turned to the pool camera, which shot the video of the former president. They turned to all the anchors still on air and the correspondents on air, and we're trying to shake us and yelling at us that we caused this. And certainly, that is just one part of the equation here, but that was the initial reaction of what we saw here in Butler.
And Jake, I know that you also spoke with an emergency room physician who was attending somebody who was injured in the crowd. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I saw one other reporter talking to this man, and I called him over as Secret Service was trying to escort everyone, including press, and get us to pack our stuff up as soon as we could to get out of the venue. There were tears in his eyes too. There was blood all over his shoes and a little bit on his shirt. He told me that he did CPR on someone who was shot. He said he heard screams after the gunshots were fired and someone saying someone was shot. He said that he ran over, tried to do CPR on the person, but he said that they were unresponsive from the time he got there, that there was blood and brain matter spewed all over the bleachers, which we could see as they were finally cleared out and crime tape was set up. There was a lot of blood on the bleachers. And this man was one of the heroes on the scene today, trying to do what's right You know, in a country that feels so divided, he was just the perfect example of trying to do the right thing when the moment's tight.
All right. Jake Rosen, campaign reporter for CBS News there at the event today. Thank you. CBS News campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi also joins us. You were there as well. I want to play for our viewers some of the moments that you captured from this event.
Oh my gosh. Okay?
Yes, no.
We're okay.
Olivia, we can hear some of the panic in your voice. Tell us what it was like for you.
I know. Yeah, Lana, the video captures it all. It was a terrifying moment. I was up at the front of the risers. You know, we were expecting a different kind of announcement today from former President Trump. We were expecting potentially a vice presidential announcement. So I was up there and I was waiting, and all of a sudden we heard several loud booms. And I got pulled to the ground by one of my colleagues that was there. And I pulled out my phone and I started filming. And you can hear some of the shots ringing out as they continue to hit towards the crowd. And at one point, I popped my head up and you can hear one of my colleagues say, "Get down, get down." And I continued to capture it as it was going on. And I could hear and see the crowd starting to rise a little bit. You could see Donald Trump at the end there. He's surrounded by security as they're trying to get him off the stage. And he's pumping his fist. He's kind of refusing to go at one point, resisting going with them until, you know, the crowd cheers and he mouths fight on, and then he was taken off the stage. And in the moments after, we could hear the motorcade quickly departing the scene, and then it was just utter chaos. People weren't sure they should leave, if they should stay. Secret Service flooded the area, cops flooded the area, and we stayed for about, a half hour after, and I could see the rest of the scene unfolding. And on the bleachers to the left of where Trump was speaking, there was blood on the bleachers. There was leftover water bottles, signs, and there was blood. And I could see police starting to unfold yellow tape, crime scene tape, to make sure that that area was roped off so that no one could get over there. And you could start to see a lot of cops coming in. And then at one point, Secret Service ushered everyone out. And this is an active crime scene that we're at right now. As I'm standing here in this field where all of these cars are, no one is able to leave. They're still on lockdown right now as we're waiting for that to lift so that people can leave. People are waiting. They're getting agitated, upset. And it's just been a very, very long afternoon into evening here, Lana.
And Olivia, we are glad you are well. We are glad that others are well, but we know that that the president, we have heard, is doing fine. We believe that there is at least one fatality. Do we know anything more about other injuries among the crowd?
Well, we could see from where we were that Trump's ear appeared to be bloody, and we could see some of the blood that was on the side of his face. It was indescribable to see the former president up on stage looking like that. I've been to dozens, if not hundreds, of these rallies, and we go through an intensive screening process. I mean, it takes sometimes hours just to get into some of these events because they go through your bag meticulously. Now, we know that this person who did this shooting, there's a lot of details we don't know, but we do know that it wasn't within the rally perimeter.
Yeah.
But it was just extraordinary to see the former president hurt like that.
All right. Olivia Rinaldi for us, Aaron Butler. Thank you. You have been watching our breaking news coverage on the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
You still here, V? You on mute?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let's see what else we got going on. Hold on. What's going on, Mrs. She Said? How you going?
I'm hungry right now. I've been looking at Bulldog's House channel, and I want some breakfast.
Really?
That's all I got to say, man. You got me hungry.
I know,
Shout
right?
out to Bulldog's channel.
I can dig it.
Don't be coming over here with no damn food, Bulldog. We greedy over here.
For real.
It look good too. That's all I know.
What do you got?
I'm gonna check it. But I'm gonna check his channel out. Make sure if you're still in my chat, drop a link to your channel in my chat so other people can subscribe to Bulldog's House. I'm gonna check his channel out later on and see what it's about. But we spread the love over here.
Right. Let's see what else we got popping. What else going on? That's what we know so far. Chaos, Assassination. CBS is still a bunch of people watching that damn commercial. Let's see what ABC talking about. Oh, he right. He don't have a wrench. Hold on. I got you. Hold on.
Who don't have?
Yeah, if you don't have a wrench, you can't post in folks' chats.
Oh, okay. We'll take.
I got it. I got it. Hold on.
Okay.
I got him. To the channel. Okay. Damn, they do look good though. Oh, Jesus. There you go. It's in there now. That part.
What part?
We're saying just because people looked in that direction, that doesn't mean that's the direction that the shot came from.
Yeah, exactly. They was assuming it came from his right side because he was shot on his right ear.
Right. But now keep in mind, he was kind of turned to the side.
Yeah, he was turned to his right side. So what I think is the person was either facing him or slightly right of him. And like I told you about that bullet, Trump was animated. He was moving. So I think he was trying to shoot him in the head. And because Trump moved, he got hit in the ear.
Mm-hmm.
But it was somewhere to the right of him. And because, like I said, that rifle and it comes with a suppressor on some models built into it. It sounds like a clap. It doesn't sound like a traditional rifle or like a hard gunshot. It kind of sounds like a clap, a loud clap, especially from a distance. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of videos on YouTube. That's the one I pulled up was the HK SP5 rifle. If you search for it that way, it'll give you a variety of them. H&K is the most popular one. Hatchler and Catch or whatever it is. But there's a few variations of it. Of that rifle, and it looks just like an AR. Like if you see somebody walking down the street carrying it, you would assume that they're carrying an AR.
Mm-hmm.
But the big difference is that ammunition.
Okay, let's see what we got. On ABC,
they was aiming for his head, man. They wasn't playing. They were trying to take it out.
Okay.
They were trying to blow his head off.
Known associates and relatives to see what they can learn, but they are wanting to make sure that they have everything contained. At this point, the belief is there was just one, and they are working to confirm that now.
Aaron, thank you. And just a reminder to our viewers, what you're seeing, these are aerial images coming in from our affiliate in Pennsylvania there. And it gives you a sense of just all the different rooftops and the buildings nearby. And as the camera pulls back, there you see where the American flag is hanging, where former President Trump was speaking at the time. So plenty of buildings nearby. The Secret Service goes around and tries to clear that space in advance. but something happened here.
I can't
We don't
tell.
have the answers to what went wrong or if there was some kind of security lapse. I do want to bring in Pierre Thomas, who's also been following along, talking to law enforcement. Pierre, you know that you've been getting word from the Secret Service. They have briefed the President Biden on this. They always do a perimeter scan of the area ahead of time, but a lot of questions about how this happened tonight.
Indeed, and we already have the House Oversight Committee calling on the Secret Service Director to appear at a hearing later this month to talk about what went wrong here. They're clearly deeply concerned about what took place. We also, Whit, can tell you that the FBI is on the scene right now at that venue, looking at the evidence. The ATF is also there securing any rounds that were fired. The FBI, as Aaron mentioned, has that they were trying to narrow down to make sure that they have precisely the right suspects so that they can make sure that they're doing the appropriate and very focused investigation. The other thing I would share with you is that we spent some time in recent weeks with the Secret Service as they were preparing for the conventions. And one of them in particular, who was a part of the counter assault team, told me specifically that they had to prepare for the lone wolf in addition to organized terrorist attempts.
There ain't nothing wrong with that,
everything was on the table.
And
he was making the point that it's all quite serious. It was all quite real. And even though they will face some scrutiny tonight, we saw a lot of the training that they showed us in play tonight. The notion, as you mentioned, Whit, that they formed a human shield. They're taught to walk into gunfire, to form this human shield around the president or any other protectee. And we, in an eerie way, saw that play out today in real time. Just stunning to see, Whit.
And Pierre, it's also, to your reporting there, you mentioned the lone wolf. This is something that you've been talking about, law enforcement has been warning about for a long time, because it's one thing for them to track the political rhetoric, the chatter online, if you will, but they talk about this, it's nearly impossible. If you have one lone person who has a grudge, something they want to carry out, you can protect the perimeter as much as you can, but you can never guarantee 100% safety.
Indeed, Whit. And again, the key is, who was this person communicating? Did they put anything on social media? Sometimes they do. Oftentimes they do put something out there that gives some kind of warning sign, but sometimes they don't. That's the key tonight. The key tonight is, who is this person? What can they find out about him? Were there other people involved? Did anyone else know? Those are the critical questions. We expect we'll get more answers tomorrow. Again, they have a name, at least one name. I was told two. They're narrowing this down, but they want to know everything possible before they begin to speak anything about this particular suspect.
And we are standing by, and that information has been coming in throughout the hours this evening. Pierre Thomas, thank you again for your reporting. Let's bring in Josh Drespling. He's one of the witnesses who was there at the rally tonight in Pennsylvania. Josh, we've been hearing from others who were there and the awful scenes that they saw before their very eyes. Walk us through where you were and what you saw and heard.
I was approximately the center of the crowd on the ground, the center of the crowd facing the podium, a little bit off to the right, about 50 yards back. I heard, like your other witness has been saying, what I thought was fireworks, and there was an initial pop followed by two more, then a sequence of 4 or 5, possibly 6 more rounds, and saw Trump go down, and then there was like this kind of eerie silence. Everybody kind of dropped to their knees, and everybody was just kind of like, is this really happening? It was very surreal and kind of unnerving. And from my vantage point, I saw the 2 injured people that were off to the left in the stands, and I made my way over there and was able to capture a video of those 2 gentlemen being brought out and worked on by EMS and military personnel and state police. Like I said, it was just kind of a surreal situation to see something like this go down in our country.
Josh, I can't imagine. And we're actually looking at this video that you shared with us right now, and you see the emergency personnel coming down the stairs of the stands there at one point, holding a person who we had to blur the image, appeared to be in grave danger. What was that the moment when you knew that this was real?
A few moments before that, it clicked in my head. At first, like I said, it kind of sounded like fireworks, and then the progressive shots, and then he saw Trump go down and the Secret Service surround him, and it was just like, oh, this is not a joke kind of thing. It wasn't somebody playing around with fireworks or whatever, and once they start bringing people out that were injured, and and it became more than real at that moment.
And Josh, we've been hearing from so many witnesses tonight, really just a range of emotions from sadness to anger. Obviously their hearts going out to the people who were injured and killed. What's on your mind tonight?
You bring that up. I got multiple calls from friends, family, and relatives who knew I was heading out that way today, and were like, "Are you okay?" Or, it was just everybody. Across the country, the other side of the country, I have friends that were calling me and harkened back to me being there. But moments before Trump came on stage, there was a young man, 20, 30 something, with a child on his shoulders. It couldn't have been more than a year old, and he was up there patting dad on the top, on his hat, on his MAGA hat, Make America Great hat, and, pointing at people and laughing and having a good time in the sun. And, as it's going on, that the image of that little kid ran through my head, and it was just, where is this kid now while all these people were on all fours on the ground being afraid of being shot, which, like I said, once again, made it very surreal and unnerving.
We've been talking tonight about how this is no doubt going to be a big test for this country, right? What do we do next? As the American people, our politicians, how do we respond to this kind of
violence?
Because
we're supposed to be better than this.
What are your concerns going forward?
Man, if I had to answer to all that, I would be running for president. But I just feel it's going to divide our two-party system even further. I've already seen things online where people were saying, "Oh, this was a fake," and this, all these different conspiracy theories, which is just like, oh, great, we can't just, agree to disagree and work together kind of thing. But, only time will tell what the response to this will be.
Well, Josh, thank you so much for your time tonight. And our thoughts go out to you and your family, of course, the victims, everyone who was there and witnessed all of this. We appreciate sharing your thoughts.
All right. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Thank you. Let's go back to Rick Klein in Milwaukee. This, of course, is the site where the Republican National Convention is supposed to happen. That was supposed to be the big political news in the coming days. And obviously, everything has taken a dramatic and tragic turn here. Rick, what else are you hearing from officials there on the ground?
As of now, there's nothing about the convention's 4 days that are set to change. I've talked to convention officials and Republican Party officials and Trump campaign officials throughout the day, and they have been adamant that nothing is changing. The intention per president, the former president, is to be here in Milwaukee to greet delegates throughout the week. A little unclear around the timing, what exactly day he will be here, but the formal process of nominating him for president and at some point nominating his vice presidential candidate, which he has not chosen yet, will take place as scheduled as of now. But all other events right now are being scrutinized. There were some welcome parties tonight that have been canceled. Tomorrow, there's a major event, some 15,000 people expected, an outdoor welcome reception that right now has to be reevaluated in terms of its basics. And I just can't stress enough how a convention is about more than just one venue. As our colleague John Carl reported earlier, you can secure and lock down the venue itself where Donald Trump will get the nomination, where the delegates will but they are staying at hotels spread across this city and across parts of Wisconsin. They are having receptions. They're having parties. They're having dinners. They're having breakfasts. Often members of Congress are walking around. There are so many potential security threats or incidents or soft spots that are going to be walking around the city of Milwaukee in the next couple of days that it has people on edge and reevaluating in real time. This has been a wild and chaotic day. I'll tell you, you arrive in a convention city, people are excited. I was on the plane with a couple of delegates who were going to be here for the first time, texting with them tonight. It is a totally different feeling. They are just saying prayers for Donald Trump, prayers for our country. Everything seems different about the atmospherics, even though the event itself is going on as scheduled.
Yeah, everything absolutely is different. And as the event goes on as scheduled, no doubt there will be changes perhaps that they're not discussing or not aware of at the moment. Rick Klein, thank you. Let's bring in Paul Eckloff, who we were speaking with earlier, a former Secret Service, to dig deeper into this, because Paul, it's one thing to say the events move forward as scheduled, but once the Secret Service and law enforcement, the FBI, take a closer look, no doubt there will be some changes ahead. Concerns just in terms of the challenges of this convention?
My concerns for the convention would be far different than for the campaign event and the tragedy that we saw today. The Republican convention is designated a national special security event, which allows the Secret Service to partner with far more federal partners on the ground and even the military. The Secret Service does not just worry about bullets and lone assassins, though that is historically what we see. There are chemical, biological, radiological threats that can emerge from any number of locations and vectors. And then you also have to realize, and what led to today, is the open society and the free country that we live in. They also have to be very cognizant of the ability of people with counter views to protest and demonstrate and have their views heard. So we exist where privacy, security, and safety, there is always a trade-off, a risk tolerance. And obviously that will have to be tightened up. Campaign events will likely look very different. What we saw today was an absolute success of a textbook response of the agents on the ground, covering, shielding. What went from a joyful campaign event within minutes turned into an active shooter scenario until within the video that I have seen, within less than a second, the counter sniper operative neutralized the shooter. And the president was able to be evacuated safely to the hospital, which is also planned. But the planning for a national special security event is extremely comprehensive. I know many of the agents on the ground in Milwaukee today, and they are among the best in government service.
So, Paul, we hear law enforcement frequently talk about so-called soft targets, right? Large gatherings where maybe there isn't the same sort of police presence. We've been hearing about this welcoming party where there are supposed to be 15,000 people there. What changes do you expect could be made there?
For the convention or for the event
for the convention? What specifically, forgive me, Paul, I'm just getting some information now. We're getting, this is a live picture. Stand by, Paul. This is a live picture of President Biden right now coming in, heading back to Washington. Remember, he was in Rehoboth, Delaware for the weekend. But once this event unfolded, he came to the microphones.
He made it upstairs, y'all, without
a conversation with former President Donald Trump over the phone tonight, which in and of itself is a remarkable development, considering these two men almost never speak to each other, even at the debate a couple of weeks ago, hardly acknowledged each other, except for when they were speaking during the debate. So there is the president right now leaving, heading back to Washington. No doubt there's a lot that the president will need to cover in the coming days. Obviously, he was briefed by his advisors. We're also told that he was briefed by the Secret Service, and there are changes coming. It is not going to be business as usual in the campaign. It's not going to be business as usual at the White House. Changes are coming. The rhetoric has already changed. And obviously, after this event that happened today in Pennsylvania, the campaign events going forward and what the president is able to do, what the Secret Service lets President Biden or former President Trump do going forward, remains to be seen. Let's go back to Aaron Katersky, because our senior investigative correspondent has been getting new information. Aaron, what more can you say?
Well, we're going to hear from the police in Butler, Pennsylvania within the hour, we expect. So we should learn a little bit more from their perspective. But in the meantime, Governor Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania says Trump has left the area under the protection of the U.S. Secret Service, and he is headed out of the state, we expect. Now, where he goes, we'll wait to see. We know that he's expected in Milwaukee. He may stop home first. Could be in New Jersey. Could be somewhere else. But the former president is now out of the area in Pennsylvania after receiving some medical treatment there, and we're expecting to hear from the police locally in a short while.
Aaron, thank you. Let's go back to Rachel Scott, who's been there in Butler, Pennsylvania, there all day. for the event and then the events that unfolded afterwards. Rachel, we're getting word now former President Trump has left the hospital, is now leaving the area. Are we getting any sense, any reporting? What comes next in the next day or so before the convention?
Yeah, and this is really coming at a time where we are just 2 days out from the Republican National Convention. This was the former president's last rally here in Pennsylvania, this critical battleground state. There was so much anticipation around this rally because he still has yet to announce his running mate. And so there was a lot of eyes on this rally in particular until this happened, until these chaotic scenes played out, the attempted assassination of a former president, presumptive Republican nominee. We now are getting word that the former president is now leaving Pennsylvania. It's unclear how quickly he would go back over to Milwaukee, where the Republican National Convention will be. We're also hearing word tonight that law enforcement is now preparing a sort of press briefing to provide an update to the press and to the American people about what occurred here. I can tell you that we have been here since 3 p.m. and this is the first time that I've heard this sort of silence and sort of an eerie feeling still here on the ground. We're the last camera crew that is here. There are a few people that are here whose belongings are still inside. They just took with them what they could as they were fleeing the area. They're still waiting to get access to their backpacks, their purses, their car keys, even to just drive home. They're hoping to get that in the coming hours. Law enforcement officials have been coming out telling them that it may take longer than a couple of hours. It may not happen until tomorrow. We've seen a flurry of law enforcement officials sort of congregating over on my right side behind me as they continue their investigation into what exactly happened here and how all of these events unfolded. But this scene was a couple hours ago so lively. People were excited to go to this rally. As I said, there was so much anticipation around it. And then that panic that set in with just minutes of the former president taking the stage. He had just arrived to cheering crowds. And then we heard those pops, those gunshots going off one right after another, after another, after another. And obviously the frantic chaos that ensued with Trump supporters ducking for cover, scrambling to help. We talked to one man earlier today who was a physician. This was his very first Trump rally. He told me that he was near the person who was ultimately shot and killed. He rushed in to try and help. He said ultimately it was too late. He left here not too long ago after talking to the FBI. So we know that they're continuing these rounds of interviews with the eyewitnesses that saw exactly what unfolded here just hours ago, Whit.
And Rachel, we know that there were children in the crowd, kids on the shoulders of their parents. We spoke to a local mayor whose wife was pregnant, who dove to the floor, to protect his traumatizing stories that no doubt these folks are going to have to deal with and recover from in the days ahead. And Rachel, you mentioned sort of like the eerie scene there, but still that American flag illuminated over your right shoulder. Still a big test to come for this country. Rachel, thank you so much once again. Let's go back to Pierre Thomas in Washington, because Pierre, we are awaiting this police press conference. Are you getting a sense of what we're likely to hear in the coming moments?
Well, I'm being told by my sources that the FBI has identified the shooter. They believe they have a specific identity on the shooter. They are not releasing the name as of right now in terms of who this person is. I'm told the investigation is still at a very critical stage. They do not want any information released about the suspect until they can be absolutely certain that this person acted alone. The operating assumption right now is that this was a lone wolf, but again, it's a critical stage of the investigation as they scour over every bit of information they can find about this particular person. What was his recent history? Who was he communicating with? Did he post anything on social media? Again, male suspect. They expect to brief, give some basic information about the case thus far. Not expected to name him just yet, although that could change.
And Pierre, just to recap, as viewers might just be turning in, we're getting more information. You said that they likely identified the shooter, but haven't released that information yet. However, we have learned that they say that the shooter is a male, and the information that you're also getting about his position on the rooftop, what we know about that shooter's final moments.
Absolutely. 200 to 300 yards away, we've been able to see the position. The FBI has a photograph that they're working on. Our sources are confirming they believe that is the suspect. They know the vantage point. We're told that the shooter was taken out by a Secret Service counter sniper. That's how he was neutralized, killed by the Secret Service. Law enforcement officials, again, are now at the scene, FBI at the scene. The ATF will help oversee the ballistics evidence. The FBI is taking the lead because this is being investigated as a assassination plot. Now, again, the FBI director, the Secret Service director, the Attorney General, all briefed the President of the United States tonight. Also, the National Security Advisor was briefed. So you can see by the breadth of the people who were involved, they're trying to assess what are the national security implications of this situation, because obviously it's the former president, leading candidate, running in the campaign for the Republicans, convention about to take place. It's such a critical moment, and law enforcement knows they got to get this right. The Secret Service will have to answer some questions about why that particular rooftop was not covered. There are already hearings being called on to be held in Washington this month. That will be a postmortem. But right now, the emphasis is on that suspect and whether there's anything to indicate anyone knew anything about this and whether he had any support.
And those security implications are significant because this is the peak of the campaign. We've got the Republican convention this week. We've got the Democratic convention happening in August. Everything is supposed to ramp up in the coming months. And now they're going to have to reassess in each campaign how they move forward, how they carry out these events. Pierre Thomas, thanks again. Once again, a reminder to our viewers, too, we're awaiting at any moment a press conference from law enforcement. We do expect to get more information. Pierre pointed out that law enforcement, they do believe that they have a suspect identified, but are not releasing that identity just yet. Another one of our correspondents, Aaron Katursky, our senior investigative correspondent who's been working on this, is joining us now with more. And Aaron, do you have a sense of what else we could hear tonight?
I think we're going to hear a little bit about logistics. You heard Rachel mention how there's still people waiting for access to the venue to try to retrieve belongings. You may hear a little bit more about the Pennsylvania authorities and how they were able to assist in neutralizing the shooter, who was officially the Secret Service has taken down by a counter sniper. We know that there were plenty of police involved, and whether local officers were the ones who may have been first to identify that this person was headed for an adjacent rooftop. So all of that is still to come with, but the most urgent focus is on who this shooter is, but perhaps a local man, and why, and then of course secondarily why that rooftop was made available, why that was an option for him to try and climb up there.
Exactly, because
so
that's the part I want to
300
get
yards
into.
from the former president.
Yeah, one of the many questions
Yeah,
that need to be
thing we wanna
answered
get to.
in the coming days. Aaron, thank you once again. Let's go back to Mark Updegrove, a presidential historian and contributor of ours who's been joining us. And Mark, earlier when we spoke, I asked you about some historical perspective on assassination attempts in this country. But now I'm curious, as we've been talking about political violence, as we've been talking about the rhetoric, can you recall a period in recent history that compares to what we're experiencing right now?
I think I would go back to 1968. 1968 was an enormously turbulent and tempestuous year in the life of our nation. We had seen the war in Vietnam drag out. We had seen North Koreans take a U.S. ship and hold American sailors captive. But in particular, we saw the assassinations of Martin Luther King in April of 1968, followed by the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy in June of 1968. It was an enormously dangerous and volatile time in our history. And I think it reflected the divisions in our country at the same time. 1968 really shook this country to its very foundations. And we see the divisions that we see today are somewhat reminiscent of what we had in the late 1960s with.
Mark, I got to say, in conversations I've been having with people recently, before this event even happened, there was this comparison to the 1960s, which, as you noted, was such a traumatic time for this country and pivotal in terms of all sorts of change that came after that. I think the idea that we are heading into a period that is anything close to that is frightening for a lot of people.
It was and should be. I think we were tested as much as we have been in the modern era by the turbulence of the 1960s. And I think a lot of people what the future of this country looked like. We went from that into the 1970s, which also had some uncertainty about it. We went into the Watergate scandal and the Vietnam War dragged out. So there was more uncertainty in that. But ultimately, we came out of those periods stronger, as we saw in the 1980s and into the 1990s. There is a cycle around this, but it is a very dangerous and disturbing time in our history. As we saw today, it's a poor reflection of where we are as a society.
Once you're president, you always
and as
get
we've
that
been talking
designation.
about throughout the evening here, as we're watching this live picture, once again, all of these images today, moments in history, President Biden en route back to Washington, D.C. After the events that unfolded today in Pennsylvania, the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Let's go to Mary Bruce right now, our chief White House correspondent. And Mary, we're seeing President Biden on Air Force One heading back to Washington, presumably right there at the White House in the coming moments.
He should be back here at the White House within the hour, with the president cutting short his planned weekend at his beach house in Delaware so that he can continue to monitor and track all of these developments as they unfold. We do know that he has been obviously continually briefed throughout the evening. He's going to be meeting here at the White House tomorrow morning with his Homeland Security team and other law enforcement officials. And of course, he did, as we know, actually speak to Donald Trump tonight, though we know little about what was actually said in that phone call. The White House remaining mum on what that conversation entailed. The president was asked a question about how that call went as he boarded the plane a few moments ago. He did not engage the press on that one. But we, of course, heard from the president earlier in the day, reaching out to the president, or the former president, offering his prayers to him, saying he was glad that he was safe and doing well. And then, of course, the president issuing this really forceful condemnation of this violence that we are seeing in this country, saying that it is sick, that there's no place in America for this kind of violence, and saying that it's one of the reasons why we have to unite the country. Of course, this completely upends the race for this White House. It changes everything. There is no question about that. There will be plenty of time to unpack the politics of all of this, of course, but we are at least, getting a sense right now. The president's team and his hit the pause button. We're not sure how his schedule may change, but they are pulling all of their ads off of the air to try and use this as a moment to unite the country, arguing that this is not a time for politics. The former president's team, we are getting a sense of how they are going to lean into this, it seems. The Trump campaign has sent out a fundraising pitch, and in it they say, "I will never surrender." The president's team saying, "They're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the way." I think we are going to see a big shift, perhaps, in the kind of messaging that is coming out of these campaigns. I'm sure this is something that both teams are discussing and trying to figure out tonight. But for right now, the president reacting to this first as president, not as a candidate necessarily yet.
Yes, they're trying to figure this out in real time, moment by moment. Mary Bruce, thank you. And again, we are awaiting a press conference coming up from law enforcement involved in this investigation to give us an update on what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, that assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. But on some of those same notes there, I want to bring in Rick Klein, our political director, who once again is in Milwaukee at the site of the Republican National Convention. And Rick, on the point that Mary was making there about the Biden campaign trying to reassess everything and pause the campaign, or at least, some of the ads and some of the rhetoric.
Yeah, I be trying to pause that bullshit.
Very important moment, not only for the former president, President Biden, who's been under extreme pressure from his...
Exactly.
Now they trying to act like they're doing Donald a favor, Yeah, we're going, he got shot, we're going to tone it down. No, bullshit. That shit y'all was saying wasn't working. Trump is going to do the opposite. He going to ramp his shit up.
The polls have shown that so many Americans have those kind of doubts, those kind of questions. And now comes this moment to challenge.
Talking about fight.
Mary's point, where he's got to be a president first and a candidate second. I can tell you from based on the conversations I've had already here, Donald Trump does not intend to.
I mean, but why would he was the one that got? You know what I'm saying? He was the one that got shot. I mean, why would he not? Why would he not talk about it?
This is the BS spin. You know, he is going to use. Trump is a marketing genius. He may be a lot of things. He is crazy as cat shit. We know this. But one thing Trump is he's a marketing genius. He is going to find a way to market the hell out of this. Trust me. Trust me. I can't wait. This Monday, first of all, Monday, the polls is going to be crazy. I can't wait till Monday morning to see what the polls are going to be. And, oh, man, he going to be ramped up. I'm telling you. He going to look like 50 Cent in Get Rich and Die Trying. He going to come out on stage. He need to take off his shirt. He need to have a briefcase with a MAGA hat in it. Go out there, don't say nothing. Do like Michael Jackson did with that Billie Jean shit. When he walked out on stage, he ain't say nothing. And then he was carrying a briefcase. And in the briefcase was the glove and his hat. Them people went crazy. Now, if Trump does something like that up there in Milwaukee, come out there on stage with a briefcase, don't say nothing. You know the crowd gonna be going crazy already. They're gonna be like, USA, USA. He don't say nothing. Set his briefcase down, open it up, and pull out that MAGA hat and slide it on. Game over. Finish him. Flawless victory.
You need to write that down and send that over there, child. That's dramatic as hell.
All you got to do is stand up there on stage like 50 did at the end to Get Rich and Die Trying, when he took off his bulletproof vest and raised his hands wide, like, y'all want me, come get me. Oh, man.
This shit is crazy.
Somebody from the RNC need to contact me. What's his name? Michael Steele. Somebody, y'all need to reach out and holler at your boy. Holler at your boy. I'll get y'all the black vote, as y'all say. I'll get y'all the black man vote. I can do that.
You gonna deliver the black vote?
I'll deliver the black man vote. You know, I can't about the women. I can't guarantee nothing with them. But I can get you the black man vote. And because we're gonna talk about the black jobs that everybody mad over. And I had that
child. When I say I'm so tired of hearing about folks trying to be mad about jobs, I'll cut the foolishness.
I had that crowd so lit. Boy, then they put me up there and see what happened. Go ahead and put
exactly
me up there.
what he's talking about.
The shit that he can't say. Because I'm the people's champion. That brings us to the public service announcement. Thank all of our new subscribers. We really appreciate whether
welcome.
Y'all are here on Amanaz 78 or you're on my channel, the People's Podcast, whichever way you are viewing us. We appreciate the likes. We appreciate the new subscribers. I can't talk tonight, but we appreciate y'all. I'm making up words. I'm stumbling. I need some tea.
We appreciate your participation in the chat as well.
But make sure y'all like, subscribe, and share wherever you are. Definitely subscribe to Amanaz because we're trying to get her over 1,000 so we can get her monetized. We definitely need the likes right now. We in the algorithm right now, y'all. We in the rhythm. We in the rhythm of the night right now. So we liking it. Y'all doing a great job. For y'all trolls out there, I ain't forgot about y'all. He ain't talked to us all night. He ain't said nothing about it. I ain't forgot y'all. I normally don't talk to y'all over here, but I'm gonna do it tonight. We y'all don't want to be here. Don't be here. Move around. There's plenty of places to be out here in the YouTube streets. But we appreciate y'all if you're gonna be here. Mind your manners when you over here. It's the real space over here. You're getting it real and raw over here. And we're going to respond to you. We're going to react to you. This is interactive entertainment. You got Amanaz, your host. You got me co-hosting over here. And y'all know who I am. I am the most electrifying content creator here in the edutainment space. Your main man, the Ben Israel. We appreciate y'all. They done shot our boy, y'all. They done shot our boy. He need to come out to he need to change his theme song to Who Shot You? Oh no, Made You Look by Nas. That's what he need to change it to.
Nothing about that Biggie Smalls. Don't do that to the people.
Nah, he could play that. He could play the instrumental on Biggie.
Can't scare the folk. They ain't ready.
You know, he could play that, come out to that. Now he can't do the Hit Me Up. Hit Me Up is too raw.
Yeah.
He can't do Hit Me Up. But he could do Biggie, instrumental Biggie, Who Shot You? And he could do Nas Made You Look. He could do that. And that alone will get the black man vote. You know how many black people will go crazy? All they got to do is hear that Biggie music. They ain't even got to hear the lyrics. Just hear the music. Yo, Trump came out to Biggie, y'all. What?
Yeah.
And Trump is from New York, too. He can get away with that. See, Biden can't get away with that. But Trump could definitely get away with that being from New York. Oh, man. I'm excited right now. I know my man got shot. I'm glad he's alive. I was really, honestly, I was stunned at first. And it kind of took me back to our godfather of style, the late, great Kevin Samuels, the night he died. And that stunned me. I was truly stunned. And if y'all don't believe me, I went live during that night. You can go back on my channel and watch it. I was very hurt. And I was getting that way until I saw Trump climb up on that podium and raise that fist up. I was like, oh!
Mm-hmm.
People, when I was in the damn Golden Corral, the people thought I was crazy and shit. The lady thought I was calling her, you want my sweet tea? Yeah, baby. Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay.
But a lot of people in there, nobody knew. Because it had just happened. So none of them people was watching news like I was. I was sitting there eating my salad, watching the news, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on? What's going on? My man next to me. Yo, Trump just got
wait a minute. Hold up. The police on. Hold on. The police on.
Oh, shit.
I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Pittsburgh field office. The first thing I want to say is that the FBI stands with the people of Butler County in Western Pennsylvania, and our hearts go out to the victims of this heinous act which occurred today. This is our community, and I want to let the public know that the FBI has deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia. We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done. Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene, who saw anything, who identified any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler. This evening, we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly
to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that the state police have been in regular contact with the governor's office, and the full support and assets of the entire agency are behind the FBI and our other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape, or form, and we stand ready to participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation. To give you an operational rundown, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss the operational portion that's being conducted by the Pennsylvania State Police. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Good evening. So let me describe for you a little bit about the scene that we have over there. As you know, there was a grandstand, a very large area, a lot of people there when this all unfolded. The former president had come out and begun to speak shortly after 6 o'clock this evening, and within about 10 to 15 minutes, a number of sounds were heard, and it became apparent that shots were being fired in that direction. It was a chaotic scene. Law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. PSP had a significant presence on the scene along with all of our federal partners at the time of the shooting. We have since enhanced that presence significantly, bringing in resources from all over the Commonwealth to ensure that we have a speedy, thorough investigation. We are working very closely with the FBI as we work through this. As you can imagine, because of the variety of crimes that have been committed, some are under federal jurisdiction, some are under state jurisdiction. And so, we're working through all of that, not an issue at all. We work seamlessly, but the FBI has maintained the lead on the attempted assassination. PSP will take the lead on the homicide and the shootings of the other individuals in the grandstand area. And so there are a lot of witnesses to be interviewed, a lot of things to be processed. There were some complicators that hopefully the next time we speak, we can describe for you, but some complicators slowed down some of the processing and the positive identification of the shooter. But know that at this time, we have no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. We are doing everything we can to make sure that this is thoroughly investigated, and that if there is any information developed that anyone else was involved, that between PSP and the FBI, that will very quickly be followed up on. So I think at this time, we would open it up to questions from all of you.
Was this a lone wolf attack?
Again, I think it's too early to say that. We have one shooter tentatively identified, but we're not stopping there. We're following up on a lot of information. It will be some time until we can conclusively say or answer that question, I think.
How long do you think that crowd was hiding up there? We saw the snipers up there, as the crowd kind of mulling in and looking up pretty good. We want to check everyone else. How long did that guy have out there?
Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but that will all be part of the investigation. But I can tell you that preliminarily, it appears everything unfolded very quickly. So, again, we'll have more information on that, but it's just too early to start definitively saying this happened at this exact time.
The side of the security perimeter, right? That building was on the outside of it?
That's correct.
How far outside of it?
We'll have that information for you. It was some distance outside of the
Colonel, can you comment on reports that there were people who saw
someone on the roof and tried to alert authorities?
We're following up on those. I will tell you that I am aware of those, and I am aware that law enforcement had
There's been
responded
way
to a
too many of
number
those
of
for my
reports of
taste.
suspicious activity. The specific response to this will be all part of the. But yes, law enforcement was responding to check on several suspicious occurrences.
What were the others?
That'll all be part of the investigation.
I think I'd like to.
County, Pennsylvania. Is there anything else? Did he have any affiliation with that company? Do you know?
So again, we're not prepared at this time to provide the identity.
Forgive us here. We are having a couple of hits to the signal here with this press conference that's happening right now in Pennsylvania. Let's see if it comes back. If it doesn't, we'll continue here, or as we wait for it, I can give you some of the headlines from what law enforcement officers were talking about. This is a multi-agency effort, very complex, between the FBI, which is leading the investigation, and the Pennsylvania State Police. And they said that because of the different layers, they said at this time there are a variety of different crimes, some under federal jurisdiction, some under state jurisdiction, but they will be working together. They also said at this time they're not prepared to identify the shooter. They're close to identification, but they want to make sure they're 100% confident in who that person is before they share it. This is key. They also said there is no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. Now, they wouldn't say specifically if they thought this was the act of a lone wolf, pointing out that they're not sure of the motive in this case. But at this point, this is significant, especially for the area. No reason to believe that there's any other existing threat out there. Now, one part of the question and answer I thought was interesting. There were reports that police confirmed of someone on a rooftop. And so let's go ahead and listen into the presser.
So I think the credit goes to not only the Secret Service who was on site, but also the state and local partners who were there on site and were able to react immediately when the incident occurred.
Do you know how many officers fired their weapons?
I do not.
I understand that it's very early and there's still going to be a lot of questions, but
At this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were. So really, we can't comment on that at this time.
You can say if Secret Service had checked those buildings or were keeping a close eye or.
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions.
At the AGR property prior to the event? Like, were there police at that location at any point during the event?
Are you saying the location where the shooter was located?
Yes.
I don't have any information on that. You'd have to defer to Secret Service.
When do you think you will release? When will the name of the shooter be released? I mean, any inkling of when that might happen, tomorrow or?
So that'll be as soon as we've confirmed 100%, we're willing to release that. So if we have, as far as the contact information for the press, we should be able to do that within the next few hours, I imagine.
There was a vehicle being checked not far from here. We've also heard of a possible related scene in Bethel Park. Is there anything you can tell us tonight about other areas where law enforcement may be searching in relation to this?
Again, right now we're tracking down all leads and doing all interviews and tracking anything that we can regarding suspicious locations, vehicles, locations, interviewing individuals. So it's all related to this event, but I can't confirm or deny anything that's going on beyond that.
Have you tell us about the weapon that the shooter used?
Details of the weapon?
Yeah, what kind of rifle was it?
Do you want to comment on that?
What is used?
Okay, until we have the confirmation of who the shooter is.
Viewers there, just again, we've had some issues with the signal here at the press conference. It is ongoing. Let's see if we can listen in.
Or do you have reason to believe that there are bombs somewhere in Butler County? Can you just walk us through that?
It's primarily standard procedure of any suspicious packages. In this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was, And so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene. So I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time.
Why are there any Secret Service agents here right now for the press conference?
So Secret Service wasn't available for the press conference at this time.
I understand you're talking about packages, but the suspicious packages like what you're shooter.
Really anything. I don't have specifics on what they were looking at, but you know, there's people in the crowd will leave bags as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
And how quickly, this was, I guess, the Secret Service, we're not here to talk about, I guess, but when you guys jumped into action, how long and were able to take down that shooter, how quickly did everybody jump in and who ended up taking him out?
So it was immediate, and it was, we're still trying to figure that out. So we'll wait till we have more definitive information regarding that investigatively.
What about the person in the crowd? Do you have any information about how they were killed?
My understanding was it was from the shooter, but again, those will be details that are released later.
Do you search homes or apartments as a part of your method of identifying the individual?
So if that's where the leads take us, absolutely.
Was Donald Trump hit with a bullet, do you know for sure, or was it potentially something else that could have?
I don't have that specific information as far as the injuries to the former president.
I understand you're not releasing the suspect's identification right now, but as you know, is this person known to you guys? Is he somebody that you guys are looking at through the threats he's possibly made online, et cetera, et cetera?
Again, the information that we currently have, we're looking at that. And as we know that information, we'll release that as well. So we'll need to plan another time for a follow-up press conference. We're looking at all investigative leads and all everything from, and that's why we asked the public, because I'm sure there'll be cell phone video, there'll be all kinds of information that we'll use to fully flesh out exactly what happened here.
I know you're saying you can't say what type of gun it is, but do you know how many shots were fired?
I don't.
And
I don't have that information as far as that'll come out in the investigation as well.
Is there an identification tonight on the other victims?
As far as the civilians, they do.
Civilians that were injured and killed.
Yeah.
So we do have identification on those. We're not prepared to release it at this time. We have notified a number of family members, but they have not had an opportunity to notify extended family and things. I would confirm for you that we did have one individual killed. And I know I heard somebody say about 2 victims. There were 3 in total besides the former president. So 2 critically wounded, 1 killed.
At this point, do you know if they were sitting near each other and where in relation to the former president were they?
I don't have their exact seating by individual. Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but their shots were scattered somewhat, and so they weren't just in one particular location.
you're saying just one fatality as of right now?
Yes,
The shooter and one fatality.
the shooter plus 1 fatality.
Okay,
So there was 1 victim of the shooter who was killed, and then the shooter was killed.
and then 2 incredible.
Yes, ma'am.
Witnesses say they saw a semi-automatic rifle used by the shooter. Can you share any more details of it? That's what you believe.
I've heard those reports as well, and again, we do have a good idea of what the weapon was, but again, that's all part of the ongoing investigation. And I'm not trying to be cagey about that. You know, when the SAC talked about the need to be very methodical and to be cautious with that scene, we are doing just that. We don't want anybody else getting hurt. And candidly, there are some concerns that we'll be able to talk more about later on about just what those concerns are and continue to be.
Have you talked to the shooter's family yet?
That's all part of the investigation.
After the event, there were a lot of really angry people. Are you monitoring if there have been any threats in response to this? Are you worried? Have there been any specific threats?
That's certainly a concern, and we're monitoring that whole situation. I mentioned that we're bringing a lot of assets to bear, and so like the FBI utilizing their analysts, we also have the Pennsylvania Criminal Intelligence Center. We utilize the resources of our intelligence division and the Criminal Intelligence Center to be able to monitor for concerns about any threats, regardless of the side of the issue or the political spectrum. We want to make sure that we try and avoid any further violence.
So no, nothing specific so far?
No, sir.
Without identifying them by name, can you say anything about the other folks who were injured or killed? Were they adults, men, male, female, anything at all?
They were adults, and they're male.
All three?
Yes.
How difficult it is for your department though, or all your departments to go talk to these family members, including the civilians who were gunned down while they just went to a rally, try and, celebrate, I guess, the upcoming election? What are those conversations like, and how do you kind of get through that?
We have trained investigators, and we're partnered hand in hand with the FBI, again, because we've got some federal violations, some state violations. And so our investigators are going out and methodically. We have a large team of investigators. They're going out, dividing up these interviews and trying to conduct them as quickly as possible. And then the FBI asking for people to call in tips. I have no doubt that we will receive a lot of additional information that will also require follow-up. But again, we're working very well together, and it's only a short matter of time until we get through all of those interviews.
From your experience, how close and cold was it for President Trump?
There were no police hit with bullets.
From your experience, how close and cold was it for?
I'm not going to speculate or comment on that.
Have any of you?
And as we're listening to this press conference in Pennsylvania, you're looking at a live picture right now. This is the plane of former President Donald Trump flying into Newark. We understand that the president is going to regroup with family, with advisors in New Jersey as they get ready for what is still set to go forward with the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee starting on Monday. So quite a day for the former president, what law enforcement again are describing as an attempted assassination on Donald Trump today. Trump himself saying that a bullet whizzed past his ear, his right ear, and actually clipped part of it. He was injured slightly, taken to a hospital for medical treatment, but has since been released, left the area, and the image of former President Trump's plane landing in New Jersey right now. Once again, this press conference is playing out in Pennsylvania. We're getting a few more details of what they're looking at. I believe they're still wrapping up right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
It's my understanding that was outside of the perimeter.
This shooter had a previous criminal history.
We're not going to comment on anything about the
Did
shooter.
the agency deny Trump's team extra security? Any of the agencies that are out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
If Trump had been the nominee already, would he have had additional security for this event?
There again, Secret Service has the lead, and I'm not going to comment or speculate on what may or may not be provided at any given point, depending on their status as a candidate. What I will tell you is that in my experience, Secret Service does an excellent job of maintaining security on protectees. They're very cautious. They don't hesitate to ask for resources, and candidly, we don't hesitate to supply those resources.
Colonel, you're asking for the public's help. Can you elaborate and be more specific about what you really like to see from the public? If it's videos, photos, personal accounts?
I think the videos and photos would be very helpful. And I think that once the shooter is identified, anyone that has specific information on that shooter, that would be very helpful as well to help us assess motive. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely not taking for granted that this was a lone wolf attack. And so we would be looking for any additional information that might point us toward anybody else that may have had a hand in this.
Sir, at this point, what is the main focus of the investigation? What's the most important thing for you right now?
Well, there's not any one single focus. I mean, certainly the immediate focus was life safety, getting the former president out of there, and to care, getting care to the other victims and trying to secure the scene as quickly as possible. It shifted then from a life safety priority to then an investigative priority. And so I guess if I had to point to where we are right now, the single greatest priority would be to identifying a motive and whether there was anyone else involved.
We're just beginning the political season. Are you guys concerned with all of these rallies that happen and how they're set up? Is this going to change maybe the venues?
Again, I would refer you to the Secret Service in terms of what they work out with the campaigns. We will continue to supply resources, as I'm sure the FBI will, and the local partners as well.
And again, you're listening to this press conference with law enforcement in Pennsylvania, the state police, and the FBI speaking. But the image to the right of your screen is President Biden stepping off of Air Force One, arriving at, I believe it's at Andrews Air Force Base. At Andrews, this was just moments ago. We know that President Biden ended his trip. He was in Rehoboth, Delaware for the weekend. He ended his trip early to come back to Washington
Everybody
as
took a
all
short
of this
ride.
started playing out. I was just listening to see if we're going to go ahead and we're going to leave this press conference right now and go to Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. Mary, a couple things that I just wanted to point out before we come to you as we're getting all of this information here. Once again, law enforcement saying that they are calling this an attempted assassination of former President Trump. I remember earlier tonight when President Biden was asked that question, he wasn't ready to go and confirm that, but now we're officially hearing it from. And once again, before I come to you, forgive me, I just want to point out, too, that they mentioned that one victim was killed, 2 critically wounded. All are adult males, and that the shots were scattered somewhat, so they couldn't identify specifically where these victims were in the crowd. But they are also highlighting the fact they do not believe that there is any other existing threat out there. They couldn't confirm whether this is a lone wolf or what the motive was or if others were involved in some way. But at this point, they do not believe there's another threat out there. Mary Bruce, I would imagine the White House, President Biden's team will be on heightened alert, regardless of what law enforcement says tonight.
Of course, I think that is natural to assume here. And the president, of course, has also been briefed on all of this. And as you noted, he did say earlier today that he had an opinion when asked if this was an assassination attempt. But at the time, he noted that he didn't have enough of the facts. Well, now, of course, they clearly have been able to ascertain that, yes, this was, in fact, an assassination attempt. The president, as you noted, is now back in Washington. He'll be back here at the White House shortly. His motorcade now making its way from Andrews Air Force Base back here to the White House so the president can continue to monitor all of the developments as they continue to try and answer all of those remaining questions here. The president will, as we have been saying, get another briefing tomorrow morning. He'll be meeting with his Homeland Security team, law enforcement officials, as they continue to try and unpack all of this. The public message from the president so far has been that this is a time for unity, saying that there's no place in America for this kind of violence. He has called this sick. He has said we cannot be like this. We cannot allow for this to happen. That is the message coming from the president. And I suspect that will continue to be the message in the coming days. The message coming from Joe Biden, the candidate, has been that they are pausing all of their public communications, as we've been saying. They're pulling down all of their ads, trying to make the point that this is not a time for politics. Of course, we have seen a bit of a different message coming out of the Trump campaign. They have been leaning into this moment. We noted that they put out that fundraising appeal off of this, saying, the Trump team saying, I will never surrender. They're not after me. They're after you. I'm just standing in the way. All of this, of course, coming as we head into that critical next week at the RNC.
Yeah, we're seeing the politics, we're seeing the campaign, we're also seeing law enforcement start the process of carrying out this investigation, just the beginning stages. Mary Bruce, thank you. I believe that we're going to go back. We just lost the signal to the presser, but just a couple of other things that I just wanted to highlight, because some things that we hadn't heard before. They did say that there were a number of reports that they heard from people, and the state police did confirm that they heard that people were trying to report suspicious activity prior to those shots being fired, and that there were reports of someone on a rooftop somewhere. Now, state police couldn't elaborate on exactly what those reports were, but they did say that that was something that they were looking into with this this investigation. Let's go ahead and listen back in to that presser in progress.
What the request is from the Secret Service. You know, just in their defense, I mean, what I would want to say is it is incredibly difficult to have a venue open to the public and to secure that against any possible threat, against a very determined attacker. That's a huge lift to try and do it. And, you know, again, the investigation will really give us an opportunity to take a look at where any failures occurred and what can be done better in the future.
Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, do you know when another briefing might be held?
Why do you think
we
we're
don't
more
have
divided?
one scheduled, but I would tell you we will let you know and give you plenty of notice. Certainly, as soon as additional things develop that would be noteworthy or of interest to you, we'll get that scheduled and have another with you.
Locally, what can residents, businesses expect to happen with the investigation over the next couple of days? Like, what's going to be going on there?
Well, again, the interviews will all be occurring, and so they may see law enforcement in their communities. People came from a wide area to come to this rally, I'm told. So, you know, there's going to be law enforcement fanning out, and as additional calls, photos, videos come in, you know, those additional interviews will result in law enforcement being out in the community conducting those interviews. But otherwise, they really.
All right. So right now they're not really talking about nothing. What they're doing is they're trying to fill in dead air. So they kind of asking dumb questions and repeating themselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the volume down a little bit.
I'm from a European now.
Now, what I expect to see, knowing Trump is a salesman, I expect to see him speak coming off that plane. He's going to say something. That's going to be iconic too.
Outside the United States.
So keep that. That's why they got the video of him landing in North. Shout out to the Brick City, by the way. That's why they got that screen. Because they know he's going to do something. He's not just going to get on that plane and get in the vehicle. He's going to say something.
Right. So you think he got that ear out bandaged up?
I'm sure they got some kind of bandage on it because it was bleeding kind of bad. I don't know how bandaged it's going to be. But he's going to use it to his advantage, definitely. So we're going to stay with y'all. Everybody watching, all our viewers watching, we appreciate all of y'all. And we're going to stay live with this because this is a historic moment. I mean, you don't get a lot of these very often. So when they happen, they occur, you know, we try to be present. We try to be in the moment with y'all and give y'all our real-time reactions as it happens, you know. I mean, me and Aminaz have been doing this for a long time. You know, those of you who've been following us, not just here on YouTube, but on Facebook, you know, we've been doing this a long time, over a decade, you know. So we done caught a couple of moments here and there, you know, various type of topics, not just politics, but sports, whatever, you know, and things that happen just in the world, social, give you all our social commentary, if you will. So we appreciate y'all new to the channels, my channel, People's Podcast here on Aminaz78. Make sure y'all subscribe. She's only 90 subscribers away from being monetized. I need y'all to keep pushing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank y'all for subscribing to me. I appreciate the y'all as well. Make sure y'all keep our likes up. Likes are free. Likes, subscribe, smash the bell, share to your socials, and hit the Cash App. Send $2 to the Pure Leaf Tea Fund, y'all. Keep us going. We got to stay hydrated over here so we can keep talking this ish. How you think we can go to 5 o'clock in the morning like we did last night? We got to keep ourselves hydrated. Aminaz got the Milo Tea Fund. I got the Pure Leaf Tea Fund. We drinking tea over here, y'all. We drinking our tea over here. But we really appreciate y'all. I mean that very sincerely, getting our perspective, because that's what it is. You know, we're not experts. I'm not no security expert. I'll tell you when I got an expertise, but this ain't it. So we just giving you our thoughts, our real-time thoughts. They're going to get into that gun later.
that rifle is going to come up. So remember what I told y'all about H&K, Hatchler and Ketch, or whatever it is, SP5 rifle. Search for that. You'll see what that rifle looks like. It looks like an AR rifle, and it comes with a suppressor. Sometimes it comes with a scope. It's a lot of manufacturers who make different versions of that rifle as well. So you'll see a lot of them. But a lot of y'all be surprised. You do not need a license to buy that gun. All you need is an ID because it's a rifle. It's a rifle. I know in most states, like North Carolina where we live, we here in Charlotte, we can go right down to Walmart, buy a shotgun, or we can go over there to Wilkinson. Hell, we can walk around the corner. Behind Walmart is a gun shop, and we can buy this same exact gun, no questions asked. I've been saying that for years. Y'all need to, everybody wants to participate in or talk about what's democratic, but you got to participate in the system to make it work for you. That's why the system doesn't generally work for certain groups of people, because you don't participate in it. And you can't control anything from the outside. You only can control things from the inside. So we about that First Amendment over here, and we also about that Second Amendment, just in case the first one fails. So I don't know what they keep talking about. Oh, this violence ain't America. Bullshit. America's formed on violence. We about that life over here. That's why, and the world knows it. So we're not gonna play that game and act like we some peace-loving gypsies or what do you call them? The hippies or some shit from the 60s. That ain't never been America. America's always been about that action. Make no mistake. Now, I'm not advocating for anybody to go just run out here and shoot random people. I'm not saying that. So I don't want nobody to say, V-Man Israel is promoting gun violence. No, I'm not. I'm promoting the Constitution of America, the greatest document ever written outside of the Bible, but the greatest document written on in this country, definitely. That's what I'm about. So you want your rights, you gotta stand up and protect your rights. All this nonsense, like I said, y'all let people manipulate y'all. They tell you not to, no, we need to take away your guns, but we're going to send billions of dollars to Israel to drop bombs on poor people. Hello, that's your president, your current president. But some of y'all are naive. Y'all don't, what did Chris Tucker tell us? What's his Carter's theory of investigation? Follow the rich white man. Hello.
Okay.
Follow the money and follow the rich white man. Y'all ain't paying attention to Detective Carter, James Carter from Rush Hour. Wasn't that his name? But he told you his theory.
I'm already hitting the phone.
Y'all better pay attention. And they proved my point earlier when I told y'all you got to go back to the 60s to see anything reminiscent of what we're living through right now. And sure enough, they said it on one of these news channels we've been playing for you. They brought up the 60s. You got to go back but it ain't that long ago. My mama was born in 57. So she was alive for all of that assassination attempts on all of these people. And again, I'm not going to make it a black-white thing. White and black leaders were being killed during that time. I remember there used to be a time then all black people had 3 pictures in their house. See, now we're going to talk about back in the day. I know y'all youngins like to talk back in the day. Let me tell y'all what we really like was back in the day. All black people had 3 pictures in their house on the wall. That was Martin Luther King, that was JFK, and that was Jesus. Tell me I'm lying.
Facts.
Tell me I'm lying. I don't care where you at in the country. Everybody had them damn pictures in their house. That's back in the day. So if you don't remember that, you don't remember back in the day. You wasn't alive for back in the day. We was talking about it earlier, or was it last night? We was talking about the nickel on the needle. Put it in the chat. Y'all know what we talking about.
That was last night. That was last night.
This morning, rather.
Yeah. Well, no, that was because, yeah, we on a whole nother day now. We on Sunday. It's 12:31. Yes, after dark. Certified. Certified after dark.
Yeah, you
Death Note back in the house. What's going on, Death Note?
Yeah, what's up in the chat? What's going on in the chat?
The folks, they still debating whether or not this is staged.
I know y'all ain't doing that.
Wait a minute, hold on. We got somebody we ain't never seen before on some comments. Hold on.
A ton of data about assassination attempt attackers, in part because there just aren't that many assassination attempts. But we do have a lot of data about the type of attackers that carry out targeted attacks, targeted violence attacks. And things that we know is that there's usually leakage. They usually tell people or the people around them know that something is off, know that something has shifted. We know that many of them have some sort of life stressor in their life experience in the last year, some sort of crisis. Sometimes it's a job loss, sometimes it's a loss of a loved one. Many of them have mental health challenges, not necessarily a diagnosable illness, but just it can be a broad category of mental health challenges. And all of these things is what Brad was referencing earlier. They're going to be looking into the attackers' history here. There sometimes is an ideological motivation, and of course, because of who the target is, everybody's kind of jumping to, well, clearly this has a political motive. It might, but we also know that a lot of times, I mean, you can go back to Ronald Reagan's assassination attempt. That wasn't politically motive. It was somebody with a mental health fixation on a celebrity trying to show off for a celebrity. So we really don't know yet motive, but we do know probably that there was some sort of crisis in their life. They're disaffected. They probably spent tremendous time online. We know most people who carry out attacks now plan for them online. They watch videos, they get their tactics, and they get their inspiration from the online environment. So one of the things, this person is a lone attacker, it appears, but they're not a lone wolf. They have been participating in a milieu of violent rhetoric and violent inspiration probably for quite some time. At least that's the profile of most people who carry out attacks.
And that's a really great point. And again, we are learning more and more as the minutes and the hours go by, already into the evening. And the next 24 to 48 hours is likely to be very illuminating with more information. Elizabeth Newman, thank you so much. We cannot forget in all of this the people who are there, the witnesses and the victims.
Right.
Authorities again confirming that one person was killed, 2 critically wounded, all adult males. We heard from so many witnesses. Some of them rushed in to try to help. We've been speaking with some who were at the Trump rally, describing what they saw and heard. A warning, some of it is disturbing. Let's listen.
I was positioned probably about maybe 20 feet away from the president at the point in time when he was making his address. I was to the right of the stage due to me being I was a speaker at the event. So I did my speech earlier today during the pre-program, and I was a few feet from where this all occurred. We heard the shots, and I thought it was, first thought it was fireworks because, you know, people are on edge, and any kind of loud boom you hear, you're going to think gunshots immediately, especially because of the environment of what was going on. And I turned around, and someone yelled medic, and I looked, and there was no way a medic could have got to that person in time. So I left my seat, took my tie off, I jumped over the barrier, and I ran to the individual. But when I got there, it was too late. The person was bleeding out through their head. And like I said, once again, respects to the family because this is a very tough time. But they were shot, and I tried to, you know, block the wound. I tried to I held a towel against it, and until medical team arrived, they got him out, and from there I helped the police and crowd control with getting people out of there because people were very nervous, people were very hesitant, and we had to move people fast and get them into a safe location opposite of where the shooter was at or said to be at. So I assisted with getting people down and getting people out. And I try to keep kids calm and just get people clear.
Wow, Rico. Obviously, we want to be sensitive to the victim's family. But can you tell us more about this person, where they were? Was it a man? Was it a woman?
Well, it was a male. It was a male victim. He was literally just sitting there in the stands. He had to be maybe 3 or 4 rows up from the bottom of the bleachers where everybody was sitting. And 1 second, everyone's cheering and happy and listening to what Trump's saying. And the next minute, he's gone.
Rico, did you have any training in this sort of like first aid? I mean, this is life-saving aid that you're describing here.
I mean, I'm in the military. I'm in the 171st Air Refueling Wing, and we learn first aid and self-aid buddy care and basic training. And at the point, as soon as I heard the shots and I seen and heard someone yell medic, my first instinct was, I'm trained in self-aid. I'm trained in applying a tourniquet, but I'm not trained to see someone's, what I witnessed.
I mean, nobody can be trained for that. And we're getting the sense, Rico, not just from you, but from others, I think there's going to be some serious time, some healing that's going to need to take place for the people who were there and saw all of this, and especially for you to see everything up close. And you got the sense early on that that this person was lost?
From understanding head wounds and how they operate, when I seen what I seen, I was afraid that person was lost. Okay. And reading what has been said and stated in the news so far, those are now facts, which is a shame.
And Rico, I don't even know if these are the right words to ask this question, because most people have never been in this situation, but how are you processing what you saw and what you witnessed?
I mean, one can only process what happened, hopefully as slow as possible. But my worry, my heart at this point in time is not for myself, but it's for the families of the loved one.
We just saw him, Trump, duck behind the podium, and then a Secret Service pile on top of him. And we heard the shots.
More like what we heard. The bullets rattling around the grandstand. One hit the speaker tower, and then chaos broke. We hit the ground. The police converged to the grandstands.
I watched him kind of graze his ear, and then I heard a pop, and then he went down, and then it heard another pop, and then a Secret Service kind of came up to the stage. I mean, it was just a chaotic scene.
I could see his face. He was right there talking, having a good time. And, you heard one shot, two shot. It sounded like, bang, nothing crazy. And then you heard maybe 3 or 4 more. And that's when everyone got quiet, started panicking. Trump dropped right to the floor. I guess Secret Service jumped on top of him and shielded him. But, as soon as everyone in the crowd figured out what was going on, we all ducked, and my buddies just jumped on top of me, piled on top of me. And we had no idea what was going on. You're in total shock. You're shook, and, you can't feel your legs, but we were trying to decide if we wanted to get up and run, and we had really no idea what to do. And next thing you know, you see bullets, or you hear bullets flying, and I believe a bullet hit the hydraulic lift that was holding up the speakers, and that thing almost collapsed. There was hydraulic fluid and water spitting everywhere all over the crowd. And then before you know it, everyone just gets up and starts running. But
And
Trump
Stephen,
did stand.
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay, but on that note about everybody getting up and running, we're actually showing video that you shot on your cell phone. And this is the moment with people running out of the venue. Describe what that was like, and when were you actually able to get out?
It was pretty stressful. You know, I'm looking around trying to make sure all my buddies who came with me were with me. And, you know, it took probably a good 10 minutes to get out of there, to get out of the whole area. And, you know, before you know it, there's ATVs and UTVs flying and ambulances and all that kind of stuff. And we're trying to figure out how to get out of there and get home. But you know, we made it. And when we walked out to the road, they had, you know, police blocking everything off. And we actually found out where the building was that the shooter was shooting from. They had it all taped off. I guess it was like an agricultural warehouse, something like that. So, you know, it was pretty scary. It's like you're in the movies.
Stephen, forgive me again. I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay with the connection, but did you say that you were able to see the building that the shooter was allegedly perched on top of here? You said it was taped off by law enforcement. What did it look like?
It was like a kind of like an airplane hangar, maybe, you know, like a warehouse for agricultural equipment, I guess. ARC, AGC, something like that on the side. But once we were out, maybe 30, 40 minutes after, you know, they were taping it off, investigating it. They had the dogs going and all that stuff. But you know, there was traffic jams everywhere. It was kind of hard to.
How far away was that area from where the former president was standing?
Maybe 300, 400 yards, maybe less, honestly.
And Stephen, when you hear that people who were there in the crowd with you, other bystanders, at least one, maybe more, were killed, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, still kind of numb to it. You know, it's hard to process all this. You know, your heart rate is through the roof, but you know, best for their family, and you know, they were supporting the country that they love. And in the meantime, it's definitely sad, and you know, it's heartbreaking, honestly.
And Stephen, we've been hearing from people on both sides of the aisle, Republicans, Democrats, you know, independent candidate, RFK Jr., and all with the same sentiment, condemning political violence, saying there's no place in this country for something like this. And I just wonder, from your perspective too, you're out there, you're exercising your right to support a candidate. You know, what message do you have for people out there? Because the country is at this political boiling point. There's so much division and anger and hatred right now from one side and the other. What would you like to tell people?
You know, at the end of the day, whether you're on the left, the right, the center, or you don't believe in politics at all, we all still put our pants on in the morning. We all breathe the air and go to work, you know, and a lot of these issues, in 10 years, no one even thinks about them or cares about them. So we're all people. It's not worth taking someone's life over political beliefs or whatever. It's just senseless.
Senseless indeed. All people at the end of the day, all Americans at the end of the day, trying to get through this tragedy. Let's get back to Mary Bruce at the White House, our chief White House correspondent. President Biden has arrived.
Mary, come on.
Yeah, just moments ago with the president now back at the White House, of course, cutting short what was his plan to spend the weekend at his beach house in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Instead, he is now back monitoring all of this as it is unfolding. He has been continuously being briefed and updated on all of these developments, and will continue to be so tomorrow morning. As we've been saying, he'll be briefed by his Homeland Security team, law enforcement officials. The president, we know, has spoken to Donald Trump, though we don't know much about what that conversation entailed. Of course, the president, you know, earlier in the day said that he was sending his prayers to the president and to the other victims of this horrific attack. The president was shouted at by reporters asking for how that conversation went. He did not want to engage the press, just ignoring them and walking up the stairs to Air Force One and back down. All of this has completely changed everything, about this race and this political moment. And the president, before you get to of the politics is simply going to have, a lot of the same questions that all of us have. And I do think it is interesting to remember that the president's events, the president's campaign events, they have a very similar security procedure, security process. So, there are a lot of questions that the president is going to have, as the president, as a candidate about how this could have happened and what lessons can be learned going forward. So first and foremost, he's reacting to this as the president trying to get some of those answers here in the coming hours.
If anything,
as you noted, president first, candidate second.
Got stronger.
Everything is being recalibrated now.
What are they
This is a
talking about?
full video right now that
They trying to make this a win for Biden? How?
we're also getting. This was President Biden, his motorcade pulling up to the White House. Remember, he was in Delaware earlier. He cut his weekend trip short to come back to help handle this crisis and respond to it. So the president flew from Delaware, he flew into Andrews and then picked up the motorcade. And then we saw the Beast and the other vehicles then taking him to the White House. And that is the video of the president's arrival. We also know, Mary Bruce, thank you. I want to go to New Jersey because we also have video of
that's what I'm saying.
President
Everybody
Trump,
took short
flew
flights.
into Newark earlier today. Then his motorcade
he went from Delaware to
and took
DC.
him to Bedminster. And joining us now on the phone is,
And then
is our
Trump went from
executive
Pennsylvania to Jersey. Everybody took short
investigative
rides.
reporter John Santucci, who's been following along. And John, we're getting more response now from Trump's family and the Trump campaign and a video that they're sending
let's
out.
see what y'all got to say. Come on.
Yeah, this is a video that one of the aides that was traveling with Donald Trump back from New Jersey just posted. I know our control room is working to turn that around very quickly, so we'll bring that to our viewers as soon as we can. But again, I think this is all just remarkable. As we've been reporting for the last several hours, as you've been leading our coverage with, the routine has really been learning everything in real time. I can tell you that I have been speaking to members.
John, forgive me. I'm interrupting you just for a moment here because I just want to make clear to our viewers what they're seeing right now. This is video, the first video that we have seen of former President Donald Trump since the shooting earlier today. This was released by a campaign official. This is him stepping off of the plane that he flew into Newark, New Jersey. Remember, Trump was swept off the stage by the Secret Service. He waves to the camera there. He was taken to the emergency vehicles, taken off to a hospital for treatment, and was told that he suffered a graze wound to his right ear. And these are the very first images that we're seeing of the former president walking down the steps off that plane since the shooting, the assassination attempt. John, sorry again to interrupt. I just wanted to point out what the viewers were seeing. But again, you have been in touch with the Trump family throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, and with that image, I can tell you something that, at the end of the day, look, Donald Trump, we all know, right, is larger than life, if you will. But for his children, he is dad. And, I can tell you that none of the children were with him today in Pennsylvania. They were all scrambling to reach their father, to get an update. They were actively in touch with Secret Service. I spoke to his two eldest sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. They both were able to reach their father. Donald Trump Jr. telling me that when they spoke, his father was in good spirits, commented about how much blood was coming down his face moments after that happened. But again, as both boys observed to me with, their father is resilient. And I think to see Donald Trump, as we're showing our viewers on screen right now, to think hours earlier, that image that we have played over and over again of Donald Trump, with agents swarming him and pulling him into that motorcade. I can tell you for many aides and sources of mine that I have built in 10 years of covering Donald Trump for ABC News, many were horrified. Several of whom I've known for quite some time answered the phone when I was trying to find out what was going on in tears, crying themselves because of how special a relationship they had with Donald Trump. These people have worked for him for a decade, some even longer than that, sources of mine within the Trump organization, the president's company, trying to learn what was happening in real time. Now, look, as far as what we know with for tonight, our expectation, you mentioned to our viewers, that Donald Trump right now is in that motorcade, leaving Newark,
heading back to his club in Bedminster, New Jersey. We're expecting to spend the evening. Tomorrow is supposed to be, or was supposed to be, I think that's a more appropriate word, a quiet day ahead of the Republican National Convention. But you got to imagine with Donald Trump, he is going to want to get out there and say something to his support. Given these images of him walking off his plane for the first time anybody's seen him since he was escorted very quickly out of that rally in Pennsylvania. The other thing that we should note, Whit, for our viewers is that, this has been a very busy time for Donald Trump, where he has really been focused on the campaign. We reported, as you know, Whit, in just the last 24 hours, he was doing private meetings with the three finalists, if you will, potentially be his running mate. And he thought that this rally today in Pennsylvania was going to be that big event. That ended up not being the event because of the coverage. Obviously, we've been talking about something nobody could have predicted. But our understanding is that Donald Trump is still full steam ahead with the convention, expected to head to Milwaukee on Monday. And we still believe that is then and there we'll find out who his running mate is. It is, though, I have to tell you, just as an observer, someone who's covered him for this time, I'm surprised that, the fact that they are moving so aggressively ahead with the campaign, but then again, not. We know that Donald Trump has had so many twists and turns over the last year, and so often collide with the campaign, and Donald Trump finds a way, if you will, to make it all work. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen now.
Absolutely, John. And you're seeing this remarkable split screen right here. John, thank you again. On the left side of your screen, that is that image that we discussed, the first images that we've seen of the former president after the shooting, stepping off the plane and then heading to Bedminster, New Jersey. On the right, those are the earlier images of the motorcade after he flew into Newark, then escorting him to Bedminster. And joining us now, I believe on the phone, is Rachel Bate, our political contributor. Rachel, we've had many conversations in recent weeks about the state of the campaign. And once again, another unprecedented moment in this campaign, an attempted assassination of a former president. What are you learning from your sources tonight?
Yeah, hey there, Whit. I mean, we can certainly say right now that this is going to further scramble a presidential campaign that is already roiling in chaos, as you just said. I mean, it is very much electrifying Republicans who are already rallying around Donald Trump, and from Democrats who already have heartburn about this campaign, they're even more worried about dimming prospects of taking back the White House. I mean, my colleagues and I were hearing just hours after this assassination attempt from Republicans who are saying, look, we think this is going to solidify Trump's chance of winning back the White House.
Absolutely.
One congressman here in Wisconsin, where I am right now, Derek Van Oren, said that President Trump survives this attack. He just won the election. We also heard from other Republicans who were talking about that sort of iconic picture of Trump pumping his fist in the air, showing
When
that
I
he
tell
sort of
y'all that
survived
these people be
this,
listening
saying
to
this
your
is going to
boy.
be an image
Didn't I say that 2
that
hours ago?
Republicans are going to rally around.
You did.
And I think, we're also starting to see some conspiracy theories, unfounded conspiracy theories circulate on the Republican side of things, particularly from some more Trump-aligned MAGA wing officials. I mean, there was a Congressman, Mike Collins, who's tweeting things that Joe Biden sent the orders. To be clear, there has been no evidence of that. And in fact, a lot of people would say this is very dangerous to say this sort of thing right now. But these are the kinds of comments we're actually hearing from Republicans right now. And it's particularly interesting because you have a lot of folks out there saying this should be a moment to take stock in where we are as a country and how heated the political rhetoric has gotten, and that this should be a chance to sort of take down the temperature of that conversation. I mean, independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on television today saying, President Biden should invite Trump to jointly address the nation and make a commitment to bringing down the temperatures. Instead, what we're seeing is potentially some Republicans actually leaning into this to rev things up even more.
It will be something to watch play out in the coming days, and a major moment of reflection for this country and who we are as Americans, and what this political campaign, this presidential campaign, is going to do and mean going forward. And on that note, let's bring back Mark Updegrove, a presidential historian who's been with us on this. Mark, again, as we've been getting your perspective and comparing this to other moments that we've seen in history, this just within about 6-7 hours of that assassination attempt of former President Trump, we see that image of him coming down the stairs of his airplane, landing in New Jersey, preparing right back to work on the campaign trail and the convention in less than 48 hours.
Yeah, it's remarkable, and it does show Donald Trump's resilience. Donald Trump always seems to get back up somehow. And that image of him getting off Air Force One, seemingly going back to the campaign trail, but also the image I think that will most endure from this day is the image that I believe Rachel referred to earlier of Donald Trump pumping his fist in defiance, blood streaming down his face from the gunshot wounds to his ear. I think that the flag waving above him, I think that is the image that Republicans will likely rally around. It's very much in keeping with the Trump brand of defiance. So it's more or less that iconic, what will certainly become an iconic image, is on brand for Donald Trump with.
Mark, thank you again. Let's go back to Aaron Katersky, because I just want to make sure that we're following up some of this latest information we're getting about the shooting. Aaron, we had that press conference moment. So officials are not identifying the shooter just yet, but you've been getting more information about how that process is moving forward.
It's taking a little bit longer than usual because we're told the shooter was not carrying any identification on him. So they've had to use DNA and try to use biometrics to confirm the identity of the young man that they believe fired off 8 rounds from an AR-15 style rifle perched on a rooftop some 200 to 300 yards away. We're still working exact location and distance, whether he was specifically perched or whether this was more a haphazard scattershot type shooting. But the authorities are saying tonight with their confident that there is no additional threat. Now, we also heard Pennsylvania State Police say they were concerned for a time about other people getting hurt, but they did not reveal why they had that concern. And we know tonight that law enforcement activity is taking place at locations in Western Pennsylvania that may be associated with the shooter, and we'll see the results of those perhaps in the morning once the authorities tell us a little bit more. But the urgent priority is to confirm that he was acting alone, that there is no additional threat, and then the questions about motive, how he was able to pull it off, and whether there were any deficiencies in the security plan.
Aaron, thank you. And again, in all of this, today, and it is some bystander who was there at this rally. One of 3 people shot by this gunman, the other 2 taken away to the hospital in critical condition. Law enforcement tell us that all of the victims are male adults. But we've heard from witnesses who were there in the crowd. Some had children on their shoulders. They were trying to shield their eyes as all of this was playing out. A local mayor who had to push his pregnant wife to the ground and jump on top of her to protect her. So while the president, former President Trump, escaped with this with only minor injury, there are grieving families tonight in this country, in Pennsylvania, and there are so many thousands of others who were there in the moment at the rally who are going to have to work through this trauma in the coming years. Let's go back to Rick Klein in Milwaukee, the site of the Republican National Convention. It's supposed to start, and I mean now it's going to be tomorrow. We've moved into Sunday morning here, Rick. Tell us about the plans and everything at this point, as we're told, is moving forward.
Yeah, it's not, I wouldn't call it business as usual because everyone in the city is stunned and some of the events and parties have been scaled back or canceled. This is obviously the only topic that anyone is talking about right now and all concerned about. And I've been hearing from delegates all day say that their thoughts, their concerns, their prayers are with Donald Trump. And it strikes me on this day of just a sad and stunning manifestation of the nation's divisions that in one way it's heartening to see that Donald Trump can walk down those stairs, go back to his home, and I think good for Americans to know that he is home, as is President Biden, who returns home now. But the moments and the hours and the days ahead are extremely tenuous. The divisions that led to this moment and the fallout from this horrible incident that occurred just hours ago, it's going to be felt in Milwaukee in the coming days, where this convention is planning to go ahead as scheduled starting Monday, and it could be felt throughout the rest of this campaign and beyond. This has just cast a pall over all of America and American politics, and in closing out this really, truly sad and horrific day.
Rick Klein for us once again, and to our entire team. No doubt this is a moment of reflection, a defining moment in this country, as people from all sides of the aisle are going to have to ask themselves, who are we as Americans going forward after this unprecedented moment in this campaign, the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump, again, escaping with only minor injury, but 3 victims were shot today, 1 person killed, 2 others in critical condition. The suspect also killed by a sniper for the Secret Service. All these details still coming in. Developments have been coming in moment by moment, hour by hour. We expect to learn much more in the coming days. For now, I do want to thank you, and all of you have been with us throughout the course of the day, followed by these major developments that we've been tracking this evening. We return you now to regular programming. We will, of course, be monitoring all the developments and all the changes across all of our platforms on ABC News and our programs tomorrow, beginning with a special edition of Good Morning America and a special edition of This Week with George Stephanopoulos. We leave you now with this image here that we noted earlier, the American flag still illuminated, still flying above that stage at the side of the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. For now, I'm Whit Johnson in New York. Have a great night.
Well, we're going to stay here with it live, y'all.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna see what else we can find real quick.
And a lot of our speculations, they confirmed them. We, like I said, I was telling y'all things 2 hours ago.
Yep.
They just now said, like, yeah. You know what I mean? So that's why y'all got to come over here to the People's Podcast. You got to come over here to Amanon 78 After Dark. So y'all get that information firsthand. Firsthand, y'all. So make sure y'all like, subscribe, and share. Make sure you subscribe to Amanon 78. Definitely subscribe to the People's Podcast. I am the host over there, the Ben Israel, the People's
Absolutely.
The Heisenberg of this ish, Pumpkin Escobar, the Shogun of Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know who the Daywalker, the Dark Knight. Y'all know what y'all call me. I'm all of that rolled into one, man. Y'all don't know? Well, I'm glad y'all know now. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Your boy been rocking strong. I'm one of the originals of this. Been doing this too long, man. So I'll be telling y'all things that's going to happen before it happens, because I done seen it happen before. But this is iconic, and we try to be here for these iconic moments. And bring them to y'all, because sometimes there's a lot of people that's oblivious to what just happened. They don't know. They may find out sometime tomorrow. They don't know what's going on. And what's sad about that, those are the people we allow to vote. That's totally clueless on what's going on.
We got NBC. Let's see what they talk about. They still running live.
All right.
Let me see. Looks like okay. Really like a recap.
You reading chats?
I was trying to see what this was. Looks like it's a recap of what's going on. And here we go.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's pretty much all we've been hearing. I mean,
yeah, I
ain't
think
gonna be really too much new information. I was
I
hoping
don't
that
think
Trump
was gonna speak.
Yeah, I was hoping that
upper
would
right
have
part
happened.
of his right ear, describing a whizzing sound and hearing shots. 2 rally attendees were critically wounded. Pennsylvania's governor says Trump has left the area where the shooting occurred, and Trump's campaign says he looks forward to joining the RNC convention in Milwaukee tomorrow. President Biden has spoken to Mr. Trump and has left Delaware a day early. He is now back at the White House.
Yeah.
Mr. Biden will receive an updated briefing on the investigation in the morning.
Okay, well, she just called
Let's
him
bring
Mr.
in Dasha
Biden.
Burns, who is in
Yeah, that's
Butler,
disrespectful, dude.
Pennsylvania.
He's
And
President
Dasha,
Biden.
I
Yeah.
can only imagine the chaos that ensued. It is still a crime scene there around the area where the shooting occurred. What can you tell us from on the scene right now?
Well, Chris, you've covered shootings before. I've covered shootings before. Unfortunately, as reporters in modern day America, it has become not uncommon. However, what's different here, certainly for me and for our team, usually we are rushing to the scene in the aftermath. In this case, our crew, Sirkin, Henry, Bianca, Jake, we were all here. We witnessed those moments. I was just getting off camera. I was starting to walk down from the press riser, which is typically in the very center of these Trump rallies. When I heard those pop, 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 pop sounds, my initial thought, this is fireworks. That's all this is. And then
Did I tell y'all that earlier?
started
That's
to
how it
realize
sounds.
this might be something more. Bianca
That's
and
that
I, my producer,
suppression.
we took cover. We felt those moments alongside those thousands of people that were there as part of this rally. It went from confusion to fear to then, as we were still taking cover, hearing the crowd cheer, which we now know happened when the former president raised up his fist in the air, and that image that has now become an iconic moment in this
go ahead and say it. I know
tragic
it
day.
hurts. Say it.
We then got back up on the riser and started reporting, giving a sense of the scene. The crowd was there for quite some time before security really started to usher everyone out. Unless you were right front and center, it wasn't clear exactly what had happened. But Chris, as we got ourselves to safety here, we've been talking for the last several hours. We're in a parking lot right now outside of the venue, a parking lot that was filled with thousands and thousands of cars. Now, of course, it's empty. We've been talking to eyewitnesses, people who were in that small area where they could see the former president get struck, and where they, fortunately, some of the people I talked to see the others who were injured and one person who was killed. I spoke to a man named Joseph who was just yards away from the gentleman who unfortunately took a fatal wound today. He actually helped carry him from the site. He said it was horrific, graphic, awful to describe. A woman named Vanessa was watching the former president as he pointed to a screen. Typically, it takes him a while to get into sort of the nitty-gritty of the issues. Oddly enough, today, he very early on had a chart put up on the screens to the left and to the right of him, a chart about illegal immigration in the United States. And he turned to point to one of those charts just as we now know was the moment when that bullet grazed his ear. Vanessa, the woman who told me her account, she said if he had waited to move his head, if he hadn't moved his head at that very moment, that bullet could have landed in a far more dangerous, potentially fatal place. At this point in time, we know that the former president was recently on his plane or getting off of his plane. His aide, Margot Martin, posted a photo of this on Twitter. We can't confirm for certain where he was getting off his plane. I keep looking at my phone to ensure that that's the latest that I have for you. Another bit of reporting, the former former president has authorized a GoFundMe page for the victims and the families of the victims who were injured or killed today, as we all are trying to come to terms with what we just witnessed and what that is going to mean for this country, for this election, for this campaign. Of course, the Republican National Convention starting on Monday. It's possible that that is the first time we will hear from the former president, an event that in itself has been a security concern, has been an intensive security operation. All of that now heightened, of course, and so many of the people that I've talked to today, Chris, are beside themselves, are just shocked that our politics has come to this point where they were coming today to a campaign rally. They were excited to see the former president. The music was blasting. People were buying merchandise, eating food, and then suddenly this completely turned into something that none of us, when we go into these rallies, when we go through the intensive security procedures, none of us think is going to happen. And unfortunately, today it did. Chris?
And you talked about the fact that you and I have covered many shootings, and certainly we have seen in the immediate seconds following a shooting, it is often confusion. People will freeze sometimes in a state of shock. You described hearing what you thought might be fireworks. I've heard other people say, oh, it sounded to me like a car. We even heard the president say, the former president Trump say, it wasn't really until he felt something on his ear and he knew that he was bleeding that he had a sense of what was really happening. But I wonder, in terms of the politics of this and the divisiveness in this country, if you're hearing from the people there what we're hearing from President Biden, through many politicians, through the editorial board of the New York Times, we have to figure out a way to have these conversations without it turning violent.
Exactly.
We have to bring down the temperature.
Chris, it's really been a mix. And one thing that took our team aback right in the aftermath, those moments where we were getting back up on the press riser after hearing those shots, then those shots stopped and people just ran up to report the news as quickly as possible. Some people were evacuating, some people were remaining in position. There were, I would say, dozens of who came up to the press risers and started to scream at the press, started to blame us for what happened, feeling like the media was at fault for in fanning the flames of division, and it got heated. And you can imagine emotions are absolutely heightened after something like this happens. There's still confusion. We didn't have any of the details confirmed that we have now, but that was a reaction from some of the people coming up to where we were on those press risers. And then as I was talking to people here in this parking lot, as people were had a moment to come up for air to start to process what they just witnessed, I did hear a lot of people stating that, you know, the country has come to this place. We should come together. This isn't Republican versus Democrat. This is an American issue. Political violence should not be something that happens on this country's soil. So a mix, but I do worry, Chris, seeing that initial reaction from some of those people that some might want this to be a moment to come together, and others might not, Chris.
Dasha Burns, thank you for that. We really appreciate it. I know it has been a very difficult as well. I want to bring in NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. And Ryan, we mentioned the press conference that happened earlier. A couple of things I think that are notable. One is that they were unequivocal. They call this now an assassination attempt. They also say there's no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat. But tell us the latest you're hearing and what your headlines are from that press conference.
Yeah, really remarkable press conference and really remarkable moment. Of course, it looks like we were just inches away here from extreme tragedy, and this will be a marker in American history. And those images are going to stick with people who lived through it for a very, very long time. For what we heard from the FBI is that they have identified an early suspect. Their name has not been publicly put out there. There's been a lot of work on the back end trying to run down some of the details about this individual. We know that he is a 20-year-old, what is publicly available, 20-year-old from Pennsylvania itself, but they're not putting out a lot of info at this moment. What they are seeking is a lot of any video that people have from that day, because they're going to be reconstructing this and seeing what went wrong. I think the big question to me is what form this report and this investigation by the FBI is going to take publicly, right? Because we have a situation where a suspect is dead. There's not going to be a prosecution. This isn't going to end up in a court. So instead, what we're going to end up with is some sort of written product, and how that gets disseminated and the timeline for which that gets disseminated, I think is really an open question here. If you remember a few years back, there was an attempted or rather, there was a shooting of a congressional baseball practice that targeted Republican members of Congress. And the FBI investigated that, but because the suspect was dead, that really wasn't put out in a form that was really satisfying, I think, to a lot of the victims of that attempted of that shooting, rather. So I think that it's a real question how the FBI is ultimately going to put this product out and what the timeline going to be for that to answer a lot of these questions that the public has right now. We've already seen a ton of conspiracy theories bubbling up online, and of course, the quickest way to tamp those down is to get out as much information that is available as quickly as possible. So when information is withheld, the longer it's withheld, it can really build up. I'd also say that the FBI has, since I would say the Boston Marathon bombing and then transformed to January 6th, really been better about collecting digital evidence. After the Boston Marathon bombing, a lot of people weren't making calls. They were sending in raw materials to the FBI to be able to put that together and really find out exactly what happened. The same thing after January 6th, and especially I would say in the last 3.5 years since that attack on the Capitol on January 6th, we've seen the FBI improve upon their collection of information, because even though there isn't a lot of mystery about who the shooter was, apparently. Obviously, that name isn't something we're reporting at this moment, but there doesn't appear to be a lot of mystery there. But I think the failures are really going to be something that is going to have to be reconstructed, and what sort of accountability there's going to be within the Secret Service, and how that interplay is going to play out between the FBI and the Secret Service. Chris,
tell us again, based on your experience, some of the things that those videos can help them determine. We can all say, anybody who's ever been to a Trump rally or any rally from any presidential candidate in modern times, people have their phones up. I heard a number of people on our air who were there saying, this is my first Trump rally. They want to memorialize that. They're taking pictures. They're rolling video. Donald Trump is up there speaking. Some of them were very close. What are the kinds of things that now this more sophisticated operation can look at and potentially find, even though, as you point out rightly, there doesn't seem to be much question about who the shooter was?
Right. And I mean, you might end up with footage coming out down the line that actually just shows the full shooting down, right? If you look at somebody who was maybe on the right side of the stage, had their camera pointed at the right place, it's just because they aren't on, X or Twitter, or maybe haven't posted it to social media. Maybe that's buried in their camera roll somewhere. So all of this footage can be valuable in some way in this sort of event where there's not a lot of mystery about who the shooter was. I think even then it is still can be valuable just to sort of tamp down on a lot of these conspiracy theories, but I really just don't know what sort of form that's ultimately going to come out. And I think we'll see a trickle of footage come out even today, 3.5 years after January 6th. We're still seeing new footage come out from from that incident, most of it in the form of body camera footage that's often released through the courts. So I think that, this is an event that we'll be learning about for a while, and the pieces will sort of continue to come together. But already we've gotten a good sense of, where this took place as this reporting is all played out. the distance. There's already been, the New York Times had a gunshot, a sound analysis that used the microphone from that, and then had an expert come in and say this is about how far away the shot was. So there's all these really incredible things I think that open source researchers can do, and the FBI is sort of catching up with in the 21st century to really piece this together and give a story about what exactly happened that day, Chris.
Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Your experience is invaluable with this. Also joining me now, retired FBI Special Agent Kenneth Gray. He is now a distinguished lecturer of Criminal Justice Department at the University of New Haven. Thank you so much for joining us. Where does this investigation go now?
So, Chris, there's going to be in the interviews of people that were there at the rally that may have seen something that will help put together this picture. There is going to be the forensic evidence. After all, you've got more than just President Trump being shot, so you have several other individuals that have to be processed. You have to do the deep dive on who the shooter was, to include their social media, to try to figure out why the shooter did what he did do here tonight. And so there's a lot of moving parts. Not only is it federal for the assassination attempt, but it's also the murder investigation and the shooting victims investigation. Mm-hmm. And so you have both the Pennsylvania State Police and you have the FBI doing joint investigations. They will pair up agents along with troopers, and they'll go out and do these interviews to be able to cover both sides of the investigation.
So since the suspect obviously has been killed, there will be no trial. There will be no formal charges made.
Saying the FBI.
Talk about some of the key questions that you have and you think the public should be able to have answered when they're doing these investigations. What are you looking? What are the questions you're looking to have answers to?
So the big question is, why did the shooter do what he did? Why did he shoot at President Trump? And hopefully they will be able to answer that question based upon social media or interviews of family members or interviews of colleagues or neighbors. But in addition to why the shooter did this, there's also questions about, was there anybody else involved? Was there anybody that assisted the shooter in conducting this operation? Where did they get the weapon at? Did they purchase it legally? Things like that are also going to be pursued in the course of the next weeks to months of investigative steps.
Do you think they'll be able to figure out with some degree of certainty how he was able to get access to the location where he was?
Yes, I believe that already I've seen reports, at least reports on X, that there's a ladder on the side of the building and that he bear crawled across the top of the building to get into position.
There was also some question about some suspicious things that were in the area. That was actually something sometimes, as you know, in the immediate aftermath, and you start looking at some social media, there's all sorts of conspiracy theories or random speculation. But officials did seem to indeed say they were looking at some of those specific things. The latter may be among them.
It may very well be, though, to show that they are not involved in this particular matter. That is, you have suspicious objects. You have to determine whether or not it's part of the threat. Same thing with reports of people in the area. They may have been people that were acting suspiciously. They have to be run down and figure out whether or not they were involved in this incident or not.
I'm also curious, and I think you were probably listening to what Ryan Riley had to say, and one of the big questions he has is what form any kind of a final report may take. Would you expect there to be a detailed final report that comes out of the FBI on this, or where do you think that the investigations are going to be? We know already that there have been some calls in Congress for there to be investigations there.
Sure. As far as the FBI investigation, it's a joint investigation along with other federal agencies and the state police and the local. But I do expect to see some type of report come out from that investigation to inform the public about what happened at this event, this major event. But in addition to that, I think that we're going to be seeing a congressional inquiry about what happened, whether Secret Service was doing their job correctly, and whether they had the resources they needed, and if there was any gaps that they missed that they should have been tuned into, and also how this affects future rallies, future events like this.
Yeah, that's a key question, right? I mean, how difficult is it to stop a very determined individual in a situation where this is an uncontained location? I guess that's what we would call an outdoor rally as opposed to an indoor rally, when you also go through mags, but that location is secure, as opposed to what we saw there today. How difficult is it to prevent against a very determined shooter?
Yeah, so the shooter in this case was shooting from about 150 yards away, but a sniper round can travel much further than that. And consequently, outdoor rallies are insecure by their very nature of being outdoors, and that the threat can be outside your secure area. Inside the secure area, you can take great steps to ensure that nobody's bringing any weapons into that area. But outside the perimeter is a different matter entirely. And I might add that while it was not part of this event, nonetheless, we are in a whole new realm of the potential threats of drones. So an outdoor rally like this, the next time it could involve drones being used.
And finally, when you look at this overall, do you think that we'll get some answers fairly quickly?
So we will get some basic details out very quickly. We'll know the name of the shooter by tomorrow. We'll know some of the results about maybe what was on social media within tomorrow or maybe the next couple of days. As far as the overall investigation, though, I think that's going to take weeks to months to come out.
Retired FBI Special Agent Kenneth Gray, thank you so much for taking the time, especially so early in the morning. It's appreciated. Joining me now, NBC News reporter Jesse Kirsch outside Mar-a-Lago, which of course is home to former President Trump. Tell us what the scene has been like there. And I understand that there have been a number of Trump supporters who have come to Mar-a-Lago, at least in the immediate aftermath of the shooting.
Yeah, and Chris, there were people outside of the former president's home for hours this evening. At this point, it appears everyone has left this area, but there were at one point well over a dozen people, it appeared, out here. Some of them carrying banners, the American flag, Trump campaign flags, people driving by honking horns, and the overwhelming majority of these people that our team has encountered have been here in support of the former president. Our team has been on the scene here in some form since around 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that's several hours now that our team has been out here. What we can tell you is that we have throughout this entire time not seen any substantial motorcade come or go from this facility. And that is speaking not just to the former president's movements, but also that of his family. We know that his youngest child, Barron Trump, lives here, as well as the former First Lady Melania Trump. We do not know of their whereabouts. We don't know if they were traveling with the former president this evening. So we are trying to piece together among any number of things where the former first family is this evening. We know that the former First Lady is expected, or at least I should say was expected before all these events transpired, was expected to be at the RNC in Milwaukee this upcoming week. So, of course, we'll be taking a look at, how the former first family's plans may be changing in the aftermath of all of this. But at this point, it is very quiet out here. And I can also tell you that from our producer, Juliet, who has spent a good amount of time in this area and has been around this property before, she tells me that there's no demonstrable difference in the physical, visible security presence out here this evening compared to a normal day. So best we can tell, the security situation here outside of Mar-a-Lago has not visibly changed in a noticeable way from before this incident transpired. Yes, what is now yesterday evening, Chris.
And no activity coming out of Mar-a-Lago that you've seen?
No.
Nothing that would rise to the level of us wondering if there was a motorcade. We have not seen any caravans of vehicles making their way out. There's certainly multiple police vehicles on site. On the other side of the camera, from where I am right now, there is a police vehicle. We have seen police vehicles on the property as well. And we did at one point have someone from Secret Service coming out over here to check on the situation and actually asking for some lights to be moved around because they told us that they were blocking, making it difficult for them to do their job protecting the property. So it just speaks to there is definitely a visible active security presence out here from law enforcement agencies. But again, nothing that suggests to us, Chris, that the former president or any members of his immediate family have been in a high-level security caravan shuttled one way or the other in this area tonight.
Jesse Kirsch at Mar-a-Lago for us. Thank you very much. It is 28 minutes past the hour. If you're just joining us, let's bring you up to date because there was a press briefing tonight where we got some new information about this assassination attempt against Donald Trump. They are calling it an attempted assassination. NBC News has learned that the suspect is a male from Pennsylvania. Old. They have not identified a motive yet, but there is a major investigation way that is being led right now by the FBI. Mr. Trump was injured in his right ear. And in fact, details of it, we first learned from him in a post on X where he wrote, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper right part of my ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin." And here you see the moment that it happened. Let's play that with sound so you can see and hear what occurred.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Moving the spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Move. Get ready. You ready? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. Bloody. So we gotta move to the class. Let me get my shoes. Okay, watch out.
Again, that is what transpired during the assassination attempt on the life of Donald Trump. Joining me now is senior national politics reporter John Allen. John, a couple of things that we saw there. You can see the moment, first of all, where Trump realizes that he's been hit. He puts his hand up to his ear and then he goes down. You also see in which really are very classic Donald Trump moves that as he is being taken out by the Secret Service, he stops a couple of times, even right before they put him in the SUV to raise his fist and to acknowledge to the crowd that he seems to be okay. And then we learned that he is indeed okay. Later on, his campaign confirmed that. But what do we know about Donald Trump right now? And what do we know about his plans over the next several days? Of course, we are less than 48 hours away from the Republican National Convention.
I mean, most of what we know, Chris, is what we've heard from him directly. The Trump campaign has put out, and this makes a lot of sense, has put out notice to his staff to not, to not talk to reporters, basically. if they're not authorized to do so. He gave that first-hand account of hearing the bullet whizzing, feeling it pierce through the upper right part of his ear. We've been watching these harrowing images for hours now. Obviously, his political instinct, you mentioned, to pump his fist, to make sure he was waving to the crowd before he got into the SUV. Those instincts of a politician very much at odds with the instincts of the people who want to keep him protected. Obviously, the Secret Service trying to physically cover his body when they move him, surrounding him, they have different, sort of different missions there. The Secret Service has one mission, Trump as the politician having another. As far as what we know about, what his activity is going to be, he's left the hospital in Butler, Pennsylvania. We know that he is going to be at the Republican National Convention this week. That has not changed. Not entirely clear when we'll see him the first time, but he accepts the nomination of the Republican Party on Thursday. And for now, as we are with a lot of the details of the shooting and of the return fire and the killing of the suspect in this attempted assassination, we are going to have to wait a little bit for some more details from the Trump camp.
If you can hold on, we are just getting some new information. We've just learned that police are saying that the bomb squad is at the home of the suspected shooter. Joining us now is Carmen Best, retired Seattle police chief and MSNBC law enforcement analyst. It's good to see you. I should note that at that press conference that we have been referencing, officials were asked about investigating suspicious packages. And I want to tell you what they said at that time. They said, in this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was. And so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. Now they are at the shooter's home. What will be the approach there, and what are your concerns?
Yeah, thank you for having me. They're going to have the same concerns about any type of booby traps or other devices. It's already been reported the suspect intentionally did not provide identification or have identification on him. So now that they have the location, they're going to have those same precautions that they're going to need to take about entering, about what other things, any type of devices or anything that might be there, because we simply don't know. We don't know the motive of the suspect at this point either. So all of those things, they can be slow and methodical at this point. I mean, the former president is, as for all intents and purposes, safe at this point. The initial scene is clear, so they can take their time to make sure that they do everything with an abundance of caution.
We are just getting some new information from our Tom Winter, a spokesperson for the FBI's Pittsburgh field office, Carmen, says they are now confirming the name of the shooter, the alleged shooter who attempted to assassinate former President Donald Trump. They identify him as Thomas Matthew Crooks, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania.
Well, damn.
Our reporting had him at 20 years old. What kinds of investigations are going on in addition to going to his home, which you and I just talked about, to learn more? One thing we don't know is the motive. And also, what will they be looking for at his home?
Yeah, there'll be, this question is for me, and I believe. And
yes, Carmen.
Okay, yeah. They'll be looking for, Tom has reported a lot of this as well, but they'll be looking for any information that will give them a clue as to what the motive was. They'll secure any cell phones, any computers, any written manifestos, or anything that might be on the premises that might be an indication of why the suspect went to this location and attempted to assassinate former President Trump. So all of that will be of great concern to them. Any information about family members, obviously they're probably already contacting some of them, any other associates, any indications that this is not a lone act, that he may have been coordinating this with other people. They're going to try to ascertain all of that information or anything they can about that while at this suspect's residence.
They are asking anyone with any information, and anyone who may know Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, to to let them know. They're encouraged to submit photos or videos online. They can call 1-800-CALL-FBI. How useful has this been as in this modern day, people not just who know him personally, but may have had online interactions with him or who may have been at the rally, Carmen?
Yeah, it's going to be a big indicator as to if anyone else was involved, the types of things. Even if it doesn't show that others were involved, it certainly helps in ascertaining what to look for any other type of future event. Obviously, behavioral analysts and others will be looking at any information or anything that they can glean about why a person would do this and how they planned it and how they even planned the location where they were at and how they ascertained the weapon, how they got the weapon that he used. And so all of that is going to be very helpful moving forward in this circumstance.
Let me bring back Ryan Riley. They were able to put this ID out fairly quickly at the press conference. They said they wanted to make 100% sure. They talked about potentially running some DNA, but now they have confirmed it. You can say that with certainty, yes?
Yes, that's right. Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, has been formally identified by the FBI. Suspected person who attempted an assassination on former President Donald Trump just hours ago. So now the FBI has put that name out there. But I think the big question is how the FBI is going to continue to put out information about this assassination attempt and how that interaction is going to work between the FBI and the Secret Service, because really this is kind of almost a look at what went wrong with the Secret Service's protection detail here and the failures that sort of went into this. And I think, you might end up with a situation where an inspector general gets involved in this investigation as well. And obviously Congress is going to be super interested, especially, on House Republicans and I think Democrats as well, obviously with the failures that are pretty clear here in terms of that sweeping of that roof, making sure that a roof that was that close to where Donald Trump was speaking and had that elevated position and was only really a couple football fields away, not even from where he was speaking, did not have coverage at that point, and what went wrong, how they can fix this and how they can prevent this from happening in the future. But you could end up with situations where you just aren't seeing those sort of rallies, or at least there are different places where there's not a strategic advantage for someone to be that far away, because this was inches away really from a really different outcome here, Chris.
A catastrophic outcome, without a doubt. Ryan, talk a little bit more, and you touched on this, but assuming there is a digital footprint, and it's very, very rare to find someone these days who doesn't have one, the kinds of things they'll be looking for and may be able to find through it?
What's actually kind of remarkable is we've seen this unfortunate circumstance where people will try to do these fakes suggest that someone else who actually isn't that person is that person, right? So there's all these attempts to try to trick and fool reporters, and that's sort of what we're working through right now. There's been a number of Instagram handles, for example, that were changed to this name because that name had been out there on social media before the FBI formally confirmed it. And so people trying to trick reporters and say, oh, this was this person. There was one image of one prominent individual who's sort of a right-wing extremist that was being floated out there and saying, oh, here's this footage. People would put that image in other people's social media profiles. So it requires a lot of work on the back end on our reporting and making sure we're being thorough about this before we put it out there. And this is something that you have to be really careful about. And unfortunately, in the world we're living in today, there's a lot of people trying to put out bad information. So we really have to make sure this is vetted before we put it out to the public, which is sometimes why we sort of take a pause on this reporting and make sure that we're getting things out there and we're not putting misinformation out there to the general public, Chris.
I also want to bring in NBC's Erin McLaughlin. She is in Bedminster, New Jersey. We don't know the exact whereabouts of former President Trump right now, but the original plan was we thought perhaps he would be heading back to Bedminster, New Jersey, one of the places where he owns homes. But what's the scene as you have seen it tonight around Bedminster?
Well, Anna, what we do know is that around 12:37, about an hour ago, his plane did land in Newark, New Jersey. There was that video showing former President Trump deplaning under his own power, briefly waving, giving no statements. That was tweeted out on X by an aide. And we know here Bedminster is about a half-hour drive away. It is where he has the Trump National Golf Course. Earlier today, hours after the shooting, we saw a substantial security presence around the entrance of that golf course, about 4 police vehicles near the entrance, lights flashing. In the last hour or so, we saw a number of security vehicles, including state security vehicles, exit down that way in the opposite direction of the golf club, followed by a number of private vehicles. So it is possible that he is staying there tonight. Again, we do not know for sure. His aides are being very tight-lipped in terms of his whereabouts. We know that he has been in contact with some of his children, including Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. Tweeting tonight that he's doing very well. Anna.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that update. Let me go back to you, Ryan Riley, because it occurs to me that this is really the first assassination attempt that we have had in this era of social media, and certainly the level of digital access. Obviously, if you want to go back to President Kennedy, the assassination of Martin Luther King, RFK, the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan, we were in a very different media universe. The things that we have today did not exist then. How much faster does that make these investigations go? Or, as you were talking about before we went to Aaron, because of the fakes that can happen, because of the misinformation, is it always faster?
Well, what the FBI can do in that case is cut through a lot of this, right? Because it's not only just social media, it's your entire digital footprint. So any account that he had on Google, I'm assuming, there's probably somebody writing up an affidavit right now to try to get any information, look back at his entire history. This is someone who's 20 years old, so he's lived his entire life online. There'll be photos of him from the day he was born until, the day that he died. This is someone who was born in the year 2003, right? So we're not talking about that long of a time here. Everything has been digital his entire life. What I wanted to point out, there's some new reporting actually that Tom Winter, our colleague at NBC, was able to confirm. And take this for what you will, but he is a registered Republican, and we don't know. This is still, we don't know what was inside his mind. We don't know what we don't know yet, but we do know that on paper he was a registered Republican. So this could obviously still be. Obviously, he was trying to shoot and kill Donald Trump. So this is clearly someone who had disdain for Donald Trump. But there are always these surprising facts that come out in the course of reporting. We don't know whether that was his old political beliefs and whether he's had a sudden shift. I think that's something that we're going to see play out over the coming days and the coming weeks as new reporting comes out, as our colleagues get to speak to a lot of the people who grew up with that. Work is already being done as law enforcement gets to speak with people who is communicating with as all of these digital records become available. He's likely going to have a long paper trail, but on the other hand, you do have a lot of efforts to try to keep that information private. Encryption is being increased, so sometimes you don't get the full access that you would necessarily think you would to a lot of the raw materials, and that's been a frustration for law enforcement in recent years. So there are ways to communicate with encrypted messages and messages disappearing very quickly, but at least overall, I think this digital footprint will give us a better picture of who this individual was. And as a lot of this reporting plays out over the coming hours and the coming days, finding out more about what was going on with this individual before this incident took place, Chris.
Thank you so much for that, Ryan Riley. Joining me now is senior national politics reporter John Allen. And John, it is now on the East Coast, at least Sunday morning. So it is now the eve of the Republican National Convention. There were hints that the former president was planning to announce his vice presidential running mate anytime soon, potentially, again, tomorrow being Monday. That might be the first time we hear from former President Trump after this assassination attempt is when he announces his VP. That's possible, right?
It's certainly possible, Chris. Of course, we've heard from him already through social media, but not directly since this attempted his life. Donald Trump has very infrequently disappeared from visibility. So, I wouldn't bank on that necessarily being the next time we see him, but it's certainly a possibility. He's going to have to name a vice presidential pick. Our understanding is that there's a certain time on Monday that he has to do it by. So we're very much in that window. And of course, it's a very weighty decision that he has in front of him. Obviously, the judgment that he makes in that decision is made all the more, if not all the more important, certainly all the more obvious that it is important by the events that transpired today.
Yeah, I should say we did hear very quickly after the assassination attempt, and I've been reading from part of the statement where former President Trump describes exactly what happened to him, but he also says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for the rapid response to the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. More importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and the family of another person that was badly injured. And we mentioned earlier in this hour that a GoFundMe page has been set up to help those families. But we also heard fairly quickly from President Biden, who at the time was spending his weekend in Delaware. Here's part of what President Biden had to say.
Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
We're in uncharted territory, John Allen, aren't we? We don't know what the impact
He
on
gets
this
on my nerves. Every time he starts speaking, he's got to say,
look, if you zoom out a little bit, Chris, the last 6 weeks or so have been unique in American politics. We thought what we had was a very static presidential race. In that time, you've seen Donald Trump become the first former president convicted of crimes. You have seen Joe Biden's party, or at least part of his party, turn against him, calls for him to leave, basically abandon the pending nomination to someone else. You saw the Supreme Court essentially give wide immunity to presidents, which is clearly bearing on the court cases that have been pending for Donald Trump. All of this just in the last 6 weeks, and then this assassination attempt, and you made reference to some of them earlier in our history. If you're not at least in your 40s, I am, you don't remember the attempt on Ronald Reagan's life. You can go back in history. I think, 1968, Robert F. Kennedy, 1963, JFK, 1972, George Wallace. Assassination attempts in a couple of those cases, successful assassination attempts. In the case of Wallace, he was paralyzed. This is something that has actually happened, a fair number of times in American history, dating back to Andrew Jackson. I'm not old enough to remember the attempt on Jackson's life, but we've had presidents killed, we've had candidates, be targeted by assassins, and it usually happens in times of great tumult in our politics and great tension in our society. Abraham Lincoln, of course, at the tail end of the Civil War in 1865. It's so sad, Chris, and it's such a statement on where our politics is right now. And it's not that we've never been in a place like this before, but it's horrifying.
Finally, somebody speaking
of all of the things that have happened in just the last 6 weeks that you've mentioned, John, it boggles the mind. And I think it's been very difficult. I think any of us who are in the business, who speak to people, whether they're friends, family, or in the case of someone who's visible and on television, who comes up to them, there's a lot of people out there who are finding this difficult to deal with. I want to go to Shaquille Brewster.
I told y'all
he
a
is
couple
near
of
the
months
suspect's
ago,
home. We reported earlier that investigators were on the scene. Shaq, I know you probably just arrived, but what are you able to see and what can you tell us?
Internet stuff y'all be talking ain't
Well, Chris, we've been here for some time now, about 30 minutes to an hour, and I'll tell you that we've seen law enforcement down this street. We believe the suspect's home is about 3.
That's America. Y'all be talking this foolishness. Y'all better get to know America, man. We live in America, y'all. But some of y'all clueless to what American society really is. I told y'all that story I heard about Trump when he was negotiating with the I don't know if it was Taliban or somebody over there when he was president the first time, and he took the picture of the guy's house and his family outside of his jacket and slid it to him on the table and walked out of the room and came back like, you made a decision yet? Now that's some gangster shit. I don't care what y'all think about Trump. That's the kind of president we need negotiating. We don't need fake tough guys. We need some real tough guys who really willing to pull that trigger. You know what I mean? That's America. I'll use a Godfather reference. We need more Michaels and less Sonnies and Fredos.
Oh Lord. Okay.
We need Michaels. Michael gets you killed. Michael ain't play no games. And he took his time with you too. Oh, okay. Oh, you gonna smack around my brother? Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna see about that. Because that's how Vito was. He learned that from his father. Vito was like, okay, I'm only gonna ask you once. And he cut that dude horse off and the horse's head off and left it in the bed. Vito didn't play them games. But see, Sonny wanted to fight. He wanted to just beat people up. Like, dude, you supposed to be the Godfather, the heir to the Godfather. You got to think a little bit. You can't do everything yourself. You got to send people. You got to be able to make that call, man. You know.
Yeah, he was on that hothead type of time.
Huh?
I said he was on that hothead type of time.
Yeah, he was a hothead. And I think Biden is a hothead, but he ain't got no heart. He just a shit talker. Oh, I'm gonna take you behind the barn and beat you. Nigga, you 80 years, you 150 years, you like 200 years old.
Damn, really?
I mean, shit. They said that in what was that? Coming to America?
Mm-hmm.
When they was talking about Rocky Marciano in the barbershop. Rocky Marciano was
every time he says that he added on about 50 years. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Cuba. Shout out to Cuba Gooding Jr., who was the kid in the chair getting his hair cut when that scene was playing. Y'all don't know me, man. Y'all know y'all boy is a movie buff. Y'all know y'all boy is a movie buff. Nah, I mean, I know one person is happy right now. One person is happy right now. Shout out to Diddy. No Diddy, y'all. No Diddy is happy right now because ain't nobody talking about him.
For real. Before he,
Fannie Willis might be happy too.
He about
ain't nobody
to get
talking
indicted.
about her right now. We letting Fannie breathe a little bit right now too. But that was funny because you know what? Bush was like that. It was always bad shit happening when Bush was president. I'm like, damn, I know he's like, shit, I get tired of going on camera. Every time y'all ask me to speak, I gotta explain some shit that happened.
I'm like, you don't hear some shit happen. Yep.
I ain't had no control over 9/11. I ain't had no control over Hurricane Katrina. I ain't had no control over what my mama said about Hurricane Katrina. Like, stop asking me these dumb questions. And Bush didn't give a fuck. What you want me to do? But the funniest Bush moment, and I loved it, when he dodged them damn that reporter over there in the Middle East on the shoes. Yeah. That shit was like the Matrix. I was like, all right, Bush got a little bit of moves. He slipped that shit so smooth. And then the other one came, he flipped it the other way. I said, damn, Bush might could fight. He over here slipping jabs and shit.
Hell yeah, he them bar fights. You know he know how to fight.
But you know what? You know, that showed me. I mean, you know how mad you got to be to throw both your shoes at a motherfucker and you live in the desert?
Yeah, because they say that's like the ultimate disrespect.
And you ain't getting them shoes back. Ain't nobody giving you them shoes back. You throw some shoes at me, I'm keeping them. These my shoes. Yeah, you gonna earn that. You gonna wear that. That motherfucker had to walk home barefooted in the desert.
For real.
Shit. Shout out to the chat, man. Let's give y'all a little PSA, man. Like, subscribe, and share. Make sure y'all smash that bell. We still trying to get Amanaz 78. We got 17 or maybe about 15 more people that we get to 1,000 people. We trying to get her monetized tonight. We need y'all assistance. She deserves it. We appreciate what y'all have done thus far. We just need a little, get y'all, push us over the edge a little bit. That's what we need. That's what we need. That's what we need. And TJ could come in and, he could go ahead and celebrate, be the first one to celebrate her, because that's how he do. So make sure y'all subscribe to the Fire Podcast.
Okay. That is exactly how he do.
And he probably listen to me like, now, motherfucking damn V-Ben Israel, you better stop putting me on the spot. He literally at work listening to me.
He come in, you know what I'm saying? Do what he do, and then he be gone. He be in and out so quick. He be missing key shit. I be bigging him up, but he be missing it.
He be listening. He'll hear the shit. Because I said something about him one night, and he came right behind me saying it. Yeah, I'm listening. I was like, yeah, I knew you was.
Well, dang.
He do it, especially if it be late, where he ain't really that busy at work, where he got time to listen. He'll be listening. Yeah, he'll be a chime in. I don't know where the rest of our regulars at. Where Ant from the Bricks at? Where he at? Ain't doing his job. Well, wait a minute. Where my Spartans at? What is y'all profession? Let me see if my Spartans is in the chat. What is your profession, Spartans? Let us know in the chat. Derek Gaines is quiet tonight. We had a couple of them popping in, but where our regulars? Where the OGs in the chat? Where Death know that? We ain't seen him in a while.
Death been in and out.
Okay.
He another one to be Derek Hill.
He be another one to be listening. This about the time he be walking his dogs late at night. Shout out to Death Note, y'all. God's gift, as we call him. Let the brother know we miss him over here. People's Podcast and Armor 78. We miss you, brother. Where the snowman at? This is right up his alley. Where the hell is the snowman?
He was on last night for a little while.
Yeah, but this kind of shit right here, this is his forte.
I know.
This is him. Shout out to Snowman, Angry Snowman. Make sure y'all subscribe over there. Angry Snowman 2 is where you need to subscribe. Let them know. Let them know who sent y'all. Let them know the People's Podcast sent you over here. The People's Champ sent you over there to him. And shout out to my nephew Mikey. That's Little Snowman. That's the Little Snowman.
Right. Thomas Matthew Crooks is our shooter.
What's his name? Tyler?
Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Where Thomas' parents at?
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying,
was he living at home with his parents?
How that's gonna work?
Yeah, they about to dig into his ass. The internet is about to go full force after that. They gonna know everything. By the time we wake up tomorrow, they're gonna know everything about this dude.
Exactly.
We gonna know that nigga Uber orders when he don't order it on Uber Eats. We gonna do everything about it.
Yeah, for real.
He don't know. They digging in his shit right now.
The last girl he tried to talk to in high school, all that shit.
Yeah, little Cindy and shit. We gonna know about Cindy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's gonna be interesting with his motivation. 20-year-old, like, but their perception.
But you remember what was the other dude, the one that shot up the people at the grocery store in was it Buffalo? He was super young. I don't know what the hell all this is about. He was real young.
Yeah, I can't Buffalo shooter's name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know why they want to ruin their life.
Yeah, I mean, it's deep trauma, with a lot of people. Like I said, that mama trauma, that daddy trauma, and that shit eats away at these young men, and they really don't have too many outlets. And when they finally unleash it, it's destructive. As the Bible would say, it's like a bull in a net. A wild bull in the net. It's a lot of destructive energy, and that's why we got to bring competition back. See, competition allowed young men to get a lot of their aggression out. It gave them a venue, but ain't no venue for them no more. They can't do nothing with their hands. They can't go compete. So they get angry and they want to kill somebody. That's their first reaction. They get triggered. They want to kill somebody. I ain't gonna be fighting these young boys out here. That's why I got a little, I keep a sharp knife on me. I'm just gonna poke them,
Oh Lord.
Fuck off. I ain't playing no games with these young boys. I ain't got the energy for it no more. Shout out to the chat. I heard y'all live up in the chat. Let me get a 1 in the chat if y'all still rocking with us, please. Let me know y'all here. Let me know y'all here. Y'all content creators that's in the chat. Let us know y'all where your channel is. Drop the links. We want to spread the love. I know I had we had Bulldog House in the chat earlier, so I subscribed. So we spread the love with him. But it's some more y'all. Let us know y'all here. We don't know you are content creators if you ain't never been here before.
Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you're a content creator.
Yeah, definitely that. And your link. Drop that link.
If they don't have a wrench, they can't put their link.
Oh shit. I forgot.
That's why I said put a 1. Put a 1 in the chat and we'll put your link in for you.
Yeah, just let us know you're here and we'll do it. That's right. We usually got our mods on deck or whatever, but the mods is getting their naps and shit, I guess, tonight. We kept them up too late last night. We had great conversation last night.
Yeah.
I hope some of y'all take time to go back to that. It was good, just good talk. Sometimes it ain't really about the topic. It's just about having dialogue. And there was a lot of topics and discussions and rabbit holes we went down, but it was all productive, I thought. Like I said, we didn't have no triggering, we had one triggering moment, but that got resolved.
Yeah.
But other than that, and that wasn't even that serious, And once that got resolved, man, we had great conversation all night, man.
That's what we do here.
Gen Xers was in here. We had some older Gen Xers in here. The brothers was in their mid-50s, so we got a little wisdom, a little seasoning last night, as you will. I'm in my late 40s, so you had a little bit of seasoning, what we call it, the ghost peppers and the reaper peppers, just a little spice.
Exactly.
Okay, y'all just a little bit of that.
This is what we do.
Shout out to the Carolina Reapers for y'all who don't know. That's the hottest pepper you can get. My man was like, "With the ghost peppers?" Nah, the Reaper is hotter.
Reaper hotter than that.
Hotter. We got a lot of special shit down here in North Carolina. I bet y'all ain't never heard or seen purple honey. Yeah, I ain't talking about no honey that was dyed purple. I'm talking about natural, pure honey. It's only available in North Carolina. It comes out of the Asheville area. So if you ever see it, buy it. It'll last forever.
I ain't been to Asheville in a minute.
Yeah.
What Derek say? He say, VB, I appreciate you and the other brother for bringing me back into focus.
Who said that?
Derek.
Oh, he in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, again, brother, like I said to you last night, you know, I always fuck with you, but I meant it. What I said is that was a real man shit what you did when you came back in and said, "Hey, I'm wrong," and a lot of brothers can't do that, and that's the sign of maturity and being a good father. Is when you can do that, and it's important for your kids to see you do that because they learn how to do it at an early age. I'm wrong. Your kids need to hear that. We have to lead by example, and you're gonna make mistakes, as I told you last night. Embrace the shit. That's the way you learn. You don't learn if you don't make mistakes, and you're gonna make mistakes. Guess what? I ain't broke one of my kids yet. And I've been trying to break these motherfuckers. I'm telling you, I've been trying actively. They ain't broke yet. my kids is tough as hell. I be actively trying to break them. Shout out to Sundiata, y'all. That's my youngest son. Sundiata got a promotion on his job today. He is 15 years old. He called me today to tell me when he got off of work. He works at Chick-fil-A, and he got a little promotion. So he is up to $11 an hour now.
All right.
I said, go ahead, Sundiata. That's his real name. We call him Bam usually, Mr. Bam.
Listen, we got a comment here in the chat from Real Brooklyn. Welcome, Real Brooklyn. Appreciate you for checking us out. Says, I don't know about niggas in their 50s having wisdom. I'm 52 and I got some friends that has common sense and a deficit.
Well,
okay,
I wasn't
them not having common sense. What that got to do with you? You know what I'm saying? Having wisdom.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that their age was tied to wisdom. I just happened to mention that the two guys that were sharing wisdom were both in their 50s and they were sharing wisdom. David was a young man. King David was a young man who had wisdom at a very young age. The Bible also talks about old fools. So you got a lot of old people. They just been wrong all their life. They ain't got no wisdom. They got long days, as the Bible says, but long days don't mean wisdom. So I don't want to make sure. I don't want to suggest that there was
comparing Trump to Jesus. Who is comparing Trump to Jesus? Who doing that? I'm responding to one of these comments. This is Mario Martinez. Welcome. Who is? He says they are comparing Trump to Jesus. Who? Who doing that? Child, what Derek say? Baby Yoda, I have some hot sauce that is made from the 3 hottest peppers. It's called regret. He say, oh, damn hot. I believe it. It sounds hot.
Derek, my grandmother used to make a cha-cha. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's a southern thing. It's a relish, basically. It's a hot relish. And my grandmother would make a cha-cha they would call it hot cha-cha. She would make a hot cha-cha that would blow your head off. And she would grow all her own peppers and cabbage and all of that herself. My grandmother was the cook of all cooks, man. But that damn cha-cha, that was fire.
Okay, Steven's telling Mario, he said, name names. It's time to put up or shut up. What he
Thank
say?
you, Steven.
Put up or shut up. Time. He says, put up or shut up, and you on the clock.
You over here on the People's Podcast. We don't play them games over here. We name names over here. We call motherfuckers out. So yeah, Steven is exactly right. Don't drop no subliminal round they this. Who the fuck is they? If you're gonna say it, say it. Stand on your shit. And we'll address it. Or we'll go investigate it. But don't do that bitch shit, man. That's bitch shit.
Oh, so now he comes back. He says, so you've never seen people call Trump a savior?
No, we go about what you said. You said that now they are calling or comparing Trump to Jesus, as in this just happened. So that's why she came back and said, "Who is they?" So don't go about this whole roundabout shit you ain't heard, conjecture and third party information. Talk what you know. Yeah, you over here on the People's Podcast. You over here on Amanaz 78. We will shut the whole show down and pause the shit to address some bullshit. We don't do that bullshit over here, man. There's plenty of places to be out here in these YouTube streets for that. Not over here, though. Not over here. And we've been letting y'all go in the chat with the conspiracy theories. We've been letting y'all flow. You know, we've been letting y'all flow. We ain't trying to censor nobody, really, but when you making a statement like that, you got to support it. We need to know who the they is. Sound like old ninja talk. Old ninjas, they always talk about they and them and shit. Well, that's what they said. Who the fuck is they? See how the tone just changed? We was having a good conversation. And it takes a bullshit statement like that.
Just kind of hold on. Oh, go back. Derek, somebody. Yeah, don't make no more challenges. Sorry, don't do that. Stop comparing him to
You said what?
Okay. People, trying to say, not a cult of personality. Say people don't believe Trump is God, just blessed by God.
Again, now we going to people.
Here go Mario. He just got touched. He ain't Jesus. I mean, okay.
What
Draco,
are we talking about?
Nobody calling Trump the Messiah.
Where did this come from? See, that's how rumors get started. This is all conjecture you saying. So if you ain't gonna name names like Steven said, please stop with the bullshit. Because all of this line of comments that you're making don't make no sense. You just talking to be talking right now. And what you saying don't even line up with the Bible. Jesus never got his ear cut off. His people cut off the ears of the soldiers. What are you talking about? Jesus was the one that healed the ear. He made it grow back. So, I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, I'll let Steven keep up with that. Let Steven know when we need to boot him. let Steven tell us when.
Okay.
Steven said he on the clock, right? Let Steven tell us when the clock runs out. We're gonna give Steven that power.
Welcome, Ladybug. Ladybug said, saying it was staged. It's like saying it's raining when the sun was shining.
Well, it can. Well, it's down here in the South. It does rain with the sun shining, but
you can't
I
get
get
both
what
the
you're
same
saying.
time. Yeah.
I remember the first time I was standing in the middle of, I was on Highway 9 in South Carolina. And I was standing on one side of the road, but it was raining on the other side of the road, like right down the middle of the line. So I'm on one side of the yellow line, it's dry and sunny. On the other side, it was raining. I had never seen that shit before. I'm like, what the hell? Only in the country. You only see shit like that in the country. And it was sunny the whole time. It was never cloudy.
Happens.
What else we got? Did we get our ones in the chat?
I didn't really see any. Hold on, what's this right here? This kind of long. Let me see. Here go Derek talking about, so are we doing 8 hours? You just did 7. No, we're not doing 8 hours.
I think we did that shit by accident last night. I don't think it was on purpose.
Yeah, that was not on purpose. Yeah.
I think the conversation just kind of flowed, and next thing we know, it was the roosters was out here crowing and shit, you know.
Yeah.
That's what made me look and pay attention to what time. When I heard that rooster, I was like, oh shit, is it really that time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got roosters in the city here, y'all. That's how they do.
Yeah, I got my little Cheerios and I went on and got in the bed. Just like I
ate
said I
that
would
bagel.
be.
Did the same thing. I did the same thing. I ate that bagel. But yeah, we had good conversation last night, and
we did.
And you could tell wisdom is different. You know, you got a lot of people who got information, but all information ain't good. You got a lot of bad information out there and evil information. But last night you could see the difference in the information that the brother was expressing some pain, some trauma in the information that was flowing to him, which is why he came tonight and said, I thank y'all. We could have attacked him. We could have said, man, we don't give a fuck about that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't give a fuck about your daughter. We could have said all of that last night. No, we embraced what he was saying because it was genuine. And we gave him some advice. No, tell your kids the truth no matter what.
Right.
It's gonna hurt sometime. It's gonna hurt, I promise you. It's gonna hurt. And y'all think, oh, if he been in Israel, you just talking that shit. You ain't like that. You ain't like that with your kids. Go to my channel. There's plenty of times I've had my kids on a live stream with me. And they said it for themselves. So a lot of things that I say, y'all think I'm bullshitting on. My kids like, nah, that's my dad. They say it for themselves. Y'all have heard my exes come up here. Red was up here a couple of months ago. Yeah, this how they, hey, me and this nigga, we may not be together now, but hey, this nigga always got love from me. That's my ex saying
You need to call Red.
I know you always say that. She loves some Red. But it is what it is. You get the authentic me. A lot of people ain't authentic. Everybody claim to be, but they not. But I'm the one person who's been doing this longer than most of them. It's only a handful of people who've been doing this longer than me. And ain't none of them ever had they exes come up here and vouch for them or anybody in their real life vouch or say it, you know. That's why I tell y'all, go outside sometime. Y'all don't be seeing these dudes outside. Every time they're on the podcast, they up in their little studios talking shit. How many times have I gone live on the street? Time after time and time again. And I tell y'all all, I can't find no women. I gotta go overseas with my goofy ass and try to go to the Philippines, right? Kinu and shit.
No, we ain't doing it.
You gotta do the Kinu shit.
No, that's what I meant to tell you. Remember Aaron, the co-worker?
Yeah.
They knocked up the chick up in the DR.
Yeah.
Well, he back. He got pictures. Yeah.
Of course he got pictures.
It ain't looking up. He done messed up.
These dudes, and I tell y'all sisters all the time, these dudes is goofy. And they gonna be goofy no matter where they go. No matter where they go. I don't care how much money they get in their pocket, they still goofy. And I be spotting them a mile away. I just don't know what's wrong with y'all. I be like, this nigga goofy, man. Oh, these niggas is bitches, and y'all be wanting to fight me, and then eventually the shit come out a couple of months later. I'm like, I told you. Because I watch behaviors, and they behaviors don't match up. Again, if you got a family, you got a girl, you got a wife,
How you want here 10 hours a day arguing with other men?
Because you're not.
A real
Not if you
woman
care about your relationship.
A real woman wouldn't even let you do that. Your wife would come to you at some point and say, baby, come on in here. I need you for a minute. And get off that thing, baby. I'm tired of seeing you argue every day with me.
With these niggas about shit you ain't going through.
Right. I tell you, these niggas want to get passports and they ain't never even had a bus card. The fuck out of here. If you goofy, no matter where you been, you ain't been cross town in your city, but you gonna go cross the ocean and think that's gonna change things. And like them women over there ain't gonna see you coming. Now, I got respect for the original passport bros or the true passport bros who can do that. They've established themselves here and now they going over there. But they ain't chasing coochie. They going over there for business and lifestyle. They've built themselves up. I ain't talking about these new dudes who they really just going on vacation and trying to get some coochie. Unbelievable. But remember I tell y'all, again, y'all better start watching my videos, man. I tell y'all about the weird kids at the lunch table. That's who these dudes were. Y'all remember high school? The football players had their table. The basketball players had their table. The cool girls and cheerleaders, they had their table. The nerds had their table. All the little groups broke up into a table, and you had that one table, well, where all of the weird kids was. You ain't know their name, really, but you seen them, you know. Well, guess what happened to the kids after high school? They graduated. They out here among us. And then during COVID, they discovered the internet. They discovered YouTube, and now everybody wants to be a podcaster. These weird motherfuckers, that's who is on here. They're weird. And that's why they say goofy shit that don't make sense. Because if you got real experience with women or relationships in real life, you know when somebody says something that's off, like, what? Ain't no way in hell a black woman went for that shit. No way in hell. I be listening to these stories. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here. That ain't happening. And I'm bold as it gets. I've said some outlandish shit. I know what I can get away with. I'm like, nah, no fucking way that dude got away with that. Get out of here. Get out of here. The fuck out of here. But they don't know women. They ain't never been in no relationships for any period of time. You know, these was the corny dudes. They didn't have no girlfriend in high school. A lot of them ain't get their first piece of woman until they got in the military. Because a lot of women target military dudes for that exact reason. Because they know you a steady check. And you guarantee benefits. So that's the women that hang out on the outskirts of military towns. And y'all fall for them. And you want to make it seem like, I got all this marriage experience. And shut up. If you ain't been married over, I'm going to say at least 10 years, you really don't know shit. You don't know what you think you know. Because first of all, a honeymoon can last between 1 and 5 years at the most. You could be in that magical honeymoon stage for that long. And a lot of times you don't realize, you know, you being love bombed in the beginning or the bait and switches being set up for that. It take years for that to happen. So this person you think you vetted and you think you known for the last 3 or 4 years, you don't know who they gonna be in 10 years. I had a fucked up marriage, but it wasn't fucked up in the beginning. And in the beginning, it was very good. It was very good. But then the bait and switch happened. I was married 20 years. It takes time. But that's why I tell a lot of these young guys, you know, and they get mad at me when I tell them that. because they get triggered easily, these millennials. 31 years old, they ain't did shit in their lifetime but get a job. They have no real accomplishments beyond having a job. But they get mad with somebody who really got experience. Check my resume. It's in the About Me section. I got a LinkedIn page. My shit is authentic. My shit is real. I've been saying the same shit for years. I got successes to point at. That's real experience. Just having days in age. Oh, I'm 31. I'm 30 now. I know everything. That's how a lot of these do. They don't know shit. They ain't did shit. They've done nothing. And I ask them, what is your accomplishment? And then I'll ask them, well, what was your failure that you overcame? Because see, again, you can't learn nothing until you fail. You can't be a good teacher until you've been a good student. It's steps to it. But a lot of these dudes, they just want to come out here, again, since COVID, get on here with a microphone and a camera and, oh, I got all of this knowledge and wisdom, and they ain't saying shit but what they heard me say. Remember I told y'all earlier about the content creators that tried to come for me a few months back, and he trying to come at me with stuff I taught him. I'm like, nigga, are you serious right now? You're the same dude who didn't know what the Louisiana Purchase was, and you live in Alabama? Oh, all right, they didn't teach that in school. Nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, we getting off track.
Huh?
We getting off track.
Yeah, I know. They just
let
want to have.
Let me see what's being said. Hold on.
Yeah, go to the chat. Bring me back around. I'm going down.
I can assure you that the security posture is going to be significantly increased at this time. There's no way, given the fact that the former president, there was an assassination attempt on the former president, and that he'll be there in Milwaukee tomorrow, that isn't going to intensify the level of security from all aspects, not only on the former president directly, but any other participants, any delegates, anyone else attending, any other political figures. You would just have to increase the awareness given what happened, because you don't know who else might be involved. You don't know if there's going to be retaliation or copycats or all sorts of other things. So while there was already going to be a high level of security, it will definitely be intensified.
Obviously, there are adjustments that could be made in terms of the president's schedule, but ultimately, the former president himself will have great influence on that. Would you expect everything, given that these are indoor venues, not outdoor venues, that, as you say, already have high security? There will be mags there will be other security in place and things that people can't even see that are there, that they would be able to feel confident about going ahead with the schedule?
Well, I imagine so, that they'll want to continue to go forward. We don't want any incident to preclude us from participating in our democratic process. That said, they will make sure that they're all hands on deck, so to speak, that every mechanism and everything that they can have in place will be in place. And with a higher level of intensity. I mean, they're already going to be very alert to any other suspicious activity, but given that we've just had an assassination attempt, there is going to have to be increased intensity on the security measures. And given the fact that this last attempt was on a rooftop, it was an outdoor venue, so different venue, different type of venue, but they'll still want to make sure that all of the aspects are being covered: ingress, egress, the neighborhood, the areas, the airports, all of it will be affected.
I want to go back to Shaq Brewster, because Shaq, I know in advance of the RNC, you've been having conversations. It's usual in situations like that, that local law enforcement, which Carmen knows well, are part of it. So that would mean Minnesota law enforcement, National Guard, the Minnesota National Guard. But what else have you learned? And I understand these conversations obviously were before the assassination attempt on the president's life, but how confident were they feeling about the security posture they have?
So, you know, the thing about conventions, these are level 1 national security events. So inside the secure area, that's the responsibility of the Secret Service. And that's the Secret Service. They said they've been coordinating with some 16, at least 16 local, state, and federal agencies around Milwaukee. There's big black barriers that have been erected throughout the city. And that inside that area, that's where airport style security screenings go through. And that's where your credential is required. But I spoke to the chief of police for Milwaukee, who's responsible for everything outside of that area. And one thing that we know with this assassination attempt in Pennsylvania was that the shooter was outside of that perimeter. And one thing that the chief told me was that they felt they were ready because they've had so many resources flooding Milwaukee in the past months. And he said that they've been preparing for this for well over a year. What resources am I talking about? Well, we know for one, they have more than 100 police departments, not just in Wisconsin, but across the country, that are sending officers to Milwaukee to help the Milwaukee Police Department for anything for traffic control to securing the harbor and the waterways that are in Milwaukee. We also know that they have spent millions of dollars in federal grants to shore up some of their equipment. They bought a $1.3 million mobile command center that the department will be using for the RNC. They have new gas masks, riot gear that have been flooding in for Milwaukee. So Milwaukee police, they said before this, again, this was a conversation that happened before today, in which dynamics fundamentally shift. But before today, they said that they were confident that they were able to control the security outside of that perimeter, which is their responsibility. They say that, yes, you may think Milwaukee is a small city, but they pointed out that they've had pop-up protests since the start of the war in Gaza that they've learned a lot from, that they have huge festivals. It's known as a city of festivals, the summer of festivals in Milwaukee, that they have prepared for and that they have secured. And one thing that they kept pointing back to was that Bucks championship run about 2 or 3 years ago at this point, where you had estimated 75,000 people flood the downtown area. They were able to keep the city secure there. So when they talk about crowd control, when they talk about getting ready and preparing for this convention, they feel very confident and felt very confident before this happened. Of course, things will fundamentally shift and new measures will go in place. But I think when we look at that security posture, a lot has already been made, and you have a lot of resources going into Milwaukee before this was happening. And you can imagine, Chris, that number and that those resources will only increase after today.
Without a doubt,
Don't
Chet,
get
thank
crazy.
you for that. Carmen, let me go back to you
At
because
this point, nobody's coming
every
to try to
convention,
shoot
every
him
major
again
event,
back.
particularly of a political nature, is a balancing act, right? Security, but also free speech. And there's been a lot of back and forth about what they expect to be thousands of protesters potentially at the RNC. I'm sure there will be at the Democratic convention as well. And just this past Monday, a judge ruled that those protesters are not allowed to go in what is considered that security perimeter. So they have places where they can protest. Thousands of them can gather. They can carry their signs. They can chant. They can do whatever they want. But again, that federal judge said protesters can't march through the security zone. How important is that? But also, does it make local police job much more complicated?
Well, it's critically important that people who are there to disrupt, I mean, there will be protesters and obviously they have the right. And as you mentioned, it's a very fine balancing act because, of course, you want to respect and even support people's First Amendment free speech rights, but you also have to protect the safety of all the people involved, including those who are there to demonstrate or to protest. So having designated areas or having the ability to cordon off certain areas certainly will help that effort. And of course, making sure that people stay safe in and around those zones is going to be critically important. So I think that they'll feel much better that they have certain designated areas. They can be there. Law enforcement's purpose and point there, again, is to facilitate free speech for everyone involved. Often it can become very tricky as you have a opposition, different opposing sides in the same area. So you have to be very careful about those types of issues. But that court ruling has made it much easier to contain, certain elements.
Carmen Best, thank you again. Appreciate you taking the time. The assassination attempt on former President Trump is reverberating through the halls of Congress as well. There's new video that shows the presumptive Republican nominee exiting a plane in New Jersey. That was just maybe an hour or so ago. He left Pennsylvania after being checked out at a local medical facility. In fact, he posted on social media that he was fine, but he did say a bullet pierced his right ear during the assassination attempt. The suspect, as we have been reporting, was killed. He's identified as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have condemned the attack. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York writing this: I am horrified by what happened at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania and relieved that former President Trump is safe, adding, political violence has no place in our country. Republican House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who survived a politically motivated shooting back in 2007, offered these thoughts.
It's difficult to watch. It brings back a lot of emotions. My first thoughts were to pray for President Trump. Early reports, you really weren't sure what happened. You saw blood coming from his ear, but as we see now, it was a clear assassination attempt. I think there was maybe some divine intervention in preventing that from being much worse than it could have been.
Mm-hmm. Joining us now, Michael Schnell, congressional reporter with The Hill. We were talking about this earlier, Michael. This, unfortunately, is not new to members of Congress, not just Steve Scalise, but also Gabby Giffords. And then, of course, many people who felt their lives were under threat on January 6th. What kind of reaction are we hearing from Capitol Hill tonight in the aftermath of the shooting?
Yeah, Chris, from both Democrats and Republicans this evening, it has been folks expressing their thoughts and prayers for the former president, expressing thankfulness that he was not seriously injured, and all throughout that, condemning this act of political violence, underscoring that political violence has no place in American politics in the United States of America. We're really hearing that unanimous message from both Democrats and Republicans up on Capitol Hill.
Let me ask you about some calls that I've heard for an investigation, a congressional investigation. What kind of responsibility or ability does Congress have in a situation like this? And what are we hearing from the Speaker?
Yeah, we're already hearing a lot about that, a lot of teases of what is going to come in terms of congressional investigations. Of course, Congress has oversight ability, and right now, top Republicans are expressing that they are going to flex that ability very much so. First off, we have a statement from Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, saying, quote, the House will conduct a full investigation of the tragic events today, and we're already hearing that from some of the leaders of those key committees. So first off, for the House Oversight Committee, led by James Comer, Comer sent a letter, I guess, last night, this morning, to the director of U.S. Secret Service requesting that she appear at a hearing on July 22nd. That invitation officially went out today. That hearing will take place a week from Monday, which is the first time Congress returns to session after this current recess. And I'm told that also the Oversight Committee has requested a briefing with the Secret Service, which I'm told the Secret Service has agreed to. The specifics of that are still being worked out in terms of when and where. The House Homeland Security Committee is also getting involved in the aftermath of the event today. House Homeland Security Committee requesting a briefing with the Secret Service. We'll have to follow what happens there. So absolutely, lawmakers are expressing their thoughts and concerns for the former president, but quickly springing into action, showing that they are going to fully investigate this with their oversight authority.
We also heard from the Sergeant at Arms. Obviously, there are concerns in a lot of different places that don't involve the location or, frankly, the location of the RNC. And one of those places is Capitol Hill. What's the Sergeant at Arms saying?
Sergeant at Arms, again, expressing thoughts and prayers for the former president, thankfulness that he was not harmed seriously, but also reminding members of Congress that they need to be vigilant about their own security and to utilize the security measures that are put in place and offered by the House Sergeant at Arms. I will note, Chris, there were two sitting members of Congress who were there with former President Trump at that rally. Congressman Dan Muser and Congressman Mike Kelly, both of whom are Republicans from Pennsylvania. I spoke on the phone with Dan Muser this evening, and I asked him what his experience was. He told me that he is fine, he is safe, but he was sitting right near the former president during this shooting, and he told me that there was panic. There was mayhem. He said that somebody in his section of this rally was actually shot, and he described the scene there. So really, this was, violence involving the former president, but also other members of Congress were there, in addition to a Republican Senate candidate in Pennsylvania, David McCormick. So a lot of concern tonight for the folks who were there, the former president and those two members of Congress.
The congressman you spoke to on the phone, did he tell you, did he realize what was happening in that very moment?
He told me that it was about 5 or 6 minutes into the president's rally when they started to hear gunshots, and all of a sudden he said that there were screams, there were yells, Secret Service yelling at people to hit the deck, he said, and he even said that there were tears from people, from some of these rally goers who were so concerned about former President Trump's state and condition. The two words he used to describe this, Chris, were panic and mayhem.
Michael Chanel, congressional reporter for The Hill. I see you often on Way Too Early, one of my favorite guests to see on Jonathan's show. Thanks so much for staying up late with us. We appreciate it. Sometimes you're way too early. Tonight, you're very late. I want to go back to Bedminster, New Jersey. That's where NBC's Aaron McLaughlin has been standing by. It was where we had heard the former president had been planning to spend the evening before making his way to the Republican National Convention. What are you seeing? What are you hearing there?
Well, Anna, his campaign is being tight-lipped with his exact whereabouts. We understand, according to a memo seen by NBC News, that the campaign is in a, quote, communications lockdown. They're asking all of his aides within his campaign to refrain from speaking to the media, from posting on social media. But what we do know, what one aide did post on X at around 12:47 in the morning, was video of former President Trump deplaning in Newark, New Jersey. You saw him briefly wave to the crowd, though he made no statements. Now, Newark, New Jersey is about 30 minutes away from Bedminster, where I am now, and just down the road from where I'm standing is the Trump National Golf Course. That's a place where the former president likes to spend time during the summer. It's also where his daughter Ivanka was married in 2009. Now, hours after the shooting, we saw an increased security presence outside the entrance of the golf club itself, multiple police cars, including state police. And then around 1:20 in the morning, on the road just over this way from where I'm standing, we saw a convoy of security vehicles, including state police, leave, followed there by support vehicles. So it is possible that he is staying here in Bedminster tonight. But again, his campaign is being very tight-lipped. What we do know is that he is in contact with his children. He spoke on the phone to Donald Trump Jr., that according to a tweet on X, in which he said he was doing very well. Anna.
Thanks very much for that, Aaron McLaughlin in Bedminster. Joining me now is Andy Blankenstein. He is an investigative reporter for NBC News. So I know you guys have been working this from the very moment it happened. Walk us through what more we know so far about the shooter.
Well, I think the biggest thing, as you identified the shooter, is Thomas Matthew Crooks. Who is he and how does he get on a roof right about 150 yards away from former President Trump and squeeze off multiple rounds, hitting the president, killing a member of the audience, and then wounding another person? And I think the biggest thing is that has been noted outside the secure perimeter, but he's shot from an elevated site. And the question is, out in the open, where there's other law enforcement outside there, there's Secret Service within. Before that happened, as it was happening, there's going to be a lot of attention paid in the coming days and weeks about how this was able to unfold. And this is going to be an issue, obviously, with the upcoming Republican convention. As Chief Best had noted earlier, we have a lot of things that are going on, whether it's the protests, dealing with everyday crime in the city, as well as dignitary protection. And this takes it up, obviously.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot, including to Carmen and Shaq and also your colleague Ryan Riley, about digital footprints, the things that they'll be able to learn about the shooter. But is there anything, I wonder, that you've heard, Andy, in the many interviews that have been done so far with people who were on the scene that give us some insights into what happened here?
Well, I think this is kind of the focus, Chris. We talk about the immediate crime scene, the vehicle, the home, in terms of searching for evidence. What does that look like? DNA, cell phone data. What were the weapons and ammunition obtained? How? Was it legal? The digital footprint has been noted. Emails, accounts, email accounts, apps, search, social. All these things are going to play into how they paint a picture of this particular suspect. Not only how in the moments that lead up from the time he leaves, gets up, and then gets to the crime scene, but also over the time in his life. And so they're going to be interviewing family members and friends and associates, schoolmates, to try to paint this picture of who this person is. Again, in the immediate lead up to this act, and then over time, what could have motivated him.
How will investigators try to establish a motive? What are the key things to find it? And there are instances, right, whether it is an individual shooting or even sometimes a mass shooting, where motives are never firmly established.
That's absolutely right, Chris. I mean, I think one of the problems is very early on, people try to ascribe motive based on something that leaks out about, let's say, a social media profile, or what somebody's registered to vote, or whatever it is. I think part of the problem with that is that you're really trying to paint the picture in totality, and that takes time to do. And so there are times where things are either missing or contradictory, and that has to be accounted for as we're trying to discuss what led this person to do this. Obviously, there's going to be, as noted, congressional hearings that are going to be there, but there's going to be the criminal investigation. Even though the suspect's dead, can't be prosecuted, they're going to be looking at those things, the FBI obviously leading the investigation. But the other part of it is the administrative investigation, talking about what was this interplay between the Secret Service within the secure area and then law enforcement, and did they have enough people? What was the communications like? All those things are important to giving us a sense why something like this could happen, especially even in an open area, even accounting for the things that make it difficult to protect a president or a dignitary, a president-elect, whoever it might be. These are the things that have to be taken into account. And it's bad enough if somebody gets in proximity, but to be at elevation in the open and then to do this is going to be, and law enforcement people I've talked to across the country, and my colleagues, including Tom Winter and Jonathan Deans, have been saying the same thing. I think there's really going to be a reckoning here in multiple ways.
Andy Blankenstein, and I know you'll continue to follow it, as will other members of our investigative team. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Joining me now, MSNBC correspondent Gary Grumbach, who's following the White House reaction. We did hear from President Biden. He was in Delaware before making his way back to the White House earlier than anticipated. What are you hearing from the White House and from the president?
Hey there, Chris. Yeah, President Biden cut his weekend in Rehoboth Beach short. He is now back at the White House, but he learned about this shooting while he was at church. He's often at church on Saturday evenings, and he was at church in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, when he learned about this. As he was exiting church, reporters asked him if he was briefed on the shooting. He said no, he had not been officially briefed yet. Right after that was briefed by the FBI, by the Department of Homeland Security, and he decided he wanted to get in front of cameras as quickly as possible. And that's exactly what he did. He called for unity for the nation, and he called the actions tonight sick. Here's what he had to say.
Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
And after he spoke to America, we are told he did speak to former President Trump. We do not know how long they spoke or exactly what they spoke about. We presume we'll get some more information about that tomorrow, but we do know they did make contact while the former president was in Pennsylvania and the current president was in Delaware. Then President Biden moved back to Washington. Of course, you can be president from anywhere. They have the capabilities to have briefings and anything like that anywhere you are as president. But of course, the White House is certainly the safest and most convenient place to do that. He will be having a briefing tomorrow with some of Homeland Security officials and officials from the Department of Justice as well. Chris.
Thank you, Gary Grumbach. We appreciate that with the latest from Washington, D.C. And joining me now is senior national politics reporter John Allen. John, I'm on the website of the Republican National Convention, and 21 hours and 8 minutes until the start. So we are less than T-minus 1 day to go. What do we know about any meetings or conversations that are being had? Any changes that we've heard about at all?
Yeah, we haven't really heard about big changes yet, Chris. I think speed ahead for the Republican convention. I think as you've heard from some of the other guests, the expectation is that there will be changes to security. Probably there will at least be a review of if the former president's personal security detail, and then obviously a review of everything that they have planned for the convention in terms of trying to keep not only him safe but other convention goers and dignitaries. So I think we'll have to wait a little bit to find out what those things are going to be. Obviously, most of the people involved in, or a lot of the people who are involved in that security for former President Trump are pretty occupied today with, obviously having to protect him and get him safely out of the rally today. But we're at a moment typically in politics where a candidate's party is rallying around them. And given the events of today, I think, what we've seen from Republicans, whether in interviews on television, on social media, in phone interviews that aren't on television, is a huge rallying effect right now for Trump that is accelerating the unification of the Republican Party right now.
I'm looking at a statement that's put out officially from the Republican National Committee, and it says, President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th president of the United States. I guess one of the key things we'll be looking for as journalists is how what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, the terrible assassination attempt affects the messaging there. As you pointed out, it may indeed accelerate what conventions are meant to do, which is build excitement for the nominee. But I'll be listening closely, and I'm sure you will as well, for how this impacts the speeches.
Yeah, Chris, I think what a lot of this sort of plays into, what President Trump's message has been. And so you may hear it more amplified in terms of here's somebody who who has said that he's been politically targeted, and now you've seen physical targeting of former President Trump. And so I would be shocked if you didn't hear those things put together, basically, without even necessarily doing what what some of his allies did today. J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy, the former Republican presidential candidate, where they explicitly blamed Democrats for the events of today, with, of course, without any evidence of that. But you may hear him tie things together and say, look, the people who, there are people who wanted to stop me through the legal system. They wanted to prevent me from becoming president that way. And then, obviously somebody who tried to kill him today.
Jonathan Allen, thank you so much. Saturday, July 13th, a day that will go down in history as the day that there was an attempted assassination of a former president and presumptive nominee of the Republican Party. The suspect is dead and has been identified. That is going to do it for me. My colleague, Ana Cabrera, will continue our breaking news coverage right after a quick break.
All right, guys, this is where we are going to go ahead and break for the evening, morning, depending on where you are. The plan is to be back for I think we are going to be back for the morning news. So somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, we will be back with any updates that have taken place between now and then. I do want to thank everyone for stopping by. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you to everyone who was commenting in the chat, keeping conversation going, bringing different points of view, questions others of us hadn't thought about. We truly appreciate that. And we will VB and myself on our respective channels. So if you subscribe to one and haven't subscribed to the other one, definitely go ahead and do that. If you subscribe to one, just make sure you got all your bases covered. You got your notifications on. Now, if anything happens between now and when we come back on around, like I said, between 9 and 10, we will definitely keep you guys aware. If we need to do a short or a quick live, we'll definitely get y'all that information. Anything major breaks, we will let you know. Again, thank you to everyone for tuning in. We truly appreciate you, and we will see y'all later on in the AM. For those of y'all where it's still nighttime, we'll see y'all in the morning. For those of y'all that's in the morning, we'll see y'all later on this morning. Again, thank you so much, and you guys take care.